Chapter 1557. What's going on? There are only 9 people. Why are there only 9? Everyone was puzzled and puzzled. Fong Ting quickly said, "Elder, why didn't you read my name?" After the outer sect elder heard this, he said in a deep voice, "There are only 9 spots to enter the inner sect this time, so only the top 9 will be taken." 9. How is that possible? Fong Ting's face was anxious. "Didn't we say that there were a total of 10 spots? Why is there 1 less?" "That's right, Elder. Weren't the spots already decided?" Qin Feng, who had already become an inner sect disciple, was also puzzled. There were indeed 10 spots before, but a few days ago a disciple came and joined our alchemy sect, directly becoming an inner sect disciple. So naturally there will be 1 less spot for you. What? Someone directly became an inner sect disciple? Hearing this, everyone was shocked. One had to know that they knew the rules of the alchemy sect. Usually when they came, they would be outer sect disciples. It was very rare to hear of someone who could directly become an inner sect disciple. Impossible. Damn it, how is this possible? Fong Ting screamed. Originally, she was full of confidence and thought that she would definitely be able to enter the inner sect this time. However, she did not expect such a thing to happen. This is against the rules. I'm in the top 10, so I should enter the inner sect, Fong Ting quickly said. However, the outer sect elder snorted coldly. "Noisy! Is this a place for you to behave atrociously? This is the sect's decision. What are you dissatisfied with?" At the end, his voice was incomparably cold, and even emitted a powerful aura. No. Sensing this aura, Fong Ting was also scared silly and quickly knelt on the ground. Seeing this, the outer sect elder said in a deep voice, "With your talent, after cultivating for a period of time, you will definitely be able to enter the inner sect next time. This time you can go back first." After saying that, he waved his hand and took Qin Feng and the other 9 inner sect disciples away. Only the shocked crowd was left behind. Damn it, this is too despicable. I have to find out who replaced me. I'm going to tear him into pieces. Fong Ting knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. As for the surrounding warriors, their scalps went numb. That was because they knew that the disciple who became an inner disciple was going to be in trouble. Fong Ting's brother was an extremely terrifying figure in the inner sect. With his ruthless attacks, he could kill anyone. For the past few days, Lin Xian had been cultivating in his room, but he would come out from time to time. In the vicinity of his courtyard, there were many spiritual herbs that he needed to take care of. He would hand over 70% of these spiritual herbs to the sect, and the remaining 30% would be his reward. This was an inner disciple. If he wanted to be promoted to a core disciple, he would only need to pay half of it. In the past few days, while Lin Xian was taking care of the spirit herbs, he also got to know some of the surrounding inner sect disciples. They were familiar with each other. One day, while Lin Xian was cultivating, someone suddenly knocked on his door. Lin Xian immediately opened his eyes. He stood up and opened the door. The person who knocked on the door was his neighbor. He was also an inner disciple, and his name was Zhou Hai. In addition to Zhou Hai, there were 2 or 3 other figures, all of whom were inner disciples nearby. "What's the matter?" Lin Xian asked. Usually, no one would disturb him during the day. Now that the other party was here, it meant that something had happened. "There's a mission for us." "Mission?" Hearing that, Lin Xian frowned. He naturally knew that to become a disciple of the alchemy sect, one had to complete some sect missions. However, he did not expect that the mission would come so soon. "Yes, it's like this. Recently, the cities near us have been losing spirit herbs. Sometimes there are even obvious riots. It's obvious that it's man-made. According to various investigations, we finally found out that it's the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Now, the sect has issued a mission to kill the people from the 10,000 Poison sect. Many inner sect disciples have already taken action because the rewards this time are too generous. Every time you kill a martial artist from the 10,000 Poison sect, you can get 1 sect contribution. 10 sect contribution points can be exchanged for a high-grade alchemy book or a top-grade spirit herb. Those spirit herbs are not the ones we planted. They are all extremely precious. Every one of them is worth a lot. It seems that the sect is really angry this time. Yes, especially those high-grade alchemy books. Even the core disciples are tempted. I think many of them will go this time. We want to go too, so we came to call you. How about it? Do you want to go together? Zhou Hai and the others asked. Okay, let's go take a look. Lin Xian nodded. He had nothing to do anyway. He could get rid of some people from the 10,000 Poison sect in exchange for some spirit herbs and alchemy books. He was happy. All of Lin Xian's belongings were with him, so there was nothing much to pack. He left with Zhou Hai and the others and flew towards the city at the foot of the mountain. At the same time, Fong Ting was also contacting her brother in the inner sect through letters. Fong Li, Fong Ting's brother, was also an inner sect disciple. Moreover, he was a very powerful inner sect disciple. It could be said that everyone in the inner sect knew of Fong Li's existence. When he found out that his sister's spot had been taken and she could not enter the inner sect, his face immediately darkened. Investigate. Who took my sister's spot? Fong Li said coldly to a few of his underlings beside him. Don't worry, young Master Fong. We'll investigate now. These followers were also inner sect disciples. They quickly went out to investigate. Soon they returned. We found some information. That kid is called Lin Xian. He came 5 days ago. He was indeed directly promoted to an inner sect disciple. However, we can't find out the reason. How strong is that kid? Fong Li asked in a deep voice. I don't know about his alchemy skills. However, according to those who have seen him, he's only a 1-star king. 1-star king. Hearing this, Fong Li's frown deepened. The people around him sneered. How can he be promoted to an inner sect disciple with such a weak cultivation? Could that kid be an alchemy genius? Impossible. If he's really an alchemy genius, we should have known the moment he came in. But now he's keeping a low profile. I'm afraid there's something fishy going on. Fong Li snorted. No matter who he is or how he got in, he must pay the price for taking my sister's spot. Let's go. Let's see what Lin Xian is capable of. Fong Li snorted and ran towards Lin Xian's courtyard. Chapter 1558. Along the way, many inner sect disciples' expressions changed when they saw this. Isn't that Fong Li? Why does he look so pale? Where are they going? They don't look friendly. Oh my God! Someone dares to provoke Fong Li? Isn't he afraid of death? I heard that someone took Fong Li's sister's place in the inner sect. I think Fong Li is going to find trouble with the other party. What? Is there such a thing? That should be right. There is indeed a new disciple in the inner sect. I think his name is Lin Xian. Look at them. They are indeed going to Lin Xian's courtyard. The surrounding inner sect disciples are whispering. When they saw this, they followed them. Fong Li and his group stopped in front of Lin Xian's courtyard. Is this the place? Fong Li looked ahead with a cold gaze. Yes, young Master Fong, this is the place. Wait, I'll get that kid to come out. One of the inner sect disciples said. Then he stepped forward and shouted coldly, Lin, get out here! His voice was like thunder, turning into a sharp sword that quickly spread inside. However, it was quiet inside. There was no response at all, let alone a person. Humph! How dare you put on airs in front of me? Seeing that there was no response, the inner sect disciple was very unhappy. He snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Suddenly, a powerful force pushed forward. With a boom, the door and wall in front of him exploded. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. Was he going to do it himself? However, after waiting for a while, no one came out. Soon, a few inner sect disciples entered the courtyard at lightning speed to check it out. Then they came out and said, "Young Master Fong, there's no one inside." No one. Hearing this, Fong Li frowned and asked coldly, "Do any of you know where that kid went?" "Whoever provides me with the clue, I'll give him a high-quality spiritual herb." Immediately, someone ran out and said, "That Lin kid went to take on a mission. The one from the 10,000 Poisons sect." A mission from the 10,000 Poisons sect? Hearing this, Fong Li narrowed his eyes and a cold smile appeared on his face. Then, with a flip of his palm, he took out a stalk of spirit grass and threw it to the man. "How dare you take my younger sister's spot? No matter where you run, you won't be able to escape death. It just so happens that I'm also going to accept the mission from the 10,000 Poisons sect. I'll take care of that brat while I'm at it." Fong Li sneered and left with his men. Upon seeing this, the surrounding inner disciples shook their heads and sighed. "Sigh, that Lin Xian guy is too unlucky. He actually offended Fong Li, that's right. With Fong Li's strength and methods, that kid won't be able to get anything out of him. That's not all. If they meet him outside this time, that kid might lose his life. When the time comes, Fong Li will kill that kid and push the blame to the 10,000 Poisons sect. Even if the sect finds out anything, they won't care. Forget it. This matter has nothing to do with us. Let's not bother about it." The group of people left one after another. At the foot of the mountain, the surrounding cities were like stars in the sky. Although only a few days had passed, Lin Xian discovered that the appearance of this place had changed. Among them, many cities had been attacked. The city walls had collapsed, the houses were damaged, and deep holes had appeared on the ground. Not only that, but there was also a green mist in the surroundings that contained a deadly poison. Even a king had to be careful when dealing with it. According to Zhou Tian's introduction, this was a unique technique of the 10,000 Poisons sect. This green mist was extremely terrifying. It was condensed from many king-level demonic beasts. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. Anyone below the king level would definitely die if they touched it. As for king-level cultivators, if they accidentally inhaled it, they would lose a lot of their strength and might even be heavily injured. Therefore, they had to be careful when fighting against the 10,000 Poisons sect. Damn, these people from the 10,000 Poisons sect are really despicable. Yeah, just this poisonous mist alone has consumed a lot of my spiritual energy. If we weren't kings, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay in this poisonous mist for too long. An inner disciple's face was gloomy. Obviously, the poisonous mist in the surroundings was a huge burden on him. These people were Lin Xian and the others. They had appeared in the city. Among them, Zhou Hai looked at Lin Xian's calm expression and asked in confusion, "Brother Lin, could it be that you're not affected at all? Heavens, your spiritual energy is too strong, isn't it?" Indeed, there are countless sword qi revolving around Lin Xian's body. Every sword qi was extremely sharp, and the poisonous mist couldn't get close to him at all. Zhou Hai and the others were also using their own methods, but their expressions weren't as calm as Lin Xian's. Among them, Zhou Hai and another disciple called Yang Song were the strongest. Both of them were 2-star kings. The remaining 2 were late-stage 1-star kings. The 4 of them walked carefully, while Lin Xian checked the surroundings. "By the way, Brother Lin, are you a swordsman? This sword qi is too sharp, isn't it?" While the others were still envious, Lin Xian frowned and said in a deep voice, "I seem to have found something strange." "Strange? What is it?" Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled. They were also alchemists and their soul power was very strong. However, they didn't find anything strange at all. However, looking at Lin Xian's expression, it didn't seem like he was pretending. Therefore, they were very puzzled. "Come, follow me." With a wave of his hand, Lin Xian dashed forward. Although Zhou Hai and the others were puzzled, they still followed. Soon, they left the city and entered the primeval forest. After flying for a while, Lin Xian's body swayed and flew down. Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others also flew down. Then they opened their eyes wide in disbelief, because there were countless corpses on the ground. However, most of the corpses had turned into white bones, and the remaining ones were also rotting. Obviously, they were all poisoned to death. These are the warriors from those cities. It seems that they have fought with the 10,000 poisoned sect. The others gasped. The distance was too far. Ordinary people couldn't sense it at all. Even they couldn't sense it. However, Lin Xian seemed to have known it all along. Just how strong was his soul force? Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned. What a strong poison! Not only had the corpses rotted, but the entire ground had also become a land of death. There was no trace of life. Furthermore, the poisonous gas would spread out and gradually fuse into the void to form a poisonous fog. It wouldn't be long before the whole place became a land of death. Not even a blade of grass would grow. Zhou Hai frowned. He summoned a white mouse from his king's domain and fed it a pill. Suddenly, the white mouse shone brightly. Its black little nose twitched as if it was looking for something. Chapter 1559. Zhou Hai was overjoyed and called out, "Brother Lin, come quickly. We found their tracks." "You found their tracks?" Lin Xian was also surprised. He didn't expect the sect to have such a method. His figure flashed, and he followed behind. At this moment, the dark red dragon in his sleeve explained, "This is a spirit-seeking mouse. It's a very intelligent beast with a very developed sense of smell. It can track people down. So that's how it is." Lin Xian nodded. He finally understood how the other party could find the 10,000 poisons sect's tracks. In front of them was a continuous mountain range. The peaks were thousands of feet high and stood on the ground like divine swords. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they found that the spirit-seeking mouse was no longer flying. It seemed to have lost its way. "What's going on?" "We lost them." Zhou Hai frowned. He didn't expect his method to fail. Lin Xian also frowned. He used his soul power to investigate, but he didn't find anyone nearby. However, he felt uneasy. At this moment, the dark red dragon transmitted its voice. "Kid, be careful. I'm afraid it's a trap." Lin Xian nodded and was about to say something. However, all of a sudden, countless black shadows appeared all around them and surrounded them like ghosts. Sinister laughter rang out in the surroundings. It was like the laughter of evil spirits, causing one's scalp to go numb. "Who is it? Come out!" Zhou Hai and the others shouted. At the same time, their bodies shone with light as they prepared to defend themselves. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes in surprise. Good method. He didn't even detect the other party's presence. It seems that the 10,000 Poisons sect has some unusual methods. Haha, I didn't expect it to be a few children. You dare to chase us here? I have to say you're really bold. A cold voice sounded. Not good. It's the 10,000 Poisons sect. Zhou Hai's expression changed. Everyone be careful. Then he roared angrily. Humph! Remnants of the 10,000 Poisons sect. You've harmed the common people, and now you dare to come near my pill sect? You're courting death. I didn't expect you to be from the pill sect. Since that's the case, then all the more I can't let you live. Before he finished speaking, a green shadow flew out quickly. That green light is too terrifying. It's covering the sky and covering the earth. It's like a raging sea. It's heading straight for Zhou Hai. Scram! Zhou Hai roared and punched out. The fiery red fist carried a resplendent light that illuminated the surroundings as it quickly slammed into the green light. Boom! A terrifying sound rang out. More than half of the green light was melted by the fiery red fist. However, Zhou Hai did not have it easy either. He took 5 steps back, and the blood in his body was boiling. There was nothing he could do about it. That green attack was simply too terrifying. It wasn't powerful, but its strength was strange. and it even carried poisonous gas. Fortunately, he had been careful in defending himself, so the other party didn't succeed. I didn't expect your strength to be so good. You actually managed to survive under my green devil hand? But kid, don't be too complacent. I only used half of my strength just now. This time, I'll use my full strength. Let's see if you can still block it. The cold voice rang out again with a strong sense of ridicule. Then an incomparably violent energy surged out and slammed toward Zhou Hai. Zhou Hai's face changed drastically. The previous attack was still too much for him to handle. However, now that the other party had used his full strength, the aura made him feel suffocated. Seeing that Zhou Hai was about to be swallowed by the green palm, Lin Xian made his move at this critical moment. He waved his hand, and a huge sword qi quickly formed. It shone brightly like a divine rainbow and quickly slashed forward. A terrifying, murderous aura shot into the sky. Boom! In an instant, the green palm was cut off by the sword qi. Not only that, the poisonous gas that filled the sky was also completely eliminated. Thank you, Brother Lin. Seeing that Lin Xian had repelled the other party, Zhou Hai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked him gratefully. The others were also extremely shocked. They did not expect Lin Xian's battle prowess to be so powerful. At this moment, the cold voice rang out again. I didn't expect there to be another expert. But kid, since you dared to offend me, you're definitely dead this time. The sound wave turned into a green ocean and spread out in all directions, bringing with it a strange poisonous gas. Damn, the 10,000 poison sect. Zhou Hai gritted his teeth, then quickly took out a few pills and distributed them to Lin Xian and the others. This is the green spirit pill. It can cure hundreds of poisons. Take it, and you'll be able to resist the poison of the 10,000 poison sect. Lin Xian took it and sniffed it. Then he nodded slightly and swallowed the pill. However, Zhou Hai and the others did not look too good. This was because, from the previous attack, the other party was at least a 3-star king. They could not resist such an expert at all. However, they were more shocked by Lin Xian's combat strength. Brother Lin, are you a 3-star king? Have you been hiding your strength? The few of them asked doubtfully. Lin Xian smiled and shook his head. No, I just used some secret techniques. However, it's not difficult to resist a 3-star king. Humph, you're really boasting shamelessly. The cold voice rang out again. It's not difficult to resist a 3-star king? Kid, it seems like you really don't know your limits. Fine, I'll kill you today and let you know the power of a 3-star king. As the voice fell, countless figures appeared in the surroundings. A middle-aged man walked out from the front. He was wearing a blue robe, and his face was pale and beardless. His eyes were long and narrow, and they were filled with coldness. His eyes were jade green and had an extremely ferocious gaze. This middle-aged man was the one who had attacked earlier. He was also a 3-star king. Behind him stood dozens of 10,000 poisons sex nobles, ranging from 2-star kings to 9th heaven venerables. What? So many people? Zhou Hai and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. They were already no match for a 3-star king, let alone the 10,000 poison sex cultivators behind them. Are we really going to die here this time? Don't panic. Hold them back. There should be disciples of our alchemy faction nearby. Another disciple quickly sent a voice transmission. Then he waved his hand and flicked a red pill into the sky. Then it exploded, forming a cloud of mist. This was the communication signal between alchemy faction's disciples. It could be used to call for help. Now that it was used, it could be seen from hundreds of miles away. However, the middle-aged man in the blue robe sneered. He waved his hand and countless green lights surged out of his body and rushed into the sky, enveloping the red mist. You want to call for help? It's useless. Today is the day you die. Damn it. Zhou Hai and the others' expressions changed drastically when they saw the scene. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes were gloomy. Although the signal for help had been blocked, these people were not much of a threat to him. As long as he attacked with his full strength, he could kill all of them. That was exactly what he was thinking. The great dragon sword soul in his body circulated, and an aura was about to be released. Chapter 1560. The voice was extremely terrifying. Not only did Zhou Hai and the others' expressions change, but even the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Poisons sect looked gloomy. Lin Xian's heart also jumped. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. This energy was too terrifying. It seemed to have surpassed that of a 3-star king. Could it be a 4-star king? Thinking of this, Lin Xian frowned. He didn't attack again. Instead, he quietly watched. Even a 4-star king would be difficult for him. If the other party was from the 10,000 Poison sect, then he could only take Zhou Hai and the others and leave. Soon, the figure arrived and floated in the sky. He was like a god of war looking down. It was a youth with a cold expression. His gaze was like lightning, causing one's heart to tremble. A fiery red cauldron floated above his head. 2 fire dragons were carved on it, circling around each other. Humph! The 10,000 Poisons sect dares to behave so atrociously near my alchemy sect. You really don't know what's good for you. The mysterious youth's cold voice sounded. Who are you? Below, the middle-aged man from the 10,000 Poisons sect had a grave expression. The cultivators behind him also frowned. They could feel how powerful the other party's aura was. Core disciple of the alchemy sect, Lu Chao. The mysterious youth said coldly, I've already answered your question. You can die now. In the sky, the mysterious youth waved his hand. Immediately, the red cauldron above him emitted a resplendent light. It was like a sea of fire, and it was rapidly rolling down. Countless flames soared into the sky, piercing through the sea of clouds and instantly enveloping all the cultivators of the 10,000 Poison sect. Aha! Miserable screams rang out. The cultivators of the 10,000 Poison sect tried their best to resist, but to no avail. Even the blue-robed middle-aged man used his king's domain to try and escape. However, Lu Chao coldly snorted. He pointed his finger, and flames soared into the sky, turning into a fire dragon that instantly swallowed the middle-aged man. In an instant, all the cultivators of the 10,000 Poisons sect were killed. Even the surrounding poison gas was evaporated by the sea of fire, leaving not a trace behind. So powerful, they were all killed in an instant. Zhou Hai and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Lin Xian was also extremely surprised. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations. He was indeed an expert. Most likely, his strength had already surpassed that of a 3-star king. Furthermore, from the other party's words, he seemed to be a core disciple. Is this the strength of a core disciple? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and carefully sized up his opponent. Greetings, senior brother. Zhou Hai and the others shouted respectfully. At this time, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. A few figures flew over like lightning. They were all young people wearing the attire of the alchemy sect. It seemed that they were also disciples of the alchemy sect. This time there were a total of 5 or 6 people, both men and women, and their strength was not weak. When these people arrived and saw the scene below, Jing immediately smiled and said, Senior Martial Brother Liu is indeed powerful. He killed nearly 110,000 Poisons sect's martial artists with a raise of his hand. Such means are heaven-defying. That was because Senior Brother Liu was also a very powerful existence among the core disciples. However, these people from the 10,000 Poison sect are too despicable. They actually dared to come to our pill sect and behave atrociously. And from the looks of it, there were quite a few of them. Could it be that they were plotting something? The new disciples quickly conversed. At this time, the core disciple called Lu Chao looked down and said in a low voice, "Are you all inner sect disciples?" "Yes," Zhou Hai quickly said. "Thank you for your help, Senior Martial Brother Lu." Lu Chao nodded and said again, "You should go back. This time, the 10,000 poisons sect's martial artists are strong. They are not people you can fight against." "Okay, we'll go back now." Zhou Hai and the others nodded. They knew that the other party was right. This time the 10,000 poison sect's martial artists were very strong, and there were many of them. They were afraid that it would be very dangerous for them to stay here. "Lin Xian, let's go." Zhou Hai looked to the side and said quickly, "Okay." Lin Xian nodded and turned to leave. However, at this time a young man in the sky frowned and asked coldly, "Lin Xian? You're Lin Xian, the new inner sect disciple?" Oh, there was a sinister coldness in this voice. Lin Xian stopped and looked back. Zhou Hai and the others were confused and stopped as well. He looked back and saw a handsome man standing there. However, his eyes were very cold, and there was even a hint of killing intent. This made him very confused. The other party wanted to kill him, but he did not know him at all. At this time, the other disciples asked, "Fong Li, what's going on? Do you know him?" "It's nothing, just some personal matters," Fong Li explained. Then he looked to the front and said respectfully, "Senior Martial Brother Lu, I have some matters to settle, so I'd like to stay here for a while." "Okay." Lu Chao nodded. Then his body flashed and he turned into a rainbow and left. It seemed that he was going to hunt down the other 10,000 poisons sect martial artists. When the remaining people saw this, they also followed after him. At this time, only Fong Li was left in the sky. Suddenly, Fong Li's body sank and he landed on the ground. On the opposite side, Zhou Hai and the others frowned. They could not understand why Fong Li stayed. However, looking at his eyes, it was probably not something good. Therefore, they hurriedly sent a voice transmission, "Brother Lin, be careful. Fong Li is considered a figure in the inner sect, but he is not to be trifled with." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He really did not know what Fong Li's intentions were. This was because he had not interacted with anyone in the past few days in the alchemy sect. It was impossible for him to have a grudge with anyone. In front, Fong Li sneered, "Lin Xian, how dare you steal my sister's spot?" "Your sister?" Lin Xian frowned even harder. He did not know this person's sister at all. "Ridiculous." Lin Xian snorted and turned to leave. He did not have time to waste with this person. "You want to leave?" Fong Li sneered. Then his body flashed and he appeared in front of everyone, blocking their way. At the same time, a terrifying aura surged from his body. It was very sharp. "Fong Li, what are you doing? I'm warning you, don't mess around," Zhou Hai said quickly. "Mess around? Who do you think you are? How dare you control me? Get lost!" Fong Li snorted and threw a punch, instantly pushing Zhou Hai back. Bang! 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 Zhou Hai stepped back, cracking the ground. His expression was very ugly. When the others saw this, they all roared. "Fong Li, although you are a 3-star king, we are not to be trifled with. If you push us too far, we will fight to the death." "Fight to the death? Just the few of you? You are not worthy of my attack." Fong Li said coldly, "As long as you get lost and don't interfere, I will not kill you. However, I will not let this kid go today." Chapter 1561. Lin Xian frowned when he saw this. "Do I know you?" "You don't know me, but my sister could have entered the inner sect, but she was replaced by you. Tell me, how can I let you go?" So that's what happened. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others' faces turned ugly, but Lin Xian understood. He did become an inner sect disciple directly, but this was the sect's decision, and it had nothing to do with him. As for replacing Fong Li's sister, he didn't know either. But now, Fong Li didn't explain at all and showed killing intent to him. He didn't take him seriously at all. However, Lin Xian wasn't afraid of a mere 3-star king. So he said coldly, becoming an inner sect disciple is the sect's decision. If you have any opinions, you can raise them directly. It's no use looking for me. Of course, if you insist on finding trouble with me, I don't mind teaching you a lesson. Teach me a lesson? Fong Li was stunned. Then he sneered disdainfully. Haha, what a shameless boast. Kid, I think water must have entered your brain. How dare you say such a thing? He sneered disdainfully. As far as he was concerned, Lin Xian was only a 1-star king realm cultivator. Such a person definitely wouldn't be strong. And he was a 3-star king, an extremely powerful existence among the inner sect disciples. He had many secret techniques in his hands, and he also had a very unique flame. It could be said that he was incomparably powerful. He only needed to move his finger, and he would be able to squash the other party to death. Yet, Fong Li still dared to boast about teaching him a lesson? What a joke! Kid, I don't care what background you have, and I don't know how you entered the inner sect. Since you dared to replace my sister, you must die. Remember, in your next life, be careful. Don't provoke people you can't afford to provoke. Fong Li's voice was cold, and boundless killing intent surged from his body, forming a murderous aura that pierced through heaven and earth. What? You dare to kill someone? Fong Li, don't you know the sect rules? Zhou Hai roared. According to the rules of the alchemy sect, disciples of the same sect are not allowed to kill each other. Thus, even if there was enmity between them, they would usually just teach each other a lesson. But now, Fong Li wants to kill Lin Xian. This is too shocking. What's wrong with that? A bunch of idiots. In any case, you're out on a mission. Even if you can't return, others will think that you were killed by the 10,000 poison sect. So you won't suspect me. Die, brat! Fong Li roared angrily and charged towards Lin Xian. It was a terrifying martial art right from the start. Purple Tiger Beast Fire. A ball of purple flames appeared on Fong Li's body, burning fiercely and releasing a terrifying aura. This type of flame was extracted from the body of a type of demon king. It was extremely terrifying. Now that Fong Li was using it, it was even more terrifying. Purple tiger form. On Fong Li's body, purple flames surged rapidly, forming a huge purple tiger. Then it charged towards Lin Xian. This momentum was too terrifying. It was as if a real demon king was emitting a terrifying aura. Everywhere it passed, the void quickly collapsed. In an instant, it was in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed. Like a ghost, he disappeared from his original spot and appeared on the other side. He dodged it? Seeing this, Zhou Hai and the others were overjoyed. However, in the next moment, they exclaimed. This was because they realized that the purple tiger did not disappear. Instead, it charged towards Lin Xian again. The monstrous flames caused the void to distort incomparably. It's useless. Brat, you can't escape. This is my origin source flame. It won't stop until I kill you. In the distance, Fong Li sneered. Although Lin Xian's speed surprised him, he did not care because he was very confident in himself. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were worried. Damn Fong Li. This guy really wanted to kill Lin Xian. They were afraid that Lin Xian would be in danger. In that case, don't blame me. Lin Xian stopped dodging. Instead, he attacked quickly. He was not a timid person. Since the other party wanted to kill him, he had to kill the other party to prevent future trouble. Azure Dragon Break. A black, demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then he stabbed it out. This was a move that he had just learned. When he used it now, its power was terrifying. The sword chi surged and turned into a furious black dragon, roaring at high speed. This black dragon shone brightly like a real divine dragon. It stirred up thousands of waves and moved quickly in the void. On his body, there are countless sword radiances that pierced through the sea of clouds. Boom! The black sword Qi instantly collided with the purple tiger shadow, causing a shocking explosion. The terrifying energy shook heaven and earth. However, the explosion disappeared in an instant. All the energy, including the purple tiger, was destroyed by the black sword Qi and disappeared without a trace. Zhou Hai and the others had already retreated to a distance to watch the battle. They could not block that energy at all. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? On the opposite side, Fong Li was shocked and could not believe it. Fong Li was only a 1-star king, while he was a 3-star king. The difference in strength between them was like heaven and earth. But he actually managed to block his attack. How is that possible? He can't believe it. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others were also shocked. Although they had seen Lin Xian fight against the experts of the 10,000 Poison sect, they thought that it was a secret technique that would not last long. But now, Lin Xian blocked Fong Li's attack with ease. This made them extremely shocked. They even realized that it was not a secret technique that could achieve this. Perhaps Lin Xian was really strong. Thinking of this, they all heaved a sigh of relief. On the other hand, Fong Li's expression was terrifyingly gloomy. His eyes were like lightning as he stared ahead. Damn it, that's impossible. How did you do it? Could it be that you took some kind of energy-boosting pill? Yes, that must be it. Otherwise, how could you block my attack? As an alchemist, he naturally knew about this kind of pill that could instantly increase a cultivator's strength. However, it would cause great damage to the body. In his opinion, Lin Xian must have taken such a pill to be able to fight against him. It's just a pill that relies on external strength. How can it compare to me? Next, I'll let you know my true strength. Fong Li comforted himself. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. Shameless fool. With that, his figure flashed, and he charged forward again. The 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand emitted a monstrous power. It was like thunder from the 9 heavens as it exploded again. Chapter 1562. You are courting death. Fong Li was enraged. He did not expect Lin Fan to take the initiative to attack him. This was undoubtedly a provocation. Thousand Beasts' Fist. He waved his fists and countless purple flames danced. They formed thousands of fist shadows and charged toward Lin Xian. Every fist was the size of a mountain. They carried a monstrous force and shattered the void. Bang! 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 The sword Qi and fist shadows collided, and the violent energy destroyed the entire sky. However, Lin Xian's sword Qi was too powerful. The 9 darkness demonic sword slashed down like a death scythe and sliced all the fist shadows apart. In an instant, the purple flames in the sky were extinguished and nothing was left. However, the black sword Qi charged toward Fong Li again. Before the sword Qi landed, the terrifying murderous intent pierced through the void. What? How is this possible? Fong Li was scared out of his wits when he saw this. That was his ultimate skill. How could it be so easily broken by someone else? He could not believe it. When he felt the chilling, murderous intent, his heart raced. At this moment, he finally knew that Lin Fan was stronger than him. Therefore, he gritted his teeth and retreated quickly like a purple light. What? He retreated. Fong Li retreated. In the distance, Zhou Hai and the rest widened their eyes in disbelief when they saw this. Fong Li was a real 3-star king and was extremely powerful. Everyone in the inner sect knew about him. Moreover, his opponent's flame was even more terrifying. It was at the Demon King level. But now, Fong Li had actually retreated, and from the looks of it, he was in such a sorry state. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Fong Li retreated quickly, like a purple rainbow. However, the black sword Qi was even more violent and faster. Not only that, the black sword Qi had already firmly locked onto him. It was like a black dragon roaring in the air. Fong Li could not dodge it. At this critical moment, Fong Li gritted his teeth and quickly took out a purple alchemy cauldron to block the black sword chi. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was heard, and the entire void cracked. Although Fong Li used the purple alchemy cauldron to block the sword chi, the powerful force still sent him flying and smashed a few mountains. Fong Li screamed crazily as blood splattered everywhere. Impossible! This is impossible! Damn it, how did you do it? He was truly crazy. Beside him was a sea of purple flames, which formed a king's domain, burning the mountains, trees, and forests. His face was hideous like a demon. He didn't dare to believe it. However, Lin Xian was like a flickering shadow, instantly appearing beside him. The demonic sword in his hand quickly stabbed down. Pum! Fong Li was sent flying again. God knows how many of his bones were broken. This time he received serious internal injuries and could barely get up. However, when he saw Lin Xian walking towards him again, he immediately screamed, because he realized that the other party really wanted to kill him. Stop! Damn it! You dare to kill me? Do you know who I am? Fong Li screamed. Lin Xian snorted coldly. What does it have to do with me, who you are? I don't know you, yet you came to kill me for no reason at all? Do you think I'll let you go? Hearing this, Fong Li's face turned ugly. He quickly said, I was wrong about what happened before. I'll apologize to you. Can you let me go? In the distance, Zhou Hai and the others couldn't believe their ears. The arrogant Fong Li was begging for mercy? This was simply too unbelievable. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. I don't like to leave threats behind, so you must die. Then he slowly raised the 9 darkness demonic sword. You're courting death, kid. Don't you know that I'm senior brother Lu Chao's man? If you dare to touch me, senior brother Lu Chao won't let you go. Fong Li roared crazily as if he had gone mad. Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others were shocked. They didn't expect Fong Li to be on Lu Chao's side. One had to know that Lu Chao was a core disciple, and his cultivation had reached the 4-star king level. He was extremely terrifying. If he was angry, he could kill any inner disciple in front of everyone without being punished by the faction. It could be said that, in their eyes, Lu Chao was a supreme existence. Lin Xian furrowed his brows. He had already witnessed the methods of that core disciple Lu Chao. Seeing Lin Xian hesitate, Fong Li sneered again. How about it, kid? Are you scared now? Kneel down and kowtow to me now, and I might spare your life. Otherwise, when I tell senior brother Lu Chao, you'll die. Shut up. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his sword, he chopped off Fong Li's head. Puff! Blood spurted out as Fong Li fell. Even in death, he couldn't believe that Lin Xian would dare to kill him. Was he not afraid of the revenge of the core disciples? Lin Xian said coldly, You don't have to threaten me. If he dares to cause trouble for me, I'll kill him too. With that, he waved his hand, and the black 9 darkness flame gushed out and burned the corpse on the ground. However, he put away the storage ring and the purple pill cauldron. The cauldron was able to resist his sword chi, so it must be of high grade. As a powerful inner disciple, Fong Li must have many treasures in his storage ring. On the other hand, Zhou Hai and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to really kill Fong Li. They couldn't believe that Fong Li had been killed. Brother Lin. Zhou Hai and the others rushed over and looked at the scene on the ground, dumbfounded. Lin Xian shook his head. I had no choice. If I didn't kill him, I don't know when he would kill me. Don't worry, the sect won't be able to find out. As he said, as long as you don't say anything, no one will know that I did it. They'll definitely think that the 10,000 Poisons sect did it. Don't worry, Brother Lin, we won't say anything. Zhou Hai and the others swore. But you have to be careful of senior brother Lu Chao. After all, he's a core disciple. If he finds out about this, we'll be in trouble. Core disciples have the power to kill. They don't even need to go through the sect to attack the inner disciples. Zhou Hai said worriedly. Don't worry. A 4-star king is strong. I might not be able to defeat him, but I'm still able to protect myself. Lin Xian wasn't boasting. He had many tricks up his sleeve, which was far beyond Zhou Hai and the others' imagination. Then, the group moved and left the place. Lin Xian and the others didn't continue with their mission. Instead, they returned to the sect. With their current strength, they couldn't fight against the 10,000 poison sect. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood, so the group went back. Chapter 1563. Lin Xian wasn't in the mood either, so the group went back. However, Lin Xian's face darkened when he returned to the alchemy sect. He realized that half of his courtyard had been destroyed. This made him extremely angry. When the crowd saw that Lin Xian had returned, they began to point at him and discuss among themselves. 2 young men were sitting in the courtyard that Lin Xian had destroyed. When they saw Lin Xian return, they opened their eyes. "You're Lin Xian." The 2 of them stared at Lin Xian with unfriendly expressions. "That's right, it's me." "You destroyed my courtyard?" Lin Xian asked coldly. "Humph. So what if we destroyed your courtyard? Do you dare to resist?" The 2 of them sneered. "How dare you offend young Master Fong? You're courting death." "Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. You're back so soon. If you meet young Master Fong outside, you're dead meat. Don't worry. He didn't meet young Master Fong, but he met us. We'll teach him a lesson. Let him know that there are some people he can't mess with. Kid, I advise you to kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, you'll die a horrible death. You're the ones who should kneel down and apologize. How dare you destroy my courtyard?" Lin Xian's voice was cold, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. "How dare you threaten me?" The 2 young men sneered. "Kid, don't you know who you are? You're just a newcomer to the inner sect. How dare you be so arrogant? I'm young Master Fong's man, and young Master Fong is senior brother Lu's man. You've offended us. You won't be able to stay in the inner sect for long." At this point, the 2 young men laughed wildly. The crowd was silent because they knew that they were right. That Lin Xian is dead meat. Yeah, he could have offended anyone, but he chose to offend Fong Li. He's too young and doesn't know any better. He'll understand after staying in the inner sect for a while. The 2 arrogant disciples became even more smug when they heard the crowd's words. "Brett, did you hear that? You can't be saved. Hurry up and kneel down and apologize to us. Maybe we'll let you go if we're in a good mood." "Humph, you're courting death." Lin Xian didn't waste any time and attacked like lightning, like a phantom. He arrived before the 2 young men in the blink of an eye. He raised his hand and slapped forward. Pa! Pa! 2 crisp sounds rang out. Immediately, the 2 arrogant youths received 2 slaps on their faces. "You are courting death. You dare to hit us?" The 2 of them were stunned for a moment before they roared angrily. Mad, they were really mad. Normally, they would flaunt their prowess in the inner sanctum. When had anyone ever dared to bully them? But now, a newcomer who had just arrived. How dare he slap them? This was intolerable. Upon seeing this, the minds of the surrounding inner disciples went blank, and they stood rooted to the ground. They couldn't believe what was happening. However, Lin Xian only sneered. He waved his hand and slapped again. Pa! Pa! The crisp sounds of slapping could be heard. Very soon, the 2 arrogant youths were beaten until their heads were swollen. Blood mixed with teeth all fell out. The 2 arrogant youths' faces were swollen and bleeding profusely. Their eyes were filled with anger. They roared as if they had gone mad. They wanted to dodge, but they couldn't avoid the slap at all. In the end, there was a look of horror in their eyes. This was because they realized that although the other party was only a 1-star king, his strength was too terrifying and unfathomable. They couldn't afford to offend him at all. "No, don't hit us. I was wrong. Big brother, stop. Please spare us." The 2 arrogant youths knelt on the ground and quickly begged for mercy. When the surrounding inner disciples saw this, their eyeballs almost popped out of their sockets. They couldn't believe that the two arrogant youths were kneeling before Lin Xian. Heavens, am I dreaming? Aren't they Fong Li's men? They're usually arrogant. Why are they terrified this time? Who exactly is Lin Xian? How can he be so powerful? In an instant, everyone was talking about it. Only Zhou Hai and a few others were calm. This was nothing. Even their boss, Fong Li, had been killed by Lin Xian. Of course, they wouldn't tell anyone about this. Lin Xian retracted his hand and wiped his fingers. Then he said, "You destroyed my courtyard. You should know what to do, right?" "Yes, yes, big brother. We'll fix it for you now." The two of them quickly moved to fix Lin Xian's courtyard. This scene was too strange. More and more inner disciples came to watch. However, the two arrogant youths didn't dare to be arrogant anymore. Instead, they quickly lowered their heads and started working. Soon, the courtyard was fixed. Lin Xian didn't make things difficult for them and told them to get lost. After the two of them left, the surrounding inner disciples also left one after another. However, from now on, no one would dare to offend Lin Xian. As for Lin Xian, he entered the courtyard. With a wave of his hand, a formation quickly formed and surrounded the courtyard. Then he sat down cross-legged and took out Fong Li's storage ring. There were dozens of subdivine crystals, many elixirs, and many spiritual herbs in the storage ring. In addition, Lin Xian also found some cultivation techniques. Most of them were useless to him. However, he was quite interested in one of them, the fire manipulation art. As he became more familiar with the shaken world, Lin Xian realized that the subdivine crystals this time were unusual even in this place. Therefore, Fong Li had dozens of subdivine crystals, which was quite a lot. As for the ordinary disciples, most of them still used high-grade spirit stones. After putting away the subdivine crystals, Lin Xian opened the fire manipulation art. This fire manipulation art was about the control of fire by an alchemist. Some parts of it were exquisite and inspired Lin Xian a lot. With a wave of his hand, the 9 underworlds flame rushed out and danced between his fingers. Then he used the fire manipulation art. Immediately, the black flames moved and formed many demonic beasts. If one looked closely, they would find that the demonic beasts formed by Lin Xian's flames were more realistic. In fact, some details were exactly the same as real demonic beasts. Their power had also increased by a lot. Lin Xian nodded and put the fire manipulation art aside. Lin Xian checked all the spiritual herbs and elixirs carefully. He put away all the useful items. As for the useless ones, he planned to find a place to sell them. He also couldn't use the purple cauldron. Otherwise, people would definitely suspect him. Next, Lin Xian didn't go out again. Instead, he went into seclusion to break through and become a 2-star king. After all, Fong Li had a core disciple, Lu Chao, behind him. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. Chapter 1564. If Lu Chao found out about this, he might attack him at any time. He had to be careful. Lu Chao was a 4-star king. With his current strength, he couldn't fight against him. Therefore, he had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. Also, if he wanted to become a core disciple, he had to make a breakthrough. Based on the current situation, only 4-star kings had a chance of becoming a core disciple. Lin Xian held the dozens of subdivinity crystals in his hand and used the long life incantation to absorb them quickly. Just like that, Lin Xian went into seclusion. The other inner disciples were still on the mission of hunting down the 10,000 poison sect. Among them, the most eye-catching was the small team led by the core disciple Lu Chao. Wherever they went, the 10,000 poison sect was immediately destroyed. No one was spared. Lu Chao was wearing a white robe. His face was cold and he emitted a powerful aura. He was like a fire god standing in the void. With a wave of his hand, the red cauldron above his head shone brightly and formed a sea of fire that killed hundreds of 10,000 poisons sect martial artists. Behind him, a few inner disciples clapped and cheered. Lu Chao was expressionless as he slowly descended to the ground. Then he frowned. How long has it been? Why isn't Fong Li back yet? It's been 2 days. Yeah, what's Fong Li doing? Has he returned to the sect? A few inner disciples were confused. Lu Chao looked at the contribution points in his hand and nodded slightly. It's about time. We should be able to exchange for many things. Let's go back to the sect first. Then they set off and returned to the alchemy sect. However, when they returned, Lu Chao and the others found that Fong Li hadn't returned. However, they didn't care and went to exchange for treasures. However, after waiting for 3 days, Fong Li still hadn't returned. Those people all started to frown. Even Lu Chao's expression had sunk. Under normal circumstances, Fong Li wouldn't have dared to leave him for so many days without sending him a message. There was only one possibility for such a thing to happen. Something had happened to Fong Li, and he couldn't come back. No matter what, as his subordinate, Fong Li was very capable. Moreover, he was talented and wanted to nurture him. Thus, Lu Chao became worried upon seeing that Chu Feng had yet to return. He asked in a low voice, "Who was Fong Li with the last time?" "It should be those inner sect disciples," someone said from the side. "Didn't Fong Li say that he had to deal with some personal matters the last time we worked together?" After that, there was no news of him. "Have you searched outside?" Lu Chao asked again. "Yes, I've already searched the nearby forests and cities. In fact, we even searched the place where he left. However, we were unable to find any trace of him. It's like Fong Li has evaporated into thin air." Hearing this, Lu Chao's face darkened. The surrounding disciples were also extremely confused. "That's impossible. With Fong Li's strength, there shouldn't be any accidents. Even if I encounter people from the myriad poison sect, I should be able to escape even if I can't defeat them." The few of them conversed, but the more they thought about it, the more they felt that something was off. Did something really happen to Fong Li? Lu Chao's face was also gloomy. "I think it's very likely." Upon hearing these words, the surrounding inner disciples gasped in shock. Then their eyes widened. How is that possible? Who could put Fong Li in such a predicament? Unless it's a 4-star king. But we've been on this mission for so many days and we haven't seen a single 4-star king or myriad poisons sect martial artist. It's useless to think so much. Who did he meet last? Call those inner disciples over, Lu Chao said coldly. Yes, I'll call them over right now. An inner disciple quickly left. On the other side, Lin Xian had been in seclusion all this time, and he finally opened his eyes today. However, he sighed slightly because he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm. After entering the king realm, the energy required to break through was extremely huge. Especially for him, he required even more energy than an ordinary person. This was actually very normal. The dragon sword soul was extremely powerful, and its attack power was unparalleled. Thus, the energy it required was much more than an ordinary martial artist. Although Lin Xian had many natural treasures and the powerful absorption power of the longevity art, he still couldn't meet the requirements of the dragon sword soul. It seemed like he had to go out and search for opportunities. Lin Xian stood up and prepared to go out. However, although he hadn't broken through to the 2-star king realm, his current cultivation had reached the late stage of the 1-star king realm. His strength was also much stronger than before. However, at this moment, Zhou Hai came over again. His expression was extremely solemn as he said to Lin Xian, "Brother Lin, senior brother Lu Chao has sent people to look for us. Could it be that we've been exposed?" Lin Xian's eyelids twitched when he heard this, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. However, he still took a deep breath and said in a low voice, "We shouldn't have been exposed yet. If we were, he wouldn't have sent people to look for us and would have directly charged over. Perhaps he's just suspicious, or perhaps he doesn't know what happened at all and wants to ask us about it. Don't worry. Our cultivations are very low and we're nothing in his eyes. He wouldn't think that we can kill Fong Li. We just have to calm down." Very quickly, Lin Xian, Zhou Hai, and the others were taken away. Lu Chao's gaze was like lightning as he looked at Lin Xian and the others. He asked coldly, "Let me ask you, do you know where Fong Li is?" "Fong Li? We don't know. Hasn't he returned yet?" Zhou Hai and the others played dumb. "Why did he look for you that day?" Lu Chao continued to ask. "Nothing special, just a small misunderstanding. It's already been resolved," Zhou Hai continued to explain. "Nonsense." Lu Chao was suddenly enraged, and his expression was abnormally cold. "Nothing special? I heard that Fong Li has a grudge with this kid, and it's not a small one. Now you're telling me that there's nothing special? What else are you hiding from me? Hurry up and tell me. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. I'm a core disciple, and I have the right to kill you. Therefore, even if I kill you now, the sect won't say anything." Hearing this, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and Lin Xian's gaze was also cold. Lu Chao's forcefulness made him very uncomfortable. Under normal circumstances, he would have already attacked. However, he still had a mission to complete in the alchemy sect. Therefore, he couldn't fall out with them. At least, he couldn't let the higher-ups of the alchemy sect notice him. Chapter 1565. Lin Xian took a deep breath and said, "Indeed, there was some misunderstanding between me and Fong Li. I was promoted to an inner disciple by an elder of the sect, taking away his sister's spot. I didn't know about this before. Because of this, Fong Li wanted to make trouble for me. But that day he didn't do anything and left. It seems he discovered something else. It should have something to do with the 10,000 Poison sect." Lin Xian said half of the truth. As for the other half, he pushed the blame to the 10,000 Poison sect. Lu Chao didn't say anything. He stared coldly at Lin Xian. At the same time, he released the pressure of a 4-star king. Feeling this pressure, Zhou Hai and the others turned pale, and their bodies trembled. Lin Xian snorted inwardly. This pressure had no effect on him, but he still used the immortality incantation and squeezed out a few drops of sweat, causing his face to turn even paler. After all, he couldn't reveal too much of his strength. Lu Chao was like a demon god. His cold gaze was like a sharp sword that could pierce through them. As the atmosphere became more and more tense, an inner disciple suddenly flew in. With a panicked expression, he said, "Senior brother Lu Chao, something bad has happened." "What happened? Is it news about Fong Li?" Lu Chao asked coldly. "No, it's about the 10,000 Poison sect. The 10,000 Poisons sect came with a purpose. They built an ancient tomb in the Fengshan mountain range, and it's filled with killing intent. It's already attracted the attention of many sects and countries. Our pill sect is also very shocked. Many people are heading there now. Senior brother, should we go as well?" "Ancient tomb? Let's go take a look." Lu Chao stood up without hesitation. After taking 2 steps, he turned back and stared at Lin Xian and the others. "You better be telling the truth. If I find out that you're lying, I'll kill you immediately." With that, he let out a cold harumph and led the other inner sect, disciples, up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Zhou Hai and the others were pale. They sat on the ground with a plop, covered in cold sweat. The situation just now really scared them to death. It was fortunate that they had news of the 10,000 Poisons Hall as a shield. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger by now. Lin Xian's expression was also cold. He knew that this matter was very troublesome. From the looks of it, regardless of whether he was the culprit or not, they still wanted to kill him. Humph, what an overbearing fellow. However, it's still not certain who will kill who. Lin Xian's eyes flickered as he coldly snorted. "Zhou Hai, you guys go back. I need to go out for a while." Lin Xian had always wanted to go out and look for opportunities. This time, the 10,000 Poisons sect had created an ancient tomb, which piqued his interest. With the character of the 10,000 Poisons sect, there must be treasures inside. If he could get them, he might be able to become a 2-star king warrior. Once he became a 2-star king, Lu Chao and the others wouldn't be his match at all. At that time, it would be hard to say who would kill who. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he also disappeared in the air. This time he didn't move together with the other inner disciples. Although those people's strength was not bad, it would be difficult for them to explore such an ancient tomb. Of course, he didn't move alone. He was accompanied by the dark red divine dragon. Finally, there's another treasure. I'm so excited. The dark red divine dragon stretched out its neck and howled like a hungry wolf. These days, it had been holding back for too long. Kid, let's go all out this time. Let's see what good things are in that ancient tomb. The two of them were like lightning flying in the air. After flying for tens of thousands of miles, they found their target. In the distance, there was a black mountain range. Killing intent soared into the sky, and demonic qi ran rampant. It was very terrifying, as if it had turned into hell. That aura made even the dark red divine dragon tremble. Damn, what a dense, baleful aura. The dark red divine dragon was very suspicious, but then its eyes lit up. Lin Xian also carefully examined and warned, "Be careful. This is not the Tianwu continent. There are experts everywhere. We must not enter danger." The two of them descended from the sky and hid their auras. They walked carefully. When they looked up, they could see many figures flashing on the mountain peak in the distance. Among them, there were not only people from the alchemy sect, but also the nearby sects and countries. They were all looking for the ancient tomb. The closer they got to Feng mountain range, the more the aura of death there was. Black liquid began to appear on the ground, and even the trees were rotting. The entire mountain range seemed to have turned into hell. This is Feng Mountain. Even if there's no ancient tomb, it's still a land of death. Zombies often appear here, so you have to be careful. He Tu also warned, "There's such a thing." Lin Xian was surprised. He originally thought that this change was caused by the appearance of the mysterious ancient tomb. But after hearing He Tu's words, he realized that was not the case. At the side, the dark red divine dragon also explained he's right. Feng Mountain has been a dead mountain since ancient times. Who knows how many corpses are buried here? And there's no lack of experts among them. Of course, if the situation is good, they'll die and turn into bones. If the situation is bad, they'll turn into zombies. Ordinary martial artists will turn into zombies at most, but those peerless experts will turn into zombies with intelligence. Those zombies can cultivate. They're very terrifying. Kid, if we meet those zombies, we can only run. The dark red divine dragon also had a lingering fear. It was obvious that he knew a lot about Fengshan. With the two's warning, Lin Xian naturally became more careful. However, it was useless. The closer he got to Feng Mountain, the more bones there were. Crack! Lin Xian could crush several bones with a single stomp. Finally, he alarmed a skeletal creature. Crack! Crack! Countless white bones crawled out from the ground, forming skeletons. These skeletons were of different shapes. Some were humanoid, and some were beast-like. At this moment, there were more than 10 skeletons, and they quickly pounced on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used dragon catcher hands. His palms were like 2 real dragons, and they instantly sent the skeletons flying. However, this action of his caused an even greater commotion as even more powerful skeletal creatures appeared. An angry roar came from below. Suddenly, the entire ground began to tremble. A crack that was almost 1,000 meters long formed, and then a huge figure appeared. It was also a skeleton's creature, but its body was the size of a small mountain. There were 2 balls of green flames on the huge skeletons of a cow. Those were soul flames. Chapter 1566. The white bone ox head held a huge black axe in its hand. It was as big as a door, and its surface was full of holes. It had been corroded to the extreme. However, its power was extraordinary. The giant black tiger axe was swung in the air and turned into a black ray of light. It was like a bolt of lightning that blasted towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian clenched his fist and punched out. The blood in his body roared like a dragon. Bang! He used his fist to meet the giant black axe head-on. The collision of the two caused the void to tremble. Boulders rolled down from the surrounding mountains. With a single strike, Lin Xian was forced to take a step back, whereas the ox-head Whitebone was forced to take 3 steps back. So powerful! Lin Xian was surprised. His punch was extremely terrifying. Even a 3-star king might not be able to take it. However, the skeletal creature was only pushed back by 3 steps. He had to admit that it was too powerful. As for the Whitebone bullhead, it roared furiously. Although its intelligence was not very high, it was still able to understand what was happening before its eyes. A human, Brat was actually able to force him back. This made him extremely furious. In the next moment, the green flames in its eye sockets suddenly surged and a layer of light appeared on its white body. It roared, and the sound waves with a strange killing intent quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Roar! At the side, the dark red divine dragon also roared and let out a dragon roar. Immediately, the sound waves of the skeletal creature were dispersed. At the same time, Lin Xian clenched his fist, and the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared in front of him. Then he formed a seal with his fingers, and a black ray of light quickly appeared and shot into the skeletal bull's eye sockets. Roar! In the next moment, the skeletal bull let out a miserable cry. The giant black axe in its hand slashed in all directions, causing the ground to sink. The green flames in its eye sockets jumped as if it was in great pain. However, after a while, the green flames calmed down and the skeletal bull stopped rampaging. It stood respectfully in front of Lin Xian. Lin Xian grabbed and put away the 1,000-beast cauldron. He then nodded in satisfaction. His figure flickered as he arrived at the Whitebone bull's head and sat down cross-legged. On the other side, the dark red dragon also flew up. Let's go! Once the order was given, the Whitebone ox head took a huge step forward and rushed forward. Bang, bang, bang. It was as if a white ancient mountain was moving, causing the earth to tremble. Along the way, many skeletal creatures were alarmed, but when they saw the skeletal bullhead, they all hid underground, not daring to come out. This saved him a lot of trouble. Lin Xian used his soul power to scan the surroundings. He avoided most of the martial artists in the sky and arrived at the nearest mountain range. There's a cave! The dark red divine dragon's gaze was like lightning as it immediately locked onto the front. Shall we go in and take a look? He asked excitedly. All right. Lin Xian nodded. Then the two of them turned into rainbows and flew toward the cave ahead. As soon as he entered the cave, Lin Xian felt a cold aura surrounding him. That aura was very strange, like a gust of chilly wind, causing his hair to stand on end. His figure flashed, and the red lotus armor appeared. After all these years, Lin Xian had gathered all the materials and refined the complete red lotus armor. The red lotus armor's might was even above the starry sky armor. At the very least, it could be used by King Realm martial artists. As soon as the red lotus armor appeared, Lin Xian immediately felt that the effect of the chilly wind had weakened greatly. This caused him to heave a sigh of relief. On the other side, the dark red dragon roared as well. The dragon blood in its body surged and formed a defense to resist the chilly wind. Once the two of them got used to the environment in the cave, they started to size up the surroundings. The inside of the cave was different from the outside. The outside was a swamp with rotten flesh and bones, but the inside of the cave was much cleaner and had a hard rock floor. It was very dark inside, but it wasn't a problem for Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. With their eyesight, they were naturally able to see that there was a passageway ahead. It seemed like it was probably a cave abode. They hadn't expected that they would be so lucky to find a cave abode at random. A wisp of joy appeared on Lin Xian's face. The dark red dragon was delighted as well. Although it's not the main cave abode, it should be pretty good. Let's go down and take a look. The passageway was in the shape of a spiral and extended downwards. Lin Xian and an Hong mystical dragon were both bold and skilled as they walked downwards. The passageway was very deep and seemed to lead to hell. Gradually, they discovered that there were footsteps echoing in the passageway. Could there be people? The two of them were shocked. They restrained their auras and moved quickly. Then they were stunned. There were indeed footsteps ahead, but they didn't belong to humans. They belonged to skeletons and zombies. The zombies and skeletons outside were mostly demon beasts, but they were all humans inside. They wore shabby armor, had expressionless faces, and their eyes were dead gray. They walked in the cave like patrolling soldiers. How strange! These zombies can actually absorb the aura of death around them. The dark red dragon was surprised. Then it looked carefully and exclaimed in surprise, "Kid, look at the inscriptions on their bodies." Lin Xian looked over as well, and a look of shock appeared on his face. Indeed, the dark red dragon was right. The zombies in front had obscure inscriptions on their bodies. Fortunately, the two of them were experts in this area. Otherwise, they might not have noticed it. This is a formation inscribed on the zombies. It allows them to absorb the aura of death around them and maintain their mobility. What a clever method. I wonder who set it up for them? Could it be the owner of this cave abode? I don't know. Let's go down and take a look, said Lin Xian. The aura of death around them grew thicker, but Lin Xian was not afraid at all. He activated the red lotus armor on his body and formed a red lotus that enveloped him to resist the aura of death around him. The dark red dragon flew quickly and let out a dragon's roar. His aura was like a furnace of heaven and earth. It was so powerful that the aura of death around him didn't dare to come close. The two of them were like lightning as they rushed forward with large strides. Bang! 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 Wherever they passed, the zombies and skeletons were smashed apart. But gradually, more and more zombies appeared. Their bodies even flickered with a metallic glow. Their aura was also much stronger than before. Boom! Suddenly, a black figure appeared in front of them and rushed over. It was a tall zombie. Most of his clothes were rotten, and the exposed skin was cold and metallic. His movements were stiff and strange, but his speed was strange. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. What a powerful zombie! It has the aura of a king. Lin Xian was surprised. He realized that the zombie had the aura of a one-star king. Buzz. Chapter 1567. 1. That tall zombie was covered in a murderous aura. His entire body seemed to have turned into a sharp sword as he charged forward. Boom! He stretched out his hand with a cold aura and grabbed at Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. Pum! Dang! Lin Xian punched out and hit the zombie's palm. The dark red dragon also waved its dragon claw and slapped out quickly. Instantly, the tall zombie was sent flying. Although he was powerful and had reached the level of a one-star king, he was powerless in front of Lin Xian and the dark red dragon. However, to Lin Xian's surprise, this attack did not kill the zombie. Lin Xian's punch hit the zombie's palm. Although the zombie was pushed back, it did not seem to have suffered any substantial damage. The dark red dragon's claw only dented the zombie's body and did not break it open. What kind of constitution is this? It's so powerful. The dark red dragon was shocked. Even an ordinary 3-star king would not be able to withstand this claw. However, the zombie's body did not crack open. It was too strange. The tall zombie let out a furious roar, and its body suddenly bounced up like a spring and instantly attacked again. His movements were very stiff, but his arms were like 2 demonic blades that slashed in all directions and even cut the void open. Pung pung pung! A low sound rang out as Lin Xian and the dark red dragon engaged in a fierce battle. To be honest, this zombie should have died more than 100 times. However, his constitution was very special. It was like a rare divine weapon that was abnormally tough. In the end, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were annoyed. With a low roar, Lin Xian waved his hand and the 9 underworld devil flames surged out quickly, forming a ferocious beast that charged forward. Boom! Whoosh whoosh! The 9 underworld devil flames were very terrifying. Even the zombie could not withstand it. Its body began to melt, forming a puddle of molten iron. The puddle of molten iron quickly condensed into a fist-sized iron ball that flickered with a cold light. It even emitted a wave of energy. What is this? It should be able to absorb it, right? Lin Xian waved his hand and grabbed the iron ball. No problem, it can be absorbed. This is the zombie's energy, said Hey Tuesday, that's good. Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. Holding the mysterious iron autumn in one hand, Lin Xian used the longevity secret art to madly absorb the energy inside. At the same time, he and the dark red dragon set off again. Not long after, another change occurred ahead. It was a powerful zombie. It quickly pounced over, but it wasn't completely human. There was even a pair of black wings on his back. What is this? Lin Xian was shocked. He then said to the dark red divine dragon, Ruffian dragon, I'll leave it to you. It's just a Batman. It's no big deal. The dark red dragon god was very knowledgeable and recognized the other party's identity at a glance. Therefore, he waved his dragon claws and quickly rushed over. Although the Batman's aura was stronger than the previous one, the battle ended quickly. The reason for that was because the dark red divine dragon had directly smeared the dragon's blood onto its claws. With a single slap, it had severed the divine dragon's head. Pooh! A pearl the size of a longan fell out of the Batman's head. The dark red divine dragon grabbed it and swallowed it in one gulp. Not bad. It tastes good. The dark red divine dragon grinned. Following that, the two of them encountered many powerful zombies. In the end, they killed all of them. The energy inside the zombies was also absorbed by them. Therefore, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's aura rapidly increased along the way. Finally, they arrived at the end of the cave. The cave was very vast. It was like a huge square. There were countless stone pillars supporting it, and on top of the stone pillars, there were cryptic inscriptions engraved on them. They flickered with a strange light. There were also inscriptions carved on the ground. They were incomparably complicated. The source of those inscriptions all pointed forward. There was a black coffin there. It was emitting a cold and gloomy aura. The coffin was very large. It was 5 meters long and 1 meter tall. At that moment, it was lying there quietly. It was like a primordial, demonic mountain that made it difficult for people to breathe. Judging from the aura, it was definitely not an ordinary tomb. How is it? Is there anything special around here? What are these inscriptions for? Lin Xian asked. It was similar to a kind of inscription that gathered death chi for cultivation. It should have been set up by the person in the coffin when he was alive. Set it up when he was alive? Could it be that he still wants to cultivate after he's dead? Lin Xian had a strange expression on his face. Ghouls are very strange. I'm not too sure either, but let's open the coffin and take a look. Okay. The two of them discussed for a while and carefully walked forward. The black coffin was very heavy. It was unknown what material it was made of. That weight was even heavier than 10 mountains. Lin Xian reached out his hand, grabbed it, and raised it forcefully. Rumble! With a loud bang, the black coffin slowly opened. At the same time, Lin Xian was extremely cautious, afraid that there would be an attack from inside. However, no danger appeared. There was indeed a corpse inside. It was a middle-aged man. His eyes were closed. He was 2 meters tall and wore luxurious clothes. Around him were dozens of gems that flickered with resplendent light. This is top-quality subdivine crystals. The dark red, divine dragon exclaimed. It waved its dragon claw and quickly grabbed a few of them. That's right. They were top-quality, subdivine crystals. Subdivine crystals were a kind of energy crystal. Naturally, they were divided into grades. Ordinary warriors used ordinary subdivine crystals. Above these, there were many subdivine crystals and supreme grade subdivine crystals. Different grades had different amounts of energy contained in them. It was like the difference between low-quality spirit stones, middle-quality spirit stones, and top-quality spirit stones. To be honest, Lin Xian had never seen top-quality subdivine crystals before. It was also his first time seeing one. Those subdivine crystals were like colored agates. They flickered with incomparable light and terrifying energy. What's this? Lin Xian's eyes moved and stared at the middle-aged man's hand. The middle-aged man put his hands together and placed them flat on his body. However, Lin Xian's soul power was strong. He naturally discovered that there was something else in the man's hand. He performed the dragon-capturing hands. 2 real dragons rushed out and opened the man's hands. There was something similar to a jade pendant. It was half the size of a palm and flickered with mysterious light. Lin Xian waved his hand and took the jade pendant. He looked at it carefully. What's this? He was very surprised. However, the dark red divine dragon glanced at it and exclaimed, Top quality, subdivine crystal. This is a top quality, subdivine crystal. Top quality, subdivine crystal? Lin Xian was also surprised. Chapter 1568. There was a tinge of anger in his eyes, and his calm face became ferocious. Not only that, but his body also started to change, and red hair started to grow on his body. Oh no, the corpse is mutating. Seeing this, the dark red divine dragon's scalp went numb. He waved his dragon claws and took away all the high-quality subdivine crystals. At the same time, he retreated rapidly. Lin Xian's body swayed as he retreated backward. He really couldn't figure out how the mysterious corpse that had been fine all this time had mutated. Could it be because of the supreme grade subdivine crystals? However, there was no time for him to think about it. The corpse stood up and his eyes swept across the area like a rainbow. He cut open a black spatial crack in the void. At that moment, his body was covered with red hair and he looked ferocious. He turned into a bolt of red lightning and charged at Lin Xian at high speed. Bang! He threw out 2 palms and they landed heavily on Lin Xian's body. Lin Xian was immediately pushed back. So powerful! Lin Xian was shocked. He did not expect the mysterious demonic corpse to be so powerful. This palm strike was too terrifying. It caused his qi and blood to roil and almost split open. Fortunately, he had put up a defense and used the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been more seriously injured. Roar! Seeing that the palm did not kill Lin Xian, the mysterious demonic corpse roared angrily. The light in his eyes exploded again, and he slashed at Lin Xian like 2 long knives. Lin Xian snorted and his body shone with light. It formed a sharp sword qi and slashed forward. Clang! 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 The terrifying sword qi hit the mysterious demonic corpse and made clanging sounds and sparks. However, it could not penetrate the mysterious demonic corpse's body. At the same time, the mysterious corpse had arrived in front of Lin Xian. His palms were like ghost claws that slapped down quickly. You're courting death! Lin Xian snorted. He formed a seal with his palms and pushed them out. Suddenly, a golden heavenly rock appeared in his palms and rushed out. It collided with the mysterious demonic corpse's claws. This time, the mysterious demonic corpse was finally forced back. It let out a furious roar, and the red hair on its body fluttered like red flames. It was incomparably strange. With a wave of his hand, he tore through the void and formed dozens of sharp lights that slashed toward Lin Xian. Humph! Lin Xian directly used the dragon's sword domain to envelop the other party. Suddenly, green sword qi surrounded the entire space. It was like a rain of swords, crazily slashing at the other party. The great dragon sword spirit roared within, emitting a dragon's roar. A terrifying aura permeated the heavens and the earth. For a moment, the entire void was boiling. Bang bang! The dragon's sword domain was incomparably powerful. Even if the mysterious demonic corpse was powerful, it was still shaken to the point of continuously retreating. White scars appeared on his body. They were caused by the sword qi. There were even some places that had cracked open. However, not a single drop of blood flowed out. This situation was indeed extremely strange. Not only that, red hair began to grow out from the wounds, causing the wounds to rapidly heal. With a clap of his hands, it was like a demonic tablet that ruthlessly pressed down on Lin Xian. Lin Xian used the dragon sword domain. His body turned into a ray of light and instantly dodged. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon's attack also arrived. Countless dragon claws danced in the air, directly enveloping the mysterious demonic corpse. This attack caused a few more terrifying holes to appear on the mysterious demonic corpse's body. However, they were soon covered by the red hair again. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon, because if it was an ordinary king, he would have long been killed under such an attack. But this red-haired zombie seemed to have an immortal body. It was impossible to kill him. Try attacking his head. Hey, too suggested. Head. Hearing this, the dark red divine dragon spat out a sea of fire. It turned into a long rainbow and instantly slashed at the other party's head. However, it was dodged by the mysterious demonic corpse. As expected, it's his head. The dark red divine dragon was overjoyed because the other party didn't dodge the previous attacks. Instead, he used his powerful physique to resist. But this time he actually dodged. This meant that the other party was afraid. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. He took out the 9 darkness demonic sword and his entire body emitted a sharp aura. With a furious roar, his aura could swallow mountains and rivers. The 9 darkness demonic sword erupted with an incomparably terrifying light. The power was so strong that the entire void trembled. With a slash of the sword, a black sword qi slashed down from the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. The void split open, and it ruthlessly slashed at the mysterious demonic corpse's head. Buzz! The mysterious demonic corpse turned into a red afterimage and dodged back and forth in the cave, dodging the sword qi. But this time, Lin Xian had already locked onto it. Roar! The red-haired zombie roared, and a terrifying light burst out from its eyes. At the same time, the red hair on its body rapidly grew. It was like a red river that spiraled in front of its body, forming a powerful defense. Bang! A shocking sound rang out. The red-haired zombie was sent flying. Not only that, the red hair on its body disappeared for the first time. Yes, that's right. It disappeared. Under Lin Xian's sword qi, it couldn't grow at all. Seeing this scene, the red-haired zombie's eyes revealed a trace of shock. It seemed that it didn't expect that someone could actually injure it. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. The other party's strength was too strong, and it seemed to have an indestructible body. It couldn't be killed at all. Its strength was almost on par with a 4-star king. But fortunately, the power of his great dragon sword soul was displayed at this moment. It could cut off the red hair on the other party's body. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before he killed the other party. The red-haired zombie also felt the danger. It roared and quickly waved its palms. For terrifying palm shadows were thrown out and bombarded the surrounding stone pillars. Buzz, buzz! In the next moment, the stone pillars were like the pillars of gods and demons. The inscriptions on the stone pillars shone. together with the inscriptions on the ground, they formed a strange formation. Not good. Damn, that red-haired zombie. It actually knows how to use formations. The dark red dragon's expression changed. As a formation expert, he could naturally feel the terror of this formation. Even he couldn't break it in a short time. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was grave, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. The blood in his body began to boil. As the successor of the Great Dragon Sword, he had inherited the Great Dragon Sword's bravery and strength. He wasn't afraid of anything. At this moment, even though the red-haired zombie had activated the mysterious formation, it couldn't stop his shocking battle intent. The blood in his body surged like the roars of dragons and tigers. The great dragon, Sword Soul, roared. Beside him, the dragon sword domain was completely activated. A green domain quickly formed to resist the surrounding formation. At this moment, Lin Xian was extremely powerful. With the 9 darkness demonic sword in his hand, it was as if the sword demon had been reborn. Kill! With a roar, the dragon sword domain trembled. Countless sword chi swept out in all directions, each as large as a mountain. These sword chi slashed out in all directions, causing a huge commotion. Chapter 1569. Bang! The formation that had just been formed also shattered in an instant. All the strange scenes and terrifying auras disappeared. Only the green sword chi was left in the air. The red-haired zombie's expression changed drastically when he saw the scene. He couldn't think of what kind of power could destroy his formation in an instant. One had to know that this formation was very strange and couldn't be destroyed at all. However, a human youth in front of him had actually destroyed it. Moreover, he had destroyed it so easily. He couldn't believe it. Although the red-haired zombie couldn't speak, he obviously had the intelligence of a human. His gaze was uncertain, and his heart was filled with shock. In fact, the sword Dao aura emitted by the other party caused his body to begin to tremble. However, he wouldn't sit still and wait for death. In the next moment, he roared angrily, and a dazzling light burst out from his eyes. Then, the red hair all over his body began to burn, forming balls of red flames that completely enveloped his body. Oh no, he's going to go all out. Be careful! The dark red dragon exclaimed. Sure enough, in the next moment, the red-haired zombie turned into a ray of light and instantly charged towards Lin Xian. Let's end this. Lin Xian shouted coldly and raised his combat strength to the limit. Then he waved the night-held demon sword and stabbed out. Azure Dragon Break! A wisp of black sword light instantly charged forward like a dragon. This move was very terrifying as it directly attacked the red-haired zombie's head. Instantly, the red-haired zombie's head exploded, and its entire body fell to the ground with a bang. There was no blood, but the surrounding cold aura had disappeared. Moreover, the red hair on the zombie's body also quickly disappeared, and finally drilled into its body and disappeared. In addition, a red crystal core fell out of the zombie's body. That was the source of the zombie's energy. Great! Lin Xian retracted his hand and held the red crystal core in his hand. He was extremely happy. The red-haired zombie's strength was close to that of a 4-star king. It was extremely powerful. If he could absorb all the energy inside, he believed that he should be able to break through to the 2-star king realm. Therefore, he didn't leave immediately. Instead, he sat down cross-legged and held the supreme grade subdivine crystal in one hand and the red crystal core in the other. He used the longevity art to quickly absorb the energy. On the other side, the dark red Shenlong was cleaning up the battlefield, collecting all the valuable items in the cave. Then he started to absorb those high-quality subdivinity crystals. At this moment, Lin Xian's secret art of longevity was circulating madly, displaying a powerful and mysterious power. The energy inside the supreme quality substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core was like a torrential river. It unceasingly poured into Lin Xian's body, cleansing his meridians. Boom! A low voice sounded, and then Lin Xian's aura suddenly soared. Originally, his cultivation base had already reached the late stage of one-star king realm. Moreover, along the way, he had continuously killed zombies and absorbed their crystal cores. His cultivation base had also increased rapidly and had already reached a critical point. Now, with the supreme grade substandard divine crystal and the red crystal core, his cultivation had finally reached the two-star king realm. So strong! Feeling the energy in his body, Lin Xian was overjoyed. After breaking through to the two-star king realm, his strength had increased greatly. If he faced the red-haired zombie now, he would probably be able to kill it in a few moves. Moreover, his current strength was still equivalent to a four-star king. He was even confident that he could defeat core disciples like Lu Chao. It seemed like it was time to find an opportunity to become a core disciple. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He decided that when he returned to the sect, he would find Chu Yu and see if there was any way for him to become a core disciple as soon as possible. Only by becoming a core disciple would he be able to find out more about King Pillfeather. On the other side, the dark red dragon had absorbed all the high-quality substandard divine crystals. His cultivation base had also recovered, and he had advanced by another level. Now he had also reached the two-star king realm. The dragon blood in his body surged like a furnace of heaven and earth, emitting a rumbling sound. Haha, I've recovered a bit more. The dark red dragon laughed loudly. It wouldn't be long before he could recover his full strength. Lin Xian also laughed and said, "Since there's nothing left here, let's go." Thus, the two turned around and flew outside. At the same time, outside the cave, several figures were flying towards them at lightning speed. "Senior Brother Lu, we've received news that there's a tomb here." "Yes, I've heard that there are many treasures inside. We spent a lot of money to obtain this information." Several voices sounded. It turned out that these people were Lu Chao and the others. They had actually found this cave and flew over. Soon, Lu Chao and the others descended from the sky. Just as they were about to enter the cave, two black figures flew out of the cave. Whoosh, whoosh. "Who is it? Stand still." Lu Chao waved his hand, and a terrifying palm image immediately pressed down. He had originally come to the cave to search for treasures. How could he not be shocked when two figures flew out of the cave? He had to stop them and investigate thoroughly. As expected, under the palm image, the two figures that came out of the cave stopped. "What? It's you!" Lu Chao and the others were stunned because they realized that they actually knew the people who came out of the cave. That's right. The people who came out were Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. Lin Xian was also stunned. He did not expect to meet Lu Chao and the others at the entrance of the cave. "How dare you? Who allowed you to go in? Presumptuous! Hand over all the things that you've obtained inside. Otherwise, I'll make sure you crawl out of here today." A few inner sect disciples beside Lu Chao shouted coldly. They did not take Lin Xian seriously at all because they were elite inner sect disciples and were very powerful. The other party was just a newcomer and could not fight against them at all. "Who do you think you are? How dare you have designs on me? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude." Lin Xian snorted coldly. He had broken through to two-star king and was very imposing. "Presumptuous! You're courting death." The inner sect disciples were furious. They did not expect that Lin Xian would dare to talk back to them. They really did not know what was good for them. Lu Chao also snorted coldly. "Lad, I let you go earlier because of the urgency of the matter. I didn't expect you to be so arrogant in front of me. It seems that I can't let you live today." "Humph, you're really arrogant. Do you think you can kill whoever you want?" Lin Xian sneered. "Let me tell you, I've obtained 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals and countless treasures in this cave. Come and snatch them if you can." "What? Supreme-grade subdivine crystals?" Hearing this, the inner sect disciples opposite him were shocked. Then their eyes were filled with a fiery glow. Supreme-grade subdivine crystals were extremely powerful sources of energy. If they could obtain them, they would definitely be able to raise their cultivation level again. They might even be able to make a breakthrough. Chapter 1570. He hadn't expected that Lin Fan would have such a fortuitous encounter and obtain 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. But soon after, he laughed wildly. "Kid, I have to say that you're really stupid. You actually dared to say that you obtained such a treasure? But very good, he's mine now." Obediently hand over the supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Kneel at the side and await my punishment. Hand it over? That's impossible. I've already absorbed it. Lin Xian shrugged. Don't even think about it. You won't be able to obtain a supreme-grade subdivine crystal in your lifetime. Scram! What? You're courting death. Those inner court disciples went crazy and their hearts ached. On the other hand, Lu Chao's face sank, and his eyes shone with a terrifying light. He stared fixedly at Lin Xian, and then he frowned. As expected, you've broken through to the 2-star king realm. What a piece of trash. 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals only increased your cultivation by so little? Kid, you dared to waste my supreme-grade subdivine crystals? I'll definitely kill you. You've just absorbed them, so there's probably still dense energy left in your blood. Even if I can absorb the supreme-grade subdivine crystals, I'll still absorb the energy in your blood." As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chao stretched out his palm, and it was like 5 sharp blades that swiftly slapped towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly and raised his fist to meet the attack. His terrifying fist was like an enormous mountain as it swiftly blasted out. At the same time, he sent a voice transmission. "Ruffian Long, I'll leave those inner court disciples to you. Don't let a single one of them go. Don't worry, it's a piece of cake." The dark red dragon grinned, and his body shot out like a red bolt of lightning. Bang! A shocking blow caused a huge explosion in the air, and then the 2 figures quickly retreated. Lu Chao took 5 steps back and stabilized his body, but he was extremely shocked. His eyes were filled with shock, and he didn't dare to accept the reality before his eyes. Lin Fan was just a 2-star king who had just entered the inner court, but he had blocked his attack? This was something that he'd never thought possible, because as far as he was concerned, Lin Fan was just an ant that he could crush with a single finger. Therefore, he had never taken the other party seriously. But now, not only had his opponent blocked his attack, he had even forced him to retreat. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he wouldn't have believed it even if he was beaten to death. It was simply impossible for a 2-star king to contend against a 4-star king. Behind him, the few inner sect disciples widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Damn it, what's going on? How could he block senior brother Lu Chao's attack? Dream, I must be dreaming. The few of them shook their heads in disbelief. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon flew over and waved its dragon claws. Hee, ants, you should worry about yourselves first. You're courting death. A 4-horned snake dares to be arrogant in front of us? Catch him, peel his skin, cook him, and eat him. A few of the inner disciples were enraged. One after another, they used their ultimate techniques to attack the dark red divine dragon. Bang, bang, bang. A few more thunderous noises were heard. Then a few inner sect disciples vomited blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were filled with shock. They couldn't believe that a 4-horned snake could send all of them flying so easily. What was going on? Were the 2 of them humans or ghosts? How could they have such powerful strength? Seeing the few inner sect disciples vomiting blood, Lu Chao's face turned even uglier. He gritted his teeth and said, "Good, good, good. Kid, I underestimated you. However, do you think you can be arrogant just because you blocked one of my attacks? Let me tell you, you're too naive. I'll let you know how powerful I really am. Now, it seems like you were the one who killed Fong Li." Lin Xian snorted. "So what? Not only am I going to kill him, but I'm also going to kill you. Kill me? You're dreaming. Go to hell." Lu Chao roared. His face was ferocious, and a cold, murderous aura shot into the sky. Boundless flames surrounded him, making him look like a god of fire. He waved his hand, and a red alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. There were two lifelike fire dragons hovering above it. With a wave of his hand, endless flames gathered and formed a fire dragon that roared. A terrifying heat wave covered the sky, as if the entire sky had turned into a sea of fire. The fire dragon roared and charged toward Lin Xian. The entire void was left with endless lava, as if it had been cut open. Lin Xian was in the dragon sword's spiritual domain, and it was empty. He emitted a sharp aura like a peerless god of war. Whoosh! He turned into a sword light and dodged the fire dragon's attack. At the same time, he clenched his hand and summoned a small black cauldron. Thousand Beast Cauldron. It was a true Earth-grade weapon. In the past, Lin Xian's cultivation was too low to unleash its true power. Now that he was a two-star king, he had the strength to use the Thousand Beast Cauldron. The palm shadows kept slapping, and the Thousand Beast Cauldron trembled and emitted a black light. One after another, rare beasts swam on top of it. Woo-woo! Roar! It was as if 10,000 beasts were roaring at the same time, emitting a terrifying aura. In a trance, there were countless demonic beasts circling around. With a flick of his finger, a black light gathered and formed a huge hand of death that slapped forward. Bang! With a shocking blow, the huge black hand covered the sky and slapped the fire dragon, breaking it. Boom, boom! Sparks flew everywhere, and the void was dyed red. What? It's broken. On the opposite side, Lu Chao's pupils constricted. If it was a coincidence that Lin Xian had forced him back the first time, then this time it was definitely not a coincidence that Lin Xian had broken through his attack again. This time, he had even used his own weapon. It could be said that he was going all out. However, Lin Xian could still block it. Damn it, how is this possible? How can this kid have such powerful battle strength? Lu Chao roared and instantly activated his king domain. Immediately, a fiery red domain enveloped him. The terrifying domain distorted the entire void as if it had become a real sea of fire. Kill! Lu Chao roared and charged toward Lin Xian with the red king domain. Soon he collided with the huge black hand. Instantly, the black hand shattered into pieces, unable to resist. Humph, kid. So what if your weapon is powerful? You're no match for me in terms of domains. At this moment, Lu Chao was very confident. He was a 4-star king, and his domain was already very terrifying. It was definitely not something that a 2-star king could contend against. He had already seen that the reason Lin Xian had been able to break his attack was because of the small black cauldron. Other than that, it was impossible for Lin Xian to break his attack. Confidence is a good thing, but stupidity is not good. You're obviously the stupidity type. Chapter 1571. As soon as he finished speaking, the dragon's sword realm quickly appeared beside him. Suddenly, tens of thousands of sword chi pierced through the sky, and the entire void seemed to have become a killing ground. The monstrous aura stirred up the clouds as if it could kill gods and demons. What? This sword chi? Lu Chao felt the sword chi emitted by the dragon sword realm, and his face changed drastically. To be honest, he had never felt such a sharp sword chi, even though he was far away and had the protection of the king realm. However, he could still feel the killing intent brought by the sword chi. The hair on his body stood on end. Damn it! How can his realm be so strong? I don't believe it. Lu Chao gritted his teeth and crazily activated the Red King realm. Suddenly, endless flames shot up into the sky, and 8 fire dragons circled around his body, quickly attacking forward. Mirror still water. Lin Xian was expressionless. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm trembled. Countless sword chi circled around, forming a huge sword screen. It was like a mirror, incomparably bright and clean. The 8 fire dragons, with monstrous heat waves, fiercely collided with the mirror surface, and were all immediately reflected back. What? All of them were reflected? How is this possible? Lu Chao was shocked and couldn't believe it. The few inner disciples below had already opened their eyes wide, as if they had seen a ghost. Everyone knew how terrifying Lu Chao was. Among the inner disciples, no one was a match for him. Even among the core disciples, he was one of the stronger ones. But now a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was actually able to compete with Lu Chao and even suppress him. This made them unable to believe it. Impossible, damn it, I don't believe it. How can you be so strong? Lu Chao's hair was disheveled, and his face was ferocious. I can only say that you are ignorant. I originally had no enmity with you, but you repeatedly tried to kill me. So, you only have yourself to blame. Now it's all over. Lin Xian pulled out the 9 darkness demonic sword, and tens of thousands of sword chi circled around him. He was like a sword demon, incomparably terrifying. It's over? Impossible. I still have many secret techniques, and I still have pills to increase my strength. Brat, let me tell you, my methods are not something you can imagine. As long as I don't care about the price to increase my strength, I can even compete with a 5-star king. What do you have to fight me? Today I will teach you how to kill. After saying that, Lu Chao flipped his palm. Immediately, 2 red pills appeared in his palm. As long as he swallowed 2 red pills, he would be able to stimulate the potential in his body and temporarily obtain great power. However, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. He gripped the 9 Serenities' demonic sword and quickly slid it through the air. Underworld, Dao waning, moon break. With a wave of his sword, an invisible force condensed in the air. Crack, crack. A black crack appeared in the air. It was incomparably terrifying and emitted a strange aura. It was as if a peerless demon had opened its terrifying mouth and was about to devour everything. In the next moment, the spatial crack enveloped Lu Chao's figure. Ah! With a miserable shriek, Lu Chao was sucked into the black crack and disappeared. Soon after, the pitch-black crack began to slowly heal. The sky regained its clarity, but Lu Chao's figure had already disappeared. Only the remnant energy still lingered in the surroundings. What happened? Below, a few inner disciples saw this scene and looked at each other. However, after waiting for a long time, they did not see Lu Chao again. This gave them a bad premonition. What did you do to Brother Chao? A few of them asked in horror. He was no longer in this world. Lin Xian shook his head coldly. The move just now had directly cut open the void and connected to the void. As for Lu Chao, he had been exiled and could not return. This outcome was even more terrifying than being killed. You are a demon, not a human. A few inner disciples felt their skin crawl. They turned around and ran. You want to run? Hee hee. The dark red dragon sneered. Then he opened his mouth and spat out several rays of red light that pierced through the inner disciples. With a wave of his dragon claw, a terrifying dragon flame gushed out and burned the corpses to ashes. After doing all this, he stopped and returned to Lin Xian's side. Let's go. It's about time to go back. All right then. Let's go to the other mountains next time. The dark red dragon glanced into the distance. Indeed, strictly speaking, they had not entered Feng Mountain yet. They were only at the periphery. Therefore, there were not many people nearby. It seemed that the real Feng Mountain and the great ancient tomb would be even more terrifying than the previous cave. The 2 of them turned into lightning, flew into the sky and disappeared. Lu Chao's incident had caused a sensation in the sect. After all, he was a core disciple and his strength was not bad. Such people were the elites of the alchemy faction. However, after the alchemy faction investigated, they did not find out who did it. Moreover, the culprit had disappeared in Feng Mountain. It was very likely that it was another sect or some existence in the ancient tomb who did it. Therefore, the alchemy faction could only give up on investigating. On the other side, Lin Xian had also returned to the alchemy faction. He stayed for a few days and then prepared to look for Chu Yu. He now knew that Chu Yu was also a core disciple. However, what surprised him was that Chu Yu's cultivation was obviously not a 4-star king. However, if he could become a core disciple, it meant that his attainments in alchemy were definitely extraordinary. However, in the past few days, he found out that Chu Yu is not only a core disciple, but an extremely powerful one. A personal disciple. That's right, Chu Yu was a personal disciple of the alchemy faction's elder. His status was even more noble than a core disciple like Lu Chao. Lin Xian finally understood. No wonder the other party could arrange for him to enter the alchemy faction so easily. It turned out that he was a personal disciple. However, this was even better. He believed that the other party would definitely have a way to promote him to a core disciple. The alchemy faction was located in a continuous mountain range. The inner and core disciples were not on the same mountain peak. Therefore, Lin Xian had to fly away from the inner sect disciples' residence and head to the core disciples' residence. After flying for about half an hour, his body sank and he arrived at the foot of the mountain. Just as he was about to enter, a cold shout suddenly came from ahead. "Stop!" The voice was like a clap of thunder. It was abnormally terrifying and caused the void to tremble. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned, but he still stopped in his tracks. Soon, 6 disciples flew over from afar like rainbows. "Who are you? How dare you barge into the core disciples' residence? Aren't you afraid of being killed? This isn't a place where you can enter. Leave quickly. You've misunderstood. I'm here to look for someone," Lin Xian said slowly. "Look for someone? Who is it?" the guards asked coldly. They were not core disciples and were only guards in charge of guarding this place. However, their status and strength had already surpassed the majority of the inner sect disciples. They were extremely powerful. Chapter 1572. "I'm looking for Chu Yu," Lin Xian said indifferently. "Chu Yu." Hearing this, their expressions changed. Clearly, they knew Chu Yu's identity. Fairy Chu Yu is a personal disciple. Why are you looking for her? That's right. How could a mere inner disciple know a personal disciple? Kid, I advise you not to lie. Otherwise, you'll end up in a miserable state. Whether I know Chu Yu or not, wouldn't you know once you report to her? Lin Xian said calmly. If it were an ordinary inner disciple, they would probably be trembling in fear when they met these guards. However, he wouldn't. No matter how strong they were only 3-star kings. As for him, he was someone who could even kill a 4-star king. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't take these guards seriously. "Report to you?" The guard's lips curled into a cold smile. "Kid, we're very busy. We don't have time to report to you. You should come back another day." Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned. What were they busy with? They obviously wanted to get some benefits from him. However, Lin Xian didn't plan to give them any benefits. He snorted. "What, you want to extort me? Aren't you afraid that I'll report it to the sect?" "Report it to the sect? Then go report it. See if the sect will believe you." The guard sneered. Clearly, they often did this kind of thing. "Is that so? If the sect doesn't care, then what about Chu Yu? Let me tell you, I'm looking for Fairy Chu Yu because it's urgent. If it's delayed, can you bear the consequences? When the time comes and Fairy Chu Yu punishes you, I'm afraid you'll end up worse than me." Lin Xian said slowly. "You dare threaten us? Kid, you're courting death." The guards were enraged. One of them even snorted coldly and waved his sleeve. Immediately, a huge force surged towards Lin Xian. A mere inner disciple dares to behave atrociously in front of us? You're courting death. Today, I'll teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know what kind of attitude you should have in front of me. The sleeve trembled, and like a floating cloud, it suddenly grew larger in the wind. It was like a cage of heaven and earth that was about to suck Lin Xian in. This was a very terrifying skill, called a heaven and earth sleeve. It was rumored that when it was refined to the extreme, it could swallow the heavens and swallow the earth. Of course, it was impossible for the guardian disciple before him to pull off such a feat, however. Collecting the mountains and rivers was not an issue at all. The terrifying sleeve enveloped Lin Xian and was about to swallow him whole. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flick of his finger, several streaks of sharp sword qi surged out, transforming into a long river that soared into the clouds. Pung pung pung. The terrifying heaven and earth sleeve was instantly slashed by the sword qi and instantly exploded. In an instant, the terrifying scene disappeared. The guardian disciple even took a few steps back, his face extremely ugly. Above his wrist, the wide sleeves were already shattered. His face was ferocious as he stared at Lin Xian. The surrounding guardian disciples also had ferocious expressions. They did not expect that a mere inner disciple would be so powerful that he could destroy the heaven and earth sleeve with a raise of his hand. How dare you behave atrociously here? Take him down! With a furious roar, the remaining guardian disciples immediately acted, wanting to capture Lin Xian. Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a flash of his palm, the dragon sword realm quickly flew out. In an instant, it completely enveloped the remaining 5 guardian disciples. Buzz, buzz, buzz! The sword qi was like a rainbow, incomparably sharp and filled with monstrous killing intent. Countless sword qi surged and surrounded the 5 guardian disciples. As long as they moved, they would be pierced by the sword qi, and hundreds of thousands of holes would appear on their bodies. Immediately, the guardian disciples were stunned, and their faces were extremely ugly. They did not expect that the other party could actually subdue all of them in an instant. One had to know that they were all 3-star kings, and the other party's aura was only that of a 2-star king. How was this possible? Even the strongest inner sect disciples wouldn't be able to do something like this, right? However, they had all seen the strongest few people, but the young man in front of them was incomparably unfamiliar. It was obvious that he had just joined the inner sect. That was why they were so arrogant before, but they did not expect that they would almost be killed. Thinking of this, cold sweat dripped down their bodies, and they no longer dared to be presumptuous in front of Lin Xian. Stop, let's talk nicely. We were wrong before. We apologize to you. We'll go report for you now. The few of them hurriedly apologized. They had no choice. If they dared to say anything else, the sword qi would probably kill them immediately. Hearing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. With a wave of his hand, he removed the dragon's sword realm. Soon, the few guardian disciples left to report the news. However, Chuyu did not come out. Instead, a young man in a blue robe walked out. Fairy Chuyu is in seclusion refining a type of pill, so she can't split herself. Since you want to find her, I'll bring you in. The blue-clothed young man said coldly. Moreover, he carefully sized up Lin Xian. When he saw the identity of the disciple and the cultivation of a 2-star king, a hint of disdain appeared at the corner of his mouth. All right, Lin Xian nodded. He did not expect that the person who came out was not Chuyu, but someone he did not know at all. Looking at the other party's arrogant expression and strong aura, there was no need to think to know that he should be a core disciple. However, he did not care about the other party's attitude, as long as the other party could bring him in. Nodding, Lin Xian followed the blue-clothed young man into the mountain range where the core disciples lived. As soon as they entered, the blue-clothed young man walked in front with large strides and said coldly, This is where the core disciples live, far surpassing your inner sect. There are formations everywhere here, and there are even traps in some places. It can be said that one wrong step will consign you to eternal damnation. With your strength and identity, you have no right to enter this place. However, I'll bring you in for Chu Yu's sake. However, you have to know your limits and follow me closely. Don't wander around. Do you hear me clearly? The blue-clothed young man said coldly. However, Lin Xian did not reply. Instead, he sped up and walked side by side with the blue-clothed young man. Don't worry, I have some knowledge of formations, so there shouldn't be any danger. Lin Xian looked around and said indifferently, even if there is any danger, I can deal with it. Hearing this, the blue-clothed young man's face sank. In his opinion, Lin Xian was too arrogant and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. A small inner sect disciple with a 2-star king cultivation actually dared to boast that he was proficient in formations and could even resist the formations here? The array formation here was no ordinary array formation. Every one of them was extremely terrifying, and inner sect disciples could not withstand them at all. Chapter 1573. However, core disciples were very familiar with the surrounding terrain, so under normal circumstances, they would not enter these formations. Kid, it seems that you're very confident in yourself. Since that's the case, I'm relieved. The man in blue sneered, his eyes full of disdain. He did not believe Lin Xian's words at all. Therefore, he planned to teach him a lesson and let him know what it meant to be arrogant. In the next moment, the man in blue's figure swayed, and he could not help but speed up, like a bolt of blue lightning. He instantly disappeared on the spot and walked forward. Soon he arrived at a safe place. Proficient in formations. Can you handle it? Humph, what an idiot. Let me see how you're going to pass through the formations and traps there. The man in blue raised a disdainful smile, because, in his opinion, the other party would not be able to walk out at all. If he left, he would probably fall into the formation very quickly. At that time, he wanted to see if the other party could still be arrogant. The man in blue revealed a sinister smile. To be honest, if the other party was not looking for Chuyu, he would have killed him with a slap. Is that so? I think senior brother is overthinking. Are the formations here as magical as you say? At this moment, a light voice was heard. Hearing this voice, the man in blue jumped in fright. He suddenly turned around and found Lin Xian standing not far away from him. Immediately, his eyes widened as if he had seen a ghost. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could he walk out of those formations and traps so quickly? One had to know that he had displayed his powerful speed just now. No one below the 4-star king level could keep up with him. However, the other party had arrived at almost the same time as him. It was too strange. Lin Xian saw the other party's shocked expression, and the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, revealing a mocking smile. Then he said indifferently, "Senior brother, let's go. I have something important to talk to Fairy Chuyu about." Humph. Seeing the other party's disdainful smile, the man in blue's face darkened. His eyes flickered with a trace of killing intent. To be honest, he had never been so embarrassed before. Moreover, it was in front of a small inner sect disciple. This made him want to kill him. However, after thinking for a moment, he gave up in the end, because he didn't know what the relationship between this kid and Chuyu was. Chuyu was a personal disciple. Her status was even higher than that of a core disciple. If he really killed her now, Chuyu would blame him. At that time, he would be the unlucky one. The blue-clothed young man snorted again and said coldly, "Come with me." In the end, he brought Lin Xian to the mountain peak where Chuyu lived. "Fairy Chuyu is inside. You can wait outside." After saying that, he turned into a blue light and left without looking back. Lin Xian clasped his hands behind his back and looked ahead curiously. The mountains and rivers were clear, just like a fairyland. It was indeed a good place to live and cultivate. This treatment is really different. Lin Xian sighed. He only had a single courtyard, but the core disciples all had their own mountain peaks. This was a world of difference. With a flicker, Lin Xian arrived at the peak of the mountain. There were several palaces in front of him, but he didn't go in. Instead, he found an ancient tree and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. About 2 hours later, a strange fragrance came from the palaces in front of him. The fragrance was very strong. When one smelled it, they would feel the spiritual energy in their body boil. This is a pill fragrance. Lin Xian opened his eyes and revealed a trace of surprise. He could imagine that it was definitely not an ordinary pill. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a strange fragrance. A profound pill. It looks like it's at least a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian was shocked. Profound pills were pills used by kings. They were divided into 4 grades: basic, mid-grade, high-grade, and supreme grade. Different grades had different effects. Generally, people below 3-star kings would only use basic grade profound pills. It was very rare to encounter a mid-grade profound pill. After all, even though it was just a difference of 1 word, a mid-grade profound pill was very difficult to refine. With Lin Xian's current state, the failure rate was also very high. However, he didn't expect that Chu Yu would actually succeed. He had to admit that it really surprised him. Soon, the pill fragrance disappeared. Then, the doors of the palaces slowly opened and a beautiful figure walked in. It was a tall and slender woman. She wore an aqua green robe. Her skin was fair, and her face was exquisite. She looked like a fairy. There was still a faint fragrance on her body. Congratulations on successfully refining a mid-grade profound pill. Lin Xian walked forward and said with a smile, why are you here? Seeing the person in front of him, Chu Yu was stunned. Then he smiled. I didn't expect that not only are you strong, but your eyesight is also very sharp. You can tell that I'm refining a mid-grade profound pill at a glance. Don't laugh at me. I'm just a small inner disciple. How can I compare to you, a direct disciple? Come in. Chu Yu rolled his eyes and waved his hand. Then Lin Xian walked in. How is it? Are you used to living in the alchemy sect? Chu Yu asked. It's okay, but it's not as comfortable as you core disciples. Of course. Chu Yu smiled. The status of a core disciple and an inner disciple are completely different. It's like the difference between heaven and earth. Then she asked suspiciously, No way, you're thinking about becoming a core disciple again. That's right. That's why I came to find you. Heavens, how many days have you been in the inner sect? Only a month? You want to become a core disciple already? That's too fast. I'm afraid this has never happened before in the history of the alchemy sect. Chu Yu was shocked. Lin Xian smiled. It didn't happen before, but it doesn't mean it won't happen in the future. Also, I heard that some core disciples have disappeared. No one knows if they're dead or alive. I'm afraid they won't be coming back. Do you have any way to prevent me from becoming a core disciple? Lin Xian asked. Okay. After a while, Chu Yu came back to her senses. Indeed, Lu Chao of the core disciples disappeared in Mount Feng. I'm afraid he won't be coming back. So, it's certain that a new core disciple will be chosen, and it's probably something that happened recently. I have to say you're really lucky. You've just arrived and you've already encountered such a thing. One had to know that under normal circumstances, an inner disciple might not encounter such a thing even after 8 to 10 years. Lin Xian only smiled, but he muttered in his heart, How can I not be lucky? Lu Chao was killed by me, a core disciple of 4-star king. With such a terrifying status and strength, no one would dare to provoke him. Not to mention 8 to 10 years, he might not even die in a few decades. Chapter 1574. Chu Yu continued, based on past experience, whenever there's a vacancy in the core disciple position, the top 10 inner disciples will compete for it. The winner will become the new core disciple. I think this time will be no exception. Top 10 inner disciples? Hearing this, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. Can you give me a spot? Chu Yu smiled. I've helped you so much. What do you have to give me? Pill formula. Pill formula? Chu Yu was confused. This is the alchemy faction. There are countless pill formulas here. I'm a direct disciple. I can have any pill formula I want. You're fooling me with this condition. What if it's an ancient pill formula? Lin Xian smiled. What? Ancient pill formula? You have an ancient pill formula? Chu Yu was shocked. She quickly asked, what grade is it? Mid-grade Xian pill. Chu Yu sucked in a breath of cold air. Lin Xian smiled. I can give it to you now. He flipped his hand and took out a jade slip. However, Chu Yu received the jade slip and quickly examined it. After a while, she smiled. Yes, it's an ancient pill formula. It's a mid-grade Xian pill. Where did you get such a good thing from? Chu Yu asked doubtfully. Even in the alchemy faction, there weren't many ancient pill formulas. It was good to have one more. Lin Xian smiled and said, I found it in an ancient ruin. You could say that it was a coincidence. Of course, he was lying. He had many such pill formulas. King Pillfeather's inheritance wasn't very useful to him now, but he still had wine lords. And the fourth-generation successor of the Dragon Sword had also collected many pill formulas. So, he had a lot of pill formulas in his hands. Then, I'll accept it. On the other side, Chu Yu happily accepted the pill formula. Then she said, Don't worry about the challenge. I'll arrange it for you. However, I have to remind you that the battle this time will be very intense. Because becoming a core disciple is like a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. So, the inner disciples will fight with their lives. That's fine. I'm confident, Lin Xian said. Indeed, he had absolute confidence in his battle strength and alchemy skills. Okay then, I'll let you know when there's news. Chu Yu nodded. As a direct disciple, her strength was frightening. So, this was something she could do. After that, Lin Xian left. On the other side, the entire inner sect was in an uproar as well. This was because the news was spreading everywhere. That was to choose a new core disciple. The news of core disciple Lu Chao's disappearance was no longer some secret. Now the entire Pill sect knew. The most excited ones were, of course, the inner court disciples, especially the top inner disciples of the inner disciples. Normally, they had no chance to become a core disciple, however. Things were different now. Now that they were short of a core disciple, the sect would definitely quickly replenish them. And the core was the core, of course. The ordinary inner disciples had no hope at all. They could only watch the show. Only the top inner sect disciples would have a chance to fight for it. I'm so excited. The core disciple selection this time will probably be the most intense battle in the sect. Yeah, it's been a long time since I've seen such an intense battle. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Indeed. But thinking about it, the one most likely to become an inner disciple must be Chu Yu. He's recognized as the number one in the inner sect. However, Luo Yuan is also quite powerful. I heard that his cultivation has improved greatly recently. He might even surpass Chu Yu. Yeah, there's also my goddess Luo Shi. Her alchemy skills are unparalleled and she's super strong. She'll definitely become a core disciple. Everyone was talking about it, excitedly. Lin Xian happened to pass by. When he heard these names, he raised his eyebrows. They should be the strongest among the inner sect disciples. However, he didn't care. With his current strength, he didn't need to care about anyone. Sure enough, 6 days later, the news of a new core disciple selection was officially announced by the sect. Suddenly, the entire inner sect was in an uproar. At the same time, Lin Xian received a letter from Chu Yu. The letter stated that he was still qualified to participate in the core disciple selection. After hearing the news, Lin Xian smiled. He could finally become a core disciple. That way, he would be able to learn some of the secrets of the alchemy sect. Moreover, the core disciples had a very high status. They had the power to decide life and death. Some of the more powerful core disciples were actually not inferior to the elders. If he could become a core disciple, it would be a good thing for Lin Xian. The other inner sect disciples gathered at the side to look at the names. Qiyu, Luo Yuan, and Luo Shi, one by one. Familiar names appeared in front of them. That's right, the top 10. It's really the top 10 inner sect disciples. I knew it. Everyone nodded. It was the same in the past. The top 10 inner sect disciples would compete for a core disciple spot. However, they were soon stunned because they found the 11th person at the bottom of the list. Lin Xian. Who is Lin Xian? Is he famous? I don't know. I've never heard of him. We all know the famous geniuses in the inner sect, but we've never heard of Lin Xian. Who is he? For a moment, everyone was very confused and started discussing. Obviously, they could not understand this name that suddenly appeared. However, soon, someone said, "Right, wasn't there an inner sect disciple who just joined a month ago? I think his name is Lin Xian." What? A new inner sect disciple who just joined a month ago? Lin Xian? Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Heavens, what kind of joke is this? A newcomer can enter the core disciple selection list? How is that possible? Yeah, could it be the same name? Maybe the sect made a mistake. Yeah, there were only 10 people before. Why are there 11 now? And it's a newcomer. This doesn't make sense. Everyone was discussing. However, in the end, they found that the sect did not make a mistake. Moreover, it was the newcomer who had just joined the inner sect a month ago. Suddenly, everyone was in an uproar. The entire inner sect was in an uproar. They really could not understand. How could a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect be on the list? I heard that when Lin Xian entered the inner sect, he was promoted directly. It seems that he has some background. Chapter 1575. The top 10 geniuses all have powerful backgrounds. Most of them have core disciples behind them, and some even have elders behind them. That's right. Even if there's one more person, it shouldn't be Lin Xian. The top 15 are all qualified to enter, but why is it a newcomer? Everyone was dissatisfied with the decision. However, this was the sect's decision, and they could not change it. The crowd snorted. What's the point of being on the list? If he's not strong enough, he'll still be eliminated. That's right. He just entered the inner sect a month ago. How powerful can he be? The last time I saw him, he was only a 1-star king. What? Only a 1-star king? That's not even as strong as me? Haha, I really want to see Lin Xian get beaten black and blue in the arena. Why bother? With his cultivation, he'll just be humiliating himself. Everyone sneered. However, in the crowd, when Zhou Hai and the others saw this, their eyes widened in shock. They had seen Lin Xian's skills and knew that Lin Xian was not as simple as he looked. One had to know that even the extremely terrifying Fong Li had been killed by Lin Xian with ease. Therefore, they believed that Lin Xian would be able to participate in the core disciple competition. However, only a few of them believed him. Most of the others were sneering at him in disdain and jealousy. Therefore, no one thought highly of Lin Xian. The top 10 geniuses in the inner sect sneered when they heard the news. Their eyes were full of disdain. None of them took Lin Xian seriously. In their eyes, a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect was not worth mentioning. They could kill him easily with a finger. Their real targets were Qiyu, Luo Yuan, and Luoshi. They were their real enemies. Alchemy sect, Baiyun Mountain. This was a very important place in the inner sect. Every time an elder gave a lesson, it would be held here. Today, no elder was giving a lesson, but the number of people who came to Baiyun Mountain was many times greater than before. On top of that, even more disciples were arriving from all directions. because today was the day of the inner court competition, the selection of core disciples. This kind of opportunity could be said to be extremely rare. Normally, there were very few opportunities to be promoted to core disciple. If Lu Chao hadn't gone missing, they wouldn't have obtained such a precious spot. In this place, the top disciples would engage in an intense battle. To the ordinary inner disciples, this was undoubtedly a grand battle event. Halfway up Mount Baiyun, there was a huge piece of flat land. It was covered with green stone slabs. It was the White Cloud Plaza. At this moment, countless people had gathered in the White Cloud Square. They were like dark clouds. Basically, all the inner disciples had arrived. The main characters of this competition, the elite disciples of the inner court, had also arrived one by one. Every time one of them appeared, it would cause a wave of exclamations. It could not be helped, as the top 10 inner disciples were extremely powerful and had outstanding reputations. They already possessed extremely high statuses among the inner disciples. 10 inner disciples stood in a row at the front. Those people were dressed in luxurious clothes and had dignified appearances. They carried a powerful and confident aura. However, at this moment, another silhouette slowly walked forward. Who is that? Everyone was puzzled as they realized that it was an unfamiliar face, young, handsome, and confident. However, when they sensed the cultivation of the other party, they were all dumbfounded. Two-star king. He was only a two-star king. Oh, I know, he's that Lin Xian. What? He's Lin Xian? He really dares to come? With his cultivation, he dares to come on stage? What a disgrace. He's really courting death. What can he do? He's probably a hothead who thinks he can become a core disciple just because he has some background. But he doesn't know that this battle is about strength. Any schemes and tricks are useless. Cold laughter could be heard as the entire plaza fell into an uproar. Lin Xian heard the voices around him and narrowed his eyes. He snorted coldly. He did not say anything because later he would use his strength to let everyone know who was the frog at the bottom of the well. Brother Lin, you can do it! In the crowd, Zhou Hai and the others saw this and cheered. Lin Xian smiled and greeted Zhou Hai and the others. Soon, Lin Xian came to the front of the plaza. The 10 inner sect geniuses in front of him were indeed arrogant and looked at him with disdain. In their eyes, Lin Xian was not qualified to stand with them. Kid, get lost. This is not a place where you can come. I advise you to admit defeat and leave quickly. You'll only embarrass yourself later. Trash wants to become a core disciple? What a joke! A few disdainful laughs could be heard. The others also looked at Lin Xian with arrogance. On the other hand, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and stared at the 3 arrogant fellows. He asked coldly, "May I know the names of the 3 geniuses?" Yang Fan, Qing Feng, Wu Kuan. The 3 of them said arrogantly. Then they sneered, "Kid, you're really ignorant. You don't even know our names?" Lin Xian said coldly, "It's not too late to know now. I'll remember the 3 of you. I won't be merciful to you in the competition later. I'll let you know the consequences of talking nonsense." After saying that, he turned and stood aside. "Kid, you're courting death." The 3 of them were furious. A new inner sect disciple dared to threaten the 3 of them? He was really courting death. The remaining 7 inner sect elites also widened their eyes in disbelief. Many gazes continuously sized up Lin Xian, wanting to know where he got his confidence from. One had to know that he was only a 2-star king. So what if he was strong? At most, he was equivalent to a 3-star king. However, they were 3-star kings, and most of them were late-stage 3-star kings. If they used some secret techniques, they could even contend with 4-star kings. They were extremely powerful. They could be said to be the top group of people in the inner sect. Now, anew and dared to look down on them? It was truly unbelievable. "Kid, I'll teach you a lesson now. You don't know your place." The few of them were about to attack. However, at this moment, a few air-rending sounds could be heard from afar. A few figures were flying toward them like rainbows. It's the core disciples and elders. In the crowd, the inner sect disciples exclaimed. Everyone looked up at the sky. Upon seeing this, the 3 inner disciples who were about to attack immediately halted their actions and harumphed coldly. Kid, you're lucky. However, you won't be so lucky in the competition later. Chapter 1576. Kid, you're lucky, but you won't be so lucky in the competition. I'll cripple you in front of everyone. That's what you get for messing with us. Kid, you're dead meat. Just you wait. A few threatening voices were heard. Then the 3 of them ignored Lin Xian and looked at the sky. Lin Xian sneered and shook his head. He did not care about these 3 arrogant guys at all. No matter how strong they were only slightly stronger than Fang Li. Compared to a true core disciple like Lu Chao, they were a far cry. He could even kill Lu Chao, let alone these 3 inner sect disciples. He smirked and looked up at the sky as well. There were 5 or 6 rainbows in the sky. They arrived above Baiyun Mountain in the blink of an eye. Then their figures flickered and appeared on the square. 2 of them were elders in robes. Their hair and beards were white, and their bodies were full of power. The other 3 were young, 2 men and 1 woman. The woman was Chu Yu. The other 2 young men were also handsome, and their bodies were surrounded by dazzling light. Undoubtedly, they were all core disciples. Greetings, elders. All the inner sect disciples shouted at the front. Then they began to discuss quickly. Most of them looked at Chu Yu and the other 2. When the top 10 inner sect disciples saw Chu Yu and the others, their eyes turned red and they trembled with excitement. Idols, these were their idols. At the same time, they were extremely excited because after today, one of them would become a core disciple, like a carp leaping through the dragon gate. They would be above all the other inner sect disciples. Thinking of this, they were excited. Chu Yu looked in Lin Xian's direction and revealed a charming smile. Instantly, the inner sect disciples went crazy. They had never seen such a beautiful smile before. So beautiful, everyone exclaimed. I wonder who that fairy is smiling at. Needless to say, it must be one of the top 10 inner sect disciples. The others have no chance at all. The top 10 inner sect disciples were also excited. Their eyes turned red. They thought that Chu Yu was smiling at them. However, only Lin Xian understood that Chu Yu was smiling at him. Thus, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he smiled and nodded in response. Of course, no one paid attention to Lin Xian. Otherwise, his action would cause everyone to go crazy again. Then, under the instructions of the 2 elders, everyone retreated to the back, leaving enough space for them to move. In the center of the square, 100-foot-long battle array appeared. It shone with countless lights. Suddenly, the spiritual energy in the surroundings rolled violently and gathered around it. This was a defensive array, naturally to protect Baiyun Mountain. Otherwise, these genius disciples could destroy the mountain with a wave of their hands. The rules of the competition was simple. Those who lost with more than 3 rounds. Only when the final 3 were chosen would the final battle begin. Now, the core disciple selection. A dignified voice rang out like a clap of thunder, spreading in all directions. Suddenly, the entire square quieted down. Everyone widened their eyes and looked ahead carefully. As for the inner disciples, they held their breaths. They knew that it was time for them to be tested. In front of them, on the Baiyun Square, the battle array flickered. Under the feet of Lin Xian and the other 10, there were circles of light that flickered. When 2 of the circles lit up, it was time for the 2 to fight. This was a random selection. No one could tamper with it. Soon the light flickered. The light under the feet of 2 people lit up. Then the 2 of them appeared on the battle array in front of them. Of the 2 youths, one was Ding Li, ranked 9th, and the other was Wu Kuan, the arrogant Wu Kuan, ranked 7th. Dingley, you're no match for me. Back off now. Don't embarrass yourself. Humph. We'll know if I can beat you after we fight. Dingley gritted his teeth. Although his ranking was lower than Wu Kuen's, he would not admit defeat. Humph, you're really stubborn. Since that's the case, I'll teach you a lesson. Wu Kuen sneered and attacked quickly. The two of them exchanged 50 moves. Dingley, who was ranked 9th, was hit by Wu Kuen's punch. He spat out blood and flew backward. Humph, I told you, you're no match for me. Wu Kuen looked arrogant after defeating his opponent. At the same time, he turned and stared at Lin Xian. Kid, you'll end up worse than him later. Sensing that aura, the surrounding disciples all trembled. Lin Xian, on the other hand, completely ignored the other party. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Next, the competition proceeded quickly. These disciples were the top geniuses in the inner sect. Each of them was terrifying. Their battles were very exciting. Next, it was the young man named Yang Fan's turn. He was more powerful than Wu Kuen. Therefore, he defeated his opponent in 30 moves. Qi Yu, Luo Yuan, and Luoshi, who were ranked in the top 3, were even more powerful. They defeated their opponents in 10 moves. The 3 of them formed the first echelon and were above the rest. However, at this moment, a light flashed under Lin Xian's feet. Is it my turn? Lin Xian whispered. Then his body flickered and he appeared in the arena. Haha, my luck is really too good. I actually met an ant. This battle would be as easy as blowing off dust. At the same time, an arrogant laugh was heard. Then a figure flew forward. Lin Xian's opponent was one of the arrogant young men, Qing Feng. He was ranked 10th and was very nervous. He was afraid that he would not be able to pass the first round. However, it seemed that his luck was too good. It was his first time meeting a newcomer who had just entered the inner sect. This was great news for him. Seeing this, the others also exclaimed, while the few inner court geniuses whispered to each other, Qing Feng is so lucky. It seems that he will be able to survive the first round. Yes, that kid is so weak. He can probably send him flying with one slap. What a pity. It seems that I don't have to do anything. Wu Kuen sneered, but it was good. Qing Feng was enough to deal with that kid. At the same time, he did not forget to remind Qing Feng. Qing Feng, don't be soft. Teach this kid a lesson. Don't worry, Brother Wu. I know what to do. In the arena, Qing Feng replied. Then he looked at Lin Xian and said coldly, Kid, you didn't expect this, did you? It's your misfortune to have met me. But now, it's too late for you to beg for mercy. I will teach you a lesson in front of everyone. I'll let you know that ants are not allowed here. Chapter 1577. The others also laughed because no one was optimistic about Lin Xian. A 2-star king and a 3-star king were not on the same level. The outcome would be decided in one move. The surrounding inner sect disciples also looked on with a mocking expression. Even the 2 core disciples who came frowned. They could not imagine how a 2-star king could participate in such a competition. However, the 2 elders asked in a low voice, is this the person you recommended? Can he really do it? He's only a 2-star king. Don't worry, elders. There will be no problem. Chu Yu stood up with a smile. The 2 elders nodded and did not say anything. However, their eyes were filled with disbelief. Lin Xian said coldly when he heard his opponents clamor from the battle array arena. You'll pay for your cheap mouth. You're courting death. Qing Feng roared in anger. His 5 fingers turned into claws and grabbed at Lin Xian. The horrifying palm extended like a 5-fingered mountain and shrouded Lin Xian at high speed. Lin Xian snorted. His eyes shone with a cold light. He clenched his fist and punched. Boom! The punch was extremely terrifying. It was as bright as the sun, and the entire void was burning. Bang! An earth-shattering sound was heard as the 2 palms collided. The entire space shattered. Crack! Crack! Ah! A blood-curdling scream was heard. accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. Then a figure was sent flying. Humph, the outcome has been decided. I've said that Lin Xian can't do it. A 2-star king. How dare he go up with such strength? He's courting death. The surrounding disciples were discussing. As for the genius martial artists in the top 10, they were all sneering at him. It's over so soon? What a piece of trash. Wu Kuan said coldly. It seems that I won't have a chance to fight. On the other side, Yang Fan was also disdainful. The others were also mocking. However, they were all stunned in the next moment. Yang Fan and Wu Kuan widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. The surrounding inner disciples also exclaimed, "What? That's impossible." It turned out that the light on the array arena had disappeared, revealing the scene inside. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. Beside him, Qing Feng was holding his arm and half kneeling on the ground with a ferocious expression. There was still blood flowing on the ground. Now, they realized that the one who was screaming was not Lin Xian, but Qing Feng. How could that be possible? Everyone was stunned and could not believe it. That was Qing Feng. He was a genius disciple ranked in the top 10 of the inner sanctum, and he had even reached the late stage of 3-star king realm. His strength was extremely terrifying. However, Lin Xian's level as a star king. For a moment, everyone was stunned on the spot. On the other side, Qing Feng was half kneeling on the ground. He was also panicking. He shook his head frantically. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. I don't believe it. He could not believe it and thought it was an illusion. However, the pain that came from his palm made him realize that this was not an illusion, nor was it a dream. It was real. He had been injured by a 2-star king realm. He was injured by a punch. Humph! I told you that you would pay the price for your foul mouth. This is just the beginning. Lin Xian snorted and took a step forward. Suddenly, the light under his feet shone and formed a sword ray. Lin Xian appeared in front of his opponent in an instant. So fast! Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in surprise because that speed shocked them. Even the ordinary inner court disciples couldn't catch Lin Xian's trajectory at all. Even the top 10 sky prides of the inner sect were frowning. On the array arena, Qing Feng's expression changed drastically. He screamed in horror, "What are you trying to do?" Slap. However, the answer he got was a slap. The slap landed on Qing Feng's face and broke all of his teeth. Blood splattered in the air. Qing Feng's face became swollen in an instant. He looked like a pig's head. However, Lin Xian did not let him go. He waved his palm continuously. Suddenly, the crisp sound of a slap echoed throughout the valley. The 10th slap. Qing Feng was sent flying and crashed to the side, creating a huge crater. His face was unrecognizable. His body kept twitching. He had suffered severe internal injuries. In the end, he spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted. Shock, absolute shock. For a moment, the hundreds of thousands of disciples in the White Cloud Square were silent. Everyone was stunned. Lin Xian was weak? Trash? Did he get in through the back door? Everyone's mouth twitched. They felt that their faces were swollen. If such a person was trash, then no one in the inner sect could be considered a genius. He had completely defeated the top 10 geniuses in the inner sect. However, they still could not believe it. Lin Xian was only a star king. How could it be possible for him to fight above his level? Even the 2 elders were astonished. Now, they knew why Chu Yu had such a confident smile. Lin Xian was definitely not trash. He was a genius, a peerless genius. He had even surpassed most of the disciples in the alchemy faction and could compete with the geniuses in the sacred ground. Only the geniuses in the sacred ground or the disciples of the clan of the ancients could defeat a star king in the advanced stage. However, they did not expect such a person to appear in the alchemy faction. We must train this person well, The two elders made up their minds. The other two core disciples beside them also looked solemn. They wanted to watch a show, but they did not expect to see such a shocking scene. In the next moment, they stared at Lin Xian with shining eyes. The inner sect geniuses were even more shocked. Their mouths were wide open in disbelief. Wu Kuan and Yang Fan's faces were terrifyingly gloomy. They did not expect that the ant they despised was a giant dragon. He was even more terrifying than them. Damn it! How can he be so powerful? The two of them gritted their teeth. After Lin Xian sent Qing Feng flying, his body swayed and he returned once again. However, he stared at Wu Kuan and Yang Kuan. Don't worry. The two of you can't run away. I'll deal with you personally later, Lin Xian said coldly. You're courting death. How dare you? The two of them were furious. Kid, don't be too arrogant. You may be strong, but so what? Qing Feng is only ranked 10th among the inner sect disciples. He's nothing compared to us. Chapter 1578. The two of them swore that they would defeat their opponent in the battle. Moreover, they had to severely injure their opponent, preferably cripple him. Only then would they be able to prevent future troubles. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly and ignored the two of them. There was no need to say anything now. He would just meet them in the battle arena. He would not stop until his opponent's face was swollen. Next, the competition continued. Another genius went up to fight. Soon the crowd exclaimed again. This time it was Qiyu. Qiyu, the number 1 inner sect disciple, was recognized as the strongest inner sect disciple. He had a high chance of becoming a core disciple. Now that he went up, he attracted a lot of attention. Even Lin Xian squinted his eyes and looked carefully. A figure appeared in front of him. He was burly, had a cold expression, and had a valiant aura around him. He was like a god of war as he strode forward. Opposite him was a similarly fierce young man. His eyes were like lightning, and he was also very fierce. He was Gua Xiaotian, ranked 5th. I didn't expect that my opponent would be you. Gua Xiaotian's voice was deep, like a bell, resounding through the void. Qiyu nodded slightly, then said in a deep voice, Show me your full strength. Let me see your strength. You will see, Gua Xiaotian replied. Then, a shocking light burst out from his eyes. In the next moment, countless purple flames appeared around him, forming a powerful king's domain. With a roar, Gua Xiaotian charged forward with the purple flame domain. Facing Qiyu, he did not dare to be careless at all. Therefore, he used his strongest skill right from the start. On the other hand, Qiyu roared to the sky. Endless light rushed out from his body, and his red hair fluttered like red flames. Behind him, a burning moon quickly appeared, exuding a monstrous aura. Flaming moon palm. With a wave of his palm, an endless sea of fire condensed, forming a burning moon that pressed forward. In the next moment, the two attacks collided. The two terrifying flames burned silently, but the sky kept cracking. The purple flame domain and the burning moon kept colliding, eroding and attacking each other. The overflowing energy turned into waves that swept in all directions, causing the crowd to retreat in shock. Fortunately, there was a formation that formed a strong defense. Otherwise, this attack would have definitely shattered the entire White Cloud Mountain. In the end, the two types of flames erupted with unparalleled power, blasting one black hole after another into the void. Gua Xiaotian, on the other hand, vomited blood and was sent flying. He had lost. Even though he had used an extremely powerful domain technique right from the start, he had still lost. In fact, Qiyu didn't even use his king's domain. He only used a palm technique to achieve victory. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely shocked. They did not dare to imagine just how strong Qiyu was. So strong! I'm afraid no one is his match. Yeah, the core disciple spot this time is very likely to be his. Everyone exclaimed in surprise. Even the two elders nodded their heads slightly. Facing Chi Yu's strength, those inner sect geniuses all felt a sense of powerlessness. Humph! However, there were a few exceptions. Luo Yuan, who was ranked second, coldly snorted, his eyes flashing brilliantly as he stared at Chi Yu. And Luoshi, who was ranked third, also had a cold expression. Her delicate face was filled with seriousness. On the other side, Lin Xian nodded his head slightly. To be honest, Chi Yu's strength was indeed not bad. Although he was only a late-stage 3-star king, he was close to becoming a 4-star king. If he did not participate in the competition, no one among the inner sect disciples would be Chi Yu's match. Unfortunately, with him participating in this competition, Chi Yu would definitely not win in the end. Then, the competition continued. Lin Xian went on the stage again. To everyone's surprise, Lin Xian's opponent this time was Wu Kuan. Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed again. Wu Kuan was one of the people who had mocked Lin Xian before. The other person, Qing Feng, had already been beaten into a pig's head. Would Wu Kuan win, or would he be beaten into a pig's head? Everyone was looking forward to it. Wu Kuan's face was terrifyingly gloomy as he gritted his teeth. He did not expect to meet Chi Yu again so soon. This made him feel a sense of fear. This was because the strength that Lin Xian had displayed previously had shocked him greatly. But soon he comforted himself. Careless. It must be Qingfeng's carelessness that allowed Chi Yu to win. If he used his full strength this time, he would definitely be able to kill Chi Yu. With a cold shout, Wu Kuan appeared on the stage and said, "Coldly, kid, don't be arrogant. I will suppress you later." "Is that so? I am looking forward to it." Lin Xian shrugged and said indifferently, "Do you want me to only use one hand?" "You are courting death," Wu Kuan roared. As an inner sect genius, when had he ever been looked down upon like this? With a roar, he rushed over. Lightning Fire Domain. Wu Kuan immediately unleashed his King's Domain, intending to kill Lin Xian. He would not give Chi Yu any chance. Flames filled the air as lightning intersected. The entire void was extremely violent. The power of fire and lightning intersected, creating thousands of rays of light that caused people's hearts to palpitate. In an instant, Wu Kuan arrived in front of Lin Xian and attacked with his lightning fire domain. "Haha, kid, go to hell." Wu Kuan laughed sinisterly. The inner sect disciples around him also exclaimed. They did not expect Wu Kuan to use his secret technique right from the start. He did not give Chi Yu any chance. It's over. Lin Xian is in danger. Yeah, Wu Kuan is ranked 7th. He is definitely not someone Qingfeng can compare to. Everyone was discussing. At this moment, everyone looked forward. However, Lin Xian looked calm. He looked at Wu Kuan, who was charging at him, and sneered. Then he raised his palm and slapped forward. What? He hasn't used his domain? Seeing this, everyone was shocked and could not believe their eyes. Even the inner sect experts frowned. They thought that Lin Xian was too arrogant. Slap. However, in the next moment, a crisp sound was heard. Lin Xian slapped Wu Kuan's face and sent him flying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They did not expect the slap to hit Wu Kuan. Wu Kuan did not dodge at all. Suddenly, everyone's mouth twitched. Many of them even touched their faces, subconsciously. Judging by the power of the slap, half of Wu Kuan's face would definitely be smashed. That was indeed the case. Wu Kuan was sent flying with half of his face smashed. He could not believe what he had just seen. He had already used his king's domain and used his strongest strength. However, he was still sent flying. Chapter 1579. Next, he suffered the same fate as Qingfeng. He was slapped into a pig's head and thrown out of the arena. Everyone was shocked and could not believe it. They did not expect the battle to end so quickly. It was simply a one-sided beating. Heavens! Just what realm has his strength reached? Why do I feel like he's a bottomless pit? That's right. To be able to send Wu Kuan, who is ranked 7th, flying with a single slap, I'm afraid only the top 5 experts can do that. Are you kidding me? He's at least at the level of the top 3. Everyone was shocked, and the inner sect geniuses were frowning. They realized that they had once again underestimated the young man in front of them. Even in Luoshi Luo Yuan, and the others frowned at the power he had displayed. What an interesting kid! The 2 elders' eyes lit up as they stared at Lin Xian. Soon, the first round was over. Then came the second round and the third round. Of course, some people were eliminated in the middle. After the 4th round, more people were eliminated. The battle between the crowd became more and more intense. Soon, the crowd in the White Cloud Square exclaimed again because the competition had reached a climax. And Luoshi, who was ranked 3rd, was fighting against Du Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd. And Luoshi was wearing a blue robe. She looked like a fairy and was extremely beautiful. Beside her, countless blue flames were rolling like an ocean. With a wave of her hand, the blue flames instantly enveloped the entire arena. Then, an ice blue sword quickly formed in the flames. Thousands of rays of cold light were emitted, and the terrifying aura seemed to be able to tear the sky apart. On the other side, Luo Yuan snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Countless wolf shadows appeared in the air, each of them exuding a terrifying power. A giant blue sword was waved, carrying a bright light, and like a meteor, it slashed forward fiercely. As for the tens of thousands of divine wolf phantoms, they moved rapidly, blotting out the sky and covering the earth, filling the entire space. A fierce collision sound was heard, and the entire space was hit by a huge collision. With a loud bang, sparks flew everywhere. Everyone retreated in horror. This kind of attack was too terrifying. Just the aftershock alone was enough to destroy everyone. The 2 peerless experts kept exchanging blows, and each blow was earth-shattering. Violent energy roared like an ocean. After hundreds of blows, the blue sword exploded and turned into countless flames again, spreading in all directions. And Luoshi was defeated. But on the other side, Luo Yuan was also suffering. His face was pale, and he didn't have much strength left in his body. It could be said that the victory was very dangerous. Many sighed, and Luoshi was the goddess in their hearts. Yet she had been defeated. However, it had to be said that this was definitely a shocking battle. Every strike made people's hearts jump. Not long after, Lin Xian went up again. His opponent was Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th. Yang Fan was much stronger than Wu Kuan. However, he was still defeated by Lin Xian. Moreover, his face had been beaten until it looked like a pig's head, and he didn't escape this fate. From then on, everyone was extremely shocked. The strength that Lin Xian had displayed was too strong. Even Yang Fan, who was ranked 4th, was not his match. With such strength, he definitely had the qualifications to enter the top 3. Until now, no one thought that Lin Xian was weak. Even the majority of the inner sect geniuses were ashamed of their inferiority. This was because they were unable to reach such a level of strength. And Luoshi, who was ranked 3rd, and Luo Yuan, who was ranked 2nd, looked even more dignified. They didn't expect that at this time a peerless expert would appear, and it was a newcomer, the 6th match, and Luoshi and Chiyu met. Everyone watched nervously, and Luoshi also used all her strength in this battle, but she was defeated after 50 moves, and she was defeated wholeheartedly. It couldn't be helped. Chiyu was really too strong. That burning flaming moon was extremely terrifying. It seemed to be able to suppress everything in the world. This made everyone feel despair. Next, not long after, Lin Xian finally met Luo Yuan. Suddenly, everyone was excited, because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was definitely at the level of the top 3, and Luo Yuan was even stronger. He was ranked 2nd only to Chiyu. This was undoubtedly going to be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. In the ring, Luo Yuan's eyes were cold. He stared at Lin Xian like a divine wolf. he said in a deep voice. I admit that you are very strong beyond everyone's expectations, but against me, you have no chance of winning. It's useless to say more. Let's fight, Lin Xian said indifferently. Boom! Luo Yuan roared. Suddenly, countless divine wolf phantoms filled his surroundings. Each of them was more than 3 meters long and had a pair of divine wings on their back. They exuded a terrifying aura. This is Luo Yuan's unique skill, divine wolf howling the sky. I wonder what Lin Xian will use to resist it. I don't think he has a chance. After all, Luo Yuan is second only to Qiyu. He is the only one who can compete with Qiyu. No matter how strong Lin Xian is, he is probably only on par with Enluashi. I'm afraid he will still lose to Luo Yuan. While everyone was discussing, Luo Yuan had already made his move. He brought the divine wolf phantoms with him and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian looked calm. He formed a seal with his palms and immediately displayed the 9 heavens transformation. A huge 9-headed snakelet took shape in front of him. Its body was as huge as a mountain, and its 9 heads swayed in the air. Instantly, lightning, flames, frost, cold wind, light blades, and various other attacks flew out of the 9 heads and rushed forward. Boom! The divine wolf phantoms were pierced through and turned into spiritual energy that dissipated in the air. What? He actually pierced through them? Seeing this scene, everyone exclaimed in shock. They had never expected that Lin Xian would have such a method capable of instantly defeating a large number of divine wolf phantoms. Even Luo Yuan on the opposite side was moved. The next moment, he roared, "Wolf conquers the world!" As his voice rang out, purple radiance erupted from the eyes of the divine wolf phantoms. All the phantoms merged rapidly, forming a huge divine wolf that walked between the heavens and the earth. The divine wolf looked ferocious and terrifying. It walked upright like a giant, black fog rolling around its body and emitting a terrifying energy. Not only that, a huge black saber appeared in its hand. It flickered with an incomparably dark radiance. At this moment, Luo Yuan finally unleashed his strongest technique. With a roar, the wolf god phantom brandished its huge black saber and viciously slashed forward. The saber flashed, shattering the void. The saber cleaved the 9-headed snakelet in half. Instantly, all the flames, lightning, hailstones, and other energies disappeared. How powerful! Seeing this scene, many inner court disciples exclaimed in surprise, "It's out! This is Luo Yuan's strongest technique. That Lin Xian definitely won't be able to block it." Everyone held their breaths and watched carefully. Even Lin Xian was slightly astonished. This was the only person capable of blocking a single attack of his. Chapter 1580. Lin Xian nodded. Then he clenched his fist and slammed it forward. Instantly, the great dragon sword soul in his body revolved. Boundless spiritual energy gathered and formed 2 huge steels in the sky. The steels were formed by spiritual energy. They shone brightly and illuminated their surroundings. Although they weren't real, they were like ancient divine steels. They emitted a mysterious energy that caused everyone's heart to palpitate. Suppress! Lin Xian's palm slammed down. Instantly, the ancient steels in the sky pressed down slowly. Shockwaves rolled and the void shattered. The ancient steels directly suppressed the terrifying wolf god. Roar! The wolf god howled madly. Black energy surged out of his body, forming a hellish scene. The black saber in his hand slashed in all directions, creating a black hole in the void. However, he couldn't escape from the divine steels in the sky. In the end, he was trapped in the void and held in pain. Everyone was stunned. After a long time, they all inhaled a mouthful of cold air. As for Luo Yuan, he was stunned. His mind was blank. He couldn't believe it. His strongest technique had actually been easily suppressed by someone else. Moreover, he realized that his opponent had held back. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. He might even have been killed. You've won. You're very strong. I've lost. Finally, Luo Yuan sighed and admitted defeat. The moment these words came out, the crowd went into an uproar. Shocking. This was too shocking. Even the second-ranked genius had admitted defeat. Had Lin Xian become so strong? At this moment, even the first-ranked Qi Yu had a solemn expression. The eyes of the core disciples shone. The two core elders were also extremely excited. They realized that Lin Xian was truly a peerless genius. He was comparable to those from the sacred land. At this point in the competition, it was clear that everyone had a record of defeat. Only Lin Xian and Qi Yu had a record of complete victories. Therefore, the core disciple position would be decided between the two of them. The winner would be the next core disciple. At this thought, everyone couldn't help but get excited. This was going to be the strongest battle of the inner disciples. At this moment, Luo Yuan and Luoshi, Chu Yu, and the other core disciples all focused their gazes forward. Qi Yu was a tall man with a head full of fiery red hair that fluttered in the wind like a burning flame. He stared at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "You're very strong, and you've exceeded my expectations. I never thought that the final battle would be with you." Lin Xian smiled and said, "Life is full of surprises. No one can predict what will happen next. Perhaps you didn't expect to lose in a while." Humph! Hearing this, Qi Yu snorted coldly. "The one who will lose is you. There is no doubt about that." "There's no point in talking. Let's do it." Lin Xian shook his head slightly. Seeing Lin Xian's contemptuous look, Qi Yu was furious. As the #1 disciple of the inner sect, he had always been high and mighty, and no one dared to look down on him. But now he was being looked down upon. How could he not be angry? Therefore, the moment he made his move, he used a powerful ultimate skill. A burning moon quickly appeared and shrouded Lin Xian. This aura was too terrifying. Even Luo Yuan and Luoshi trembled. Their expressions changed greatly. They had not expected Qi Yu to be so strong. Damn it! He hid his cultivation. Luo Yuan trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He had originally thought that he could compete with Qi Yu, but now it seemed that it was impossible. Qi Yu's aura was very close to that of a 4-star king. Apart from the core disciples, no one could compete with Qi Yu. Even the 2 core disciples and the elders nodded slightly, acknowledging Qi Yu's strength. Lin Xian was expressionless, his expression calm. The next moment, he raised his hand gently and pointed with a finger. Void shattering. A ray of finger light flew out like a heaven-shaking divine rainbow flying in the sky. At this moment, the finger beam seemed to be the only thing in the world, so bright that no one could open their eyes. Pum! A deep sound rang out as the finger beam instantly shattered the red moon. This scene stunned everyone. They didn't dare to believe it. The red moon contained spiritual energy that was infinitely close to that of a 4-star king. Among the inner disciples, no one could compete with it. But now, it had been shattered with a single finger. How terrifying was the energy needed to do that. However, the one who did it was only a 2-star king? Everyone felt like they were dreaming. On the opposite side, Qi Yu looked as if he had been struck by lightning. His face turned pale as he kept retreating. A stream of blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. It was bright red and dazzling. He was too shocked. This red moon was his ultimate skill. No one in the inner sect could resist it. Only the core disciples could compete with it. But now, the other party had merely pointed out with a finger, and his ultimate skill was broken. He could not accept it at all. At that moment, even the 2 elders widened their eyes. That was because Lin Xian's battle prowess was truly astonishing. Does this guy have the combat strength of a 4-star king? Thinking of this, everyone sucked in a cold breath. Damn it, I don't believe it. Qi Yu roared. He waved his hand, and a huge red moon formed beside him. The Moonlight Realm was Qi Yu's king's realm. As soon as the moonlight realm was formed, it quickly condensed into red moons that pressed forward. Each red moon was like a red mountain, shaking the void and crushing the surroundings. However, Lin Xian only waved his finger and shattered these terrifying red moons. Qi Yu roared crazily. He wanted to get closer to Lin Xian with his red moon realm. As long as he could envelop Qi Yu in his king's realm, he would be able to win. However, that frightening finger light caused him to be alarmed. He could only use his maximum speed to continuously dodge. In the end, after 9 red moons were destroyed, Qi Yu finally arrived in front of Lin Xian. Suddenly, Qi Yu was ecstatic. His eyes shone with a terrifying light. The red moon realm beside him was even more dazzling. It was like a sea of fire. It's over. The huge red moon realm quickly enveloped Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, everyone cried out in alarm. Could it be that Lin Xian was really finished? At this moment, everyone was extremely nervous. Lin Xian was still calm. He waved his hand, and the dragon sword realm was quickly displayed. Tens of thousands of sword qi roared. Killing intent soared to the sky. The whole world seemed to have become a world of sword qi. Bang! In the next moment, the 2 kings' realms collided. Countless cracks appeared in the void. In an instant, the Red Moon realm was shaken by the collision. It was directly blasted away. Poof! Chapter 1581. One hit, just one hit, and he was severely injured. Moreover, it was because his opponent was defending passively. If his opponent took the initiative to attack, he would have been killed. Everyone was stunned. The entire White Cloud Square was extremely quiet. Defeated? Qi Yu was actually defeated. After a long time, the crowd exclaimed. They could not believe that Qi Yu, the number 1 inner sect disciple, was defeated. This was too terrifying. His opponent was only a 2-star king, but the combat power he displayed was even more terrifying than Qi Yu's. He had probably reached the 4-star king level. At this moment, all the inner sect disciples looked at Lin Xian, their bodies trembling. The 2 core disciples in the distance also looked very serious. His combat power was already on par with theirs. As for the 2 elders, they were also extremely excited. A peerless genius, an absolute peerless genius. Their alchemy faction had picked up a treasure this time. Qi Yu was seriously injured and fainted. He was carried away for treatment. The entire place was completely silent. After a long time, an elder said in a deep voice, "This competition has ended. The one who became a core disciple is Lin Xian." Everyone was silent. They had never thought that today's result would be like this. Lin Xian revealed a smile. Very good. He had finally become a core disciple. Next, the elder told Lin Xian about the situation of core disciples. After becoming a core disciple, their treatment was greatly improved. They could have their own mountain to cultivate. Moreover, they could obtain more resources and could even enslave inner and outer sect disciples. Because Lu Chao had disappeared, a mountain was empty, so Lin Xian directly took over that mountain. Everything that Lu Chao had before was replaced by Lin Xian. In addition, core disciples had 2 opportunities to listen to the elders' lectures every month. They could read the middle grade Earth class martial arts and middle grade Xianpil recipes. They could cultivate their own spiritual herbs in the mountains and only needed to give 50% to the sect. Of course, the sect had a rule that core disciples would be given a mission every 3 months. If they could not complete it, their treatment would be greatly reduced. Lin Xian nodded to show that he understood. He knew that the sect and its disciples had a coexisting relationship. They needed to cooperate with each other. He didn't need to worry about these things. He planned to wait until things were stable before going to the library to see if there were any clues about King Pillfeather. Just like that, Lin Xian became a core disciple. The resources he needed were all sent to the mountain peak. Among them, in addition to the cultivation method, pill Dao, and spiritual medicine, there was also a blue pill. It was said that this was a very good pill. Only core disciples and above could possess it. The inner and outer sect disciples did not have the fortune to enjoy it. How could there be such a good thing? Lin Xian was overjoyed. What he lacked the most now was energy. If the great dragon sword soul wanted to improve, it would require an extremely large amount of energy each time. Moreover, it would increase exponentially. If he couldn't find so much energy, he was afraid that his realm would stagnate. Now, this blue pill seemed to be a very good pill, so he planned to try it. After those people left, Lin Xian set up a defensive array on the mountain peak and named it Star Mountain. Then he sat down cross-legged, took out the blue pill, and quickly swallowed it. Immediately, the pill dissolved, and a torrent of energy rushed into his meridians. So powerful! Lin Xian was overjoyed. He didn't expect that the blue pill would have such a strong energy. It's indeed a good thing. No wonder only core disciples have it. He used the longevity incantation to quickly absorb the energy, but soon he frowned because the longevity incantation seemed to have changed. The longevity incantation was a cultivation method that he had been practicing since he started cultivating. It could be said that it was very powerful. Moreover, there had never been any changes. But now the longevity incantation had changed. The cultivation method had reversed. Every cultivation method followed a certain path between the meridians and acupoints in the body to provide energy to the body. It could be said that this path was very stable. But now the longevity incantation had reversed. Lin Xian didn't dare to imagine the consequences. Damn it! What's going on? Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He wanted to stop, but he realized that he couldn't do it. The longevity incantation was like an azure dragon that quickly reversed in Lin Xian's body, expelling all the energy from the blue pill. Puff! Lin Xian's body trembled and he spat out a blue liquid. Those were all the blue pills from before. After spitting out the blue liquid, the longevity incantation calmed down and returned to normal. What's going on? Lin Xian's eyes widened. He couldn't understand. The longevity incantation had stopped him from absorbing energy. This had never happened before. Therefore, he called the dark red dragon and He-Tu over. The two of them were experienced and knowledgeable, so they should know what had happened. After He-Tu and the dark red dragon heard this, they were also suspicious. They couldn't understand what was going on. Could it be that something went wrong with your cultivation? The dark red dragon said, "That's impossible. If something went wrong, I should be seriously injured. But I'm completely fine." Lin Xian shook his head. At this moment, He-Tu said, "Kid, try taking other pills and see if your cultivation method will reverse." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. He took out a pill that he had refined himself and quickly swallowed it. This time, the longevity incantation didn't reverse. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. After a while, Lin Xian said doubtfully, "Could it be that there's something wrong with this blue pill? Or could it be that it conflicts with my cultivation method?" Other than that, he couldn't think of any other reason. One had to know that he was an alchemist. He had taken countless pills, and nothing had ever happened. Only this big brother's blue pill could cause the cultivation technique to reverse. Thus, after thinking about it, there were only these two possibilities. He-Tu nodded. Your cultivation method is very magical. Moreover, it hasn't made any mistakes for so many years. I don't think it's a problem with your cultivation method. So it's the pill's problem, the dark red dragon said. Then his eyes flickered as he carefully looked at the pool of blue liquid on the ground. What a strong energy! He waved his dragon claw and took out a drop to examine it carefully. After looking at it for a long time, he didn't find any problems. Although we didn't find any problems, it doesn't mean that there's no problem. Perhaps we just don't know yet. He-Tu said, "Kid, don't eat this blue pill. If you want energy, you can find it anywhere." As the new successor of the dragon sword, Lin Xian couldn't be allowed to have any problems with him. Lin Xian also nodded. Even if he wanted to eat it now, he couldn't. As soon as he took this pill, the longevity incantation reversed, and spat out all the energy of the pill. Lin Xian had been using the longevity incantation for many years, so he felt that longevity wouldn't be harmful. It must be the pill's problem. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea. Chapter 1582. At this moment, Lin Xian suddenly had an idea. Do you think the matter of King Dan Yu has something to do with this blue pill? Lin Xian asked. Hearing this, He Tu and Dark Red Dragon were deep in thought. Could it be that there's a secret behind this blue pill? I think it's possible, the two of them whispered. Lin Xian was delighted. It seemed that he had found a very important clue. In the future, he would search for this blue pill. He should be able to find some clues. Thinking of this, he did not hesitate. His figure flashed, and he left for Chu Yu's mountain peak. If he wanted to know about the blue pill, he could only ask the core disciples. However, among the core disciples, he was only familiar with Chu Yu. Therefore, he could only ask him. Chu Yu saw Lin Xian and said with a smile, "Why are you here instead of enjoying your cultivation resources?" "Oh, it's like this. I just received a blue pill from the sect. After consuming it, I felt that the effect was very good. So I want to ask, how can I get more?" "Oh, you're talking about that pill." Chu Yu smiled and said, "There's no other way. There's only one pill per month." "Only one pill per month? Is it the same for everyone?" Lin Xian asked calmly. "Yes, it's the same every month. No matter what method you use, you can't get more." "What kind of pill is it? How do you feel after consuming it? Do you feel uncomfortable?" Lin Xian asked again. "Why do you ask?" Chu Yu was puzzled. "The effect of that pill is very good. Every time I consume it, I feel refreshed. I feel that my energy and body have reached the peak. It's definitely a rare pill. Only core disciples can consume it. However, I don't know what it's called. Everyone calls it Blue Wave Pill." "Blue Wave Pill," Lin Xian muttered and then frowned. From what Chu Yu said, it seemed that no one felt uncomfortable after consuming it. Moreover, the effect was surprisingly good. But why couldn't he take it? Of course, he didn't dare to tell Chu Yu about this matter. Otherwise, it would alarm the sect and he would be used for experiments or something. That would be terrible. It looked like he couldn't ask any more questions. Chu Yu seemed to have begun to suspect something. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't ask any more questions. After chatting about some matters related to alchemy and cultivation, he left. "Kid, don't worry, take your time. Otherwise, it will attract the attention of others." He Tu also reminded him. "Yes, I know." Lin Xian nodded and put the matter aside for the time being. A few days later, he went to the sect's library to read some books. He specifically selected some historical records. However, there was no record of King Pillplume. According to the Thousand Beast Cauldron, King Pillfeather was an elder in the past. His status and strength were even higher than that of a core disciple. Logically speaking, there should be records of it. However, even after rummaging through the entire library, he did not find any records related to King Pillfeather. From the looks of it, he should have been erased by the alchemy sect. What did King Pillfeather do? He was actually hunted down by the pill sect, and all his deeds were erased? Could it be related to that blue pill? Lin Xian was puzzled, but he wasn't very sure. It looked like this matter couldn't be rushed. He could only wait slowly. With a sigh, he returned to Star Peak again. There was no progress on King Pillfeather's matter. Lin Xian could only cultivate and increase his strength in order to deal with the unknown danger. After cultivating for a period of time, he felt that his progress was too slow. After all, he had the great dragon sword soul. The energy required was several times, or even more than 10 times that of an ordinary king. Therefore, normal energy was simply not enough for him to absorb. It looked like he could only go out and search for opportunities again. Lin Xian sighed. As expected, one had to pay a higher price than others in order to be powerful. Fortunately, the matter of Mount Foam wasn't over yet. Perhaps he should go and explore again. The dark red divine dragon was very much in favor of this suggestion. The benefits he obtained last time allowed him to advance by 1 level. Therefore, he couldn't forget about it now. The two of them didn't hesitate and left the pill sect again. They wanted to set off for Mount Foam. The demonic chi in Mount Foam was now even thicker. It overflowed into the sky and looked like hell. However, there were more martial artists in the surroundings. Moreover, it wasn't just the sects in countries nearby. Even sects and great sects from further away had come. It could be said that there were countless experts now. Damn, what did you discover? Why did you attract so many people? The dark red divine dragon looked at the figures flying in the sky and exclaimed, "Kid, be careful. Although there aren't any people from the sacred grounds or the remote antiquity families, those people from the great sects are also very powerful. I'm afraid that their strength is much stronger than your pill sect." Great sects? So powerful? Lin Xian was also surprised. He thought that above the pill sect were the remote antiquity families and sacred grounds. He didn't expect that there were countless great sects in between. Hey, Tu reminded, "Kid, don't underestimate these great sections. Some of the more powerful great sects have existed for tens of thousands of years, or even hundreds of thousands of years. The terrifying great sect's foundation and strength are not inferior to the sacred grounds or the remote antiquity families. So powerful!" Lin Xian was shocked. Indeed, there were countless experts in the true spirit world and many sects. It seemed that the pill sect wasn't ranked among these great sects. The great sect's foundation was limitless and incomparably terrifying. Even He Tu's words carried a trace of seriousness. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with fighting spirit. He believed that with his talent and hard work, he would be able to rule the world one day. While they were talking, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly arrived near Mount Foam. Compared to a few days ago, this place was even more terrifying. The overflowing aura made people tremble just by looking at it. The two carefully advanced. Not long after, they passed through the cave they had entered last time. The deeper they went, the more terrifying the aura became. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon weren't ordinary people, so they were able to resist this terrifying aura. If it were other kings, they wouldn't have dared to enter. However, just as they entered Mount Foam, they were attacked. It was a group of ghosts emitting a cold aura that surrounded Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. But this time, Lin Xian's strength had greatly increased, so he easily dealt with them. As they continued forward, he finally frowned, because there were fighting sounds coming from ahead. It was obvious that the various forces had started fighting. Relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed danger and quickly avoided those warriors. He didn't want to fight with these people right now and waste his energy. Chapter 1583. There were about a dozen people in this group, and the leader was an old man. However, what made Lin Xian feel at ease was that this old man was only a 4-star king. The young people behind him were at most 3-star kings. The old man stared at Lin Xian, his eyes flickering, but he did not say anything. However, the young disciples beside him sneered, "Kid, who are you? How dare you wander around here? Aren't you afraid of death? A 2-star king dares to come in alone? You're really courting death." A few young disciples stepped forward and looked down at Lin Xian with arrogant expressions. The old man frowned, but he did not say anything. This was because he had already checked Lin Xian's cultivation before, and he was only a 2-star king. Such a person was not a threat at all. Moreover, he was also very curious. Where did the other party get the courage to appear here? Lin Xian's expression was grave. He did not pay attention to these people. His figure flashed, and he prepared to leave from another place. There was danger everywhere now, and he did not want to fight too much. He wanted to preserve his strength. However, those young people did not intend to let him go. A hint of anger even appeared in their eyes. "You're courting death. I asked you a question and you dare not answer? You're too arrogant. No one dares to ignore us. A mere two-star king dares to be so arrogant. Looks like we really need to teach you a lesson. They sneered and were about to attack. However, Lin Xian snorted coldly. If you don't want to die, scram. You're courting death. Hearing Lin Xian's warning, the young people were furious. In their opinion, he was simply courting death for daring to reprimand them. Therefore, these people shouted coldly and erupted with a powerful force, quickly attacking Lin Xian. Lin Xian's face darkened, and a hint of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He did not want to fight too much and preserve his strength. However, these people in front of him provoked him again and again. It seemed that he had no choice but to attack. He snorted coldly and raised his arm. Suddenly, a dazzling sword light flew out from between his fingers. It was like a long river, fiercely slashing forward. A beam of sword light turned into 3 beams of sword chi and slashed towards the 3 young men in front of him. Puff! Puff! 3 low voices rang out as the 3 arrogant youths were sliced in half. What? He was killed. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people widened their eyes in disbelief. Even that old man had a shocked expression on his face. To be honest, the other party was only a 2-star king tier, and he didn't attract his attention at all. Among his disciples, any one of them could easily kill the other party. However, he did not expect that the other party had actually concealed his strength and displayed such powerful strength, killing 3 of his disciples with a raise of his hand. Brat, you're courting death. At this moment, the old man could no longer hold it in. An extremely powerful force surged out from his body, and together with his huge palm, he slapped towards Lin Xian. Instantly, the palm of light covered the sky and the sun, and the immense pressure caused the void to tremble. 4-star king tier? Is this what gives you the right to be arrogant? What a joke! Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a bright light burst out from his eyes. Then, a dragon's roar rang out from his body. A shocking beam of sword light shot up into the sky. He clenched his fist, and a black, demonic sword appeared in his hand. Then he slashed it forward. A sword that split the sky. The huge sword Chi was like a black mountain, and it was extremely terrifying. It directly blasted away the huge palm that covered the sky and enveloped the old man. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the wind and clouds between heaven and earth moved violently. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The old man's expression changed drastically. He felt an extremely sharp radiance slashing his body, and he was instantly sent flying. At this critical moment, he activated 7 layers of defense. Among them, 3 layers of spiritual power defense, 3 layers of shields, and a piece of armor on his body blocked in front of him. He was truly too terrified because this sword chi made him shudder with fear and trepidation. However, even if he activated 7 layers of defense, it was useless. The black sword chi cut through all of his defenses and then slashed his body. Boom! The old man was sent flying. More than half of his bones were broken, and there was a horrifying sword wound on his body. Blood splattered in the sky, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Damn it! How is this possible? The old man was sent flying for dozens of miles, and he crashed into countless mountains. Only then did he stop, and his eyes were filled with horror. He was a 4-star king. He was extremely powerful, and his opponent was only a 2-star king. However, he was able to seriously injure him with a single sword strike. This was simply too sensational. Damn it, is this kid from sacred ground or a clan of the ancients? Or is he a disciple of one of those great sects? The old man's scalp went numb. He knew that he had kicked an iron plate this time. Only a disciple of such a force could fight someone of such a high level. Thinking of this, his expression became extremely ugly. In the next moment, he burned the spiritual power in his body, and his entire body turned into a bright light, and he fled into the distance. Black dragon break. Lin Xian snorted coldly. The black sword Qi turned into a black dragon, and it roared forward. In an instant, the huge black dragon's body engulfed the old man. The sword light exploded, and the sword Qi soared into the sky, tearing the sky apart. The old man was blasted into powder, and nothing was left behind. The disciples that he brought with him were dumbfounded when they saw the scene. They did not expect their master to be killed. And this person was the ant that they had mocked before. "Who are you? You're not human. You're a demon. Everyone run." The disciples were so scared that their faces turned pale, and they fled in all directions. However, at this moment, the dark red dragon sneered. He waved his dragon claws and shouted, "Dragon roars!" In an instant, countless dragon claws lashed out in all directions, filling up the entire space. Bang! Bang! Soon, the dozen or so disciples were all turned into blood, mist by the dragon claws. The dark red dragon chuckled, and Lin Xian was also expressionless. To be honest, he did not have any pity in his heart because this world was very cruel. If he did not kill these people, they would kill him. If he and the dark red dragon were weak, they would have been killed by the other party long ago. After dealing with a few problems, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon continued on their journey. In front of them, black qi filled the air, and the aura of death soared into the sky. It was extremely cold. Some of the weaker warriors had no choice but to retreat. However, some of the bolder ones directly activated their king domains or armor to force their way in. As for the powerful kings, their blood qi was monstrous, and they were as vigorous as a furnace. From afar, one could see patches of red light that connected the heavens and the earth. Those were the scenes emitted by the blood qi of powerhouses. They were so powerful that ghosts and evil beings did not dare to approach. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon's blood qi rumbled in their bodies, emitting powerful auras. However, the two of them controlled themselves very well and did not appear too shocking. Chapter 1584. However, along the way, he had also found many spiritual herbs. There are countless spiritual herbs in the world, and they all had different habits. Some liked sunlight, some liked water, some liked darkness, and some even grew in the wilderness of mountains of corpses. Therefore, there are countless precious spiritual herbs in the Feng mountain range. Moreover, they were very old, thousands of years old. These were all 1,000-year-old herbs, and they were very precious. Lin Xian took some, then sat down cross-legged and quickly made pills. He could now make middle-grade black pills, so he would not let go of any opportunity. In the end, he was only in charge of making pills, while the dark red dragon and Snow White Monkey were in charge of collecting. The two of them were very fast, and it did not take long for them to collect more than 10,000-year-old herbs. Soon a cauldron of pills was made. There were a total of 12 pills. Each of them was the size of a longan, and they emitted a strange fragrance. Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and Snow White Monkey shared the pills equally, and they quickly consumed the pills to increase their strength. However, every time Lin Xian raised his cultivation, the amount of energy he needed was too great. Therefore, this small amount of elixir could not provide any significant improvement. However, his strength increased little by little. When night fell, the entire Feng mountain was shrouded in a layer of ghostly aura. It was so dark that one could not even see their own fingers. Under such circumstances, Lin Xian, the dark red dragon, and the rest did not set off. Instead, they sat cross-legged on the ground. They started a bonfire, but the dim light could only illuminate the surrounding area for a meter. However, that was enough. The dark red dragon set up a defensive array around them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, prepared to cultivate. Bang! However, at that moment, a low sound was heard, as if something was hitting their ray. "Who is it?" Lin Xian shouted coldly, and his voice turned into a murderous aura that spread in all directions. The dark red dragon also set up an array, and suddenly, light shone and illuminated the surroundings. Then, their eyes widened, and they felt their scalps go numb. 2 meters in front of them, there was a corpse lying on the ground. It was a dried corpse, and there was only skin and bones left. It was lying on the ground, emitting a cold aura. Damn, what is that? When did he appear? The dark red dragon was shocked. Lin Xian was also shocked. There was nothing they could do about it. This mummy was too strange. Previously, they had scouted all directions, but there was nothing within a radius of 1 mile. But now, 2 meters in front of them, there was a dried corpse. How did it appear? Did the other party run over on his own? Or was it put here by someone? No matter which one it was, it made their scalps go numb. Kid, why don't we go back? This place is too creepy. The dark red divine dragon was somewhat hesitant. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard this. Even the dark red divine dragon had said so. Was this place really that dangerous? However, before he could say anything, the sound of fighting suddenly came from the front. There were also angry roars. Someone is fighting! Lin Xian frowned and spread out his soul force. He found that the source of the sound wasn't far, only a few dozen miles away from them. This distance was nothing to them. Let's go take a look, Lin Xian said. Then he turned into a sword light and flew forward. The dark red divine dragon didn't dare to stay here alone, so he followed closely. At this distance, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon quickly flew over. Then they found that there was indeed a battle. On one side there was a man in black. His wide black robe wrapped around his body. His eyes were unusually cold, with an unfathomable evil aura. On the other side, although Lin Xian didn't know him, his clothes were very familiar. He was actually a disciple of the alchemy faction, and looking at his cultivation, he should be a core disciple of the alchemy faction. At this moment, they were fighting the black-robed man. However, they weren't fighting the black-robed man himself, but a few dried corpses. That's right. There were a few dried corpses around the black-robed man. They were walking very strangely. As they moved, there was a strange and evil power. Damn, what a heavy death aura! The dark red divine dragon looked ahead and was shocked. Death aura? This uncomfortable feeling is the death aura? Lin Xian asked. At the same time, he also found that the dried corpses beside the black-robed man were very similar to the one beside the bonfire. Thinking about it, they should be in the same group. Among them, one of the dried corpses was very terrifying. It was tall and purple all over. It seemed to be wearing armor, and there was a gray light in its eyes. Its body was like lightning, and its strength was immense. With a palm strike, it sent a core disciple flying. It seemed that the purple zombie was at least a 4-star king, and the dried corpses around it weren't weak either. Although they weren't as strong as the purple zombie, they had strong constitutions. The attacks of the core disciples didn't cause much of an impact on them. Damn it, who are you? The core disciple roared angrily. There were a total of 3 of them. Now that one of them was sent flying, there were 2 left. It was a man and a woman. The 2 of them were fighting 6 dried corpses. The situation was very dangerous. After the black-robed man heard that, he sneered. Dead people don't need to know so much. Don't worry, after you die, I'll refine you into dried corpses and make you my slaves forever. As he spoke, he suddenly stretched out his hands and gently clapped. Immediately, a very low voice was heard. The dried corpses and purple zombie seemed to have received some kind of order and attacked even more crazily. The purple zombie in particular was incomparably fierce. When the palms and swords of the 2 core disciples slashed on it, a series of sparks burst out. However, they couldn't hurt the other party at all. As for the purple zombie, it waved its palms, carrying a terrifying death aura. It immediately blasted the 2 core disciples and forced them back. Uft! The 2 core disciples spat out blood. Their faces were pale. At the same time, a wave of death aura crazily flowed into their bodies, destroying their spirit energy and bodies. Because of that, their situation became even worse. The disciples of the alchemy faction are good at refining pills, but when it comes to fighting, you're trash. Why didn't you stay in the mountains? Why did you have to get involved in this mess? Since that's the case, you can go to hell obediently. The black-robed man laughed sinisterly. His palms clapped in a strange rhythm. Then, the purple zombie's body flashed like lightning and charged again. Its withered palms were like the claws of death that quickly blasted forward. Even the void couldn't withstand it. The two core disciples were about to be killed. However, at that moment, Lin Xian snorted coldly. He waved his hand, and a ball of black flames immediately flew out. It was like a black sun that covered the sky and covered the earth. It quickly blasted onto the purple zombie's body. Bang! Uft! Immediately, the purple zombie was forced back. Not only that, body quickly burned. It was only a dried corpse, so it wouldn't feel any pain at all. However, when the black-robed man saw this, he was shocked. Chapter 1585. Who is it? How dare you hurt my zombie? Get out here! As he roared, he quickly formed a seal with his palms. Immediately, endless death aura enveloped the purple zombie and quickly extinguished the black flames. Then he looked gloomily to the side. There, he found a young man standing with a red four-horned snake. Who are you? How dare you meddle in my business? Do you want to die? The black-robed man's voice was gloomy. At the same time, he was shocked. The other party was actually able to injure his purple zombie. One had to know that his purple zombie was extremely terrifying. Those core disciples from the alchemy sect could not injure it at all. Now, the young man who appeared out of nowhere could injure his zombie. It was indeed shocking. The one who attacked was naturally Lin Xian. When he heard the other party's roar, he did not answer. Instead, he asked, "Who are you?" "Humph, you don't have the right to know who I am. How dare you meddle in my business? You will end up very miserably." The black-robed man snorted coldly. His body was filled with killing intent. "Then you don't have the right to know who I am either. However, since you dare to provoke my alchemy sect disciple, I can guarantee that you will also end up very miserably," Lin Xian said slowly. He returned the other party's words completely. "You're courting death." The black-robed man was furious, but the three injured alchemy sect disciples were delighted. The other party was actually a disciple of their alchemy sect. This was really good news. However, what puzzled them was that they did not know the young man in front of them. Could he be an inner sect disciple? As soon as this thought came out, they quickly rejected it. How could an inner sect disciple defeat this black-robed young man in front of them? He must be a core disciple. They heard that there was a new core disciple recently. It should be him. The few of them conversed and finally confirmed. On the other side, the black-robed man wanted to attack, but suddenly a strange voice came from afar. Immediately, the black-robed man's expression changed. "Brat, consider yourself lucky this time. The next time we meet, I will kill all of you and refine all of you into mummies." Oh, after saying that, he snorted coldly. Endless death aura spread out from his body and enveloped all the mummies. Then his body swayed, turned into a black light, and left this place. After seeing that person leave, the three core disciples completely heaved a sigh of relief. Then they sat on the ground. One by one, they began to consume pills to heal their injuries. At the same time, they looked at Lin Xian gratefully. "Thank you for your help, brother. It's fine." Lin Xian smiled. "You said you're a disciple of the pill faction. Could it be that you're that new core disciple, Lin Xian?" asked a woman wearing a red skirt. "That's me." Lin Xian nodded. As expected, the three of them looked at each other and confirmed their thoughts. Brother Lin's strength is really strong. He actually injured that purple zombie with one move. "We were just lucky," Lin Xian said. "How did you meet that guy?" After that, the few of them chatted and quickly exchanged information. As it turned out, these people had only met him by chance. They had no idea who the black-robed youth was. Lin Xian nodded and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, a disciple in a green robe at the side suddenly trembled. What happened? Lin Xian and the dark red dragon were shocked. The other two disciples were also anxious. Could it be because of the corpse qi just now? Lin Xian frowned. However, the green-robed disciple was already somewhat delirious. He kept rolling on the ground and spasming. He roared with difficulty, "Pills, give me pills!" Hearing that, the woman in red and the other disciples' expressions changed. As for Lin Xian, he quickly took out a few healing elixirs and handed them over. However, the green-robed disciple on the ground was quickly thrown away. His eyes were red and he roared with a ferocious expression, "Give me pills!" Looking at this scene, Lin Xian frowned. This situation was way too strange. What does he want? He turned to look at the woman in red. He's talking about the blue wave pill. The woman in red sighed. "Brother Lin, I think you should have gotten a blue wave pill. I wonder if you've taken it. If you haven't, you can lend it to him." "What? Blue wave pill?" Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He was extremely shocked. How did this strange situation have anything to do with the blue wave pill? What's going on? What does this have to do with the blue wave pill? Lin Xian asked quickly. "I've already swallowed mine. I don't have it now." The woman in red sighed. Senior brother was going to take the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. Without the blue wave pill, I'm afraid the days ahead will be very difficult. You know, that's Junior's sister. The woman in red wanted to say something, but she was interrupted by the disciple beside her. Then the youth gave her a look. Suddenly the woman in red was shocked. She realized that she had said too much. Then she shook her head slightly. "It's nothing. Brother Lin, you'll understand these things yourself in the future." The other disciple walked up and looked at the green-robed disciple who was screaming and twitching on the ground. Then he struck him with his palm and knocked him unconscious. "Brother Lin, we can't travel together anymore. I have to bring him back to the sect." The disciple cupped his fists and said. Then he left with the unconscious, green-robed disciple and the woman in red. As for Lin Xian, his frown deepened. What's the meaning of this? The three people in front of him clearly know something, but they don't want to talk to him. Could it be that they're afraid of something? And what was the relationship between the twitching disciple and the blue wave pill? What they meant was that the green-robed disciple originally had the blue wave pill, but it was destroyed by the zombies. That was why he didn't take it. But why would this happen if he didn't take it? Lin Xian's expression was ugly. Could it be that after taking it once, he would go crazy if he didn't take it again? Thinking of this, his scalp went numb. He seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying. If this was true, then it was a shocking matter. One had to know that all the core disciples in the entire alchemy sect had taken the blue wave pill. Even the elders had taken it. If the blue wave pill was no longer available one day, wouldn't it mean that the entire upper echelon of the alchemy sect, including the elite disciples, would go crazy? Thinking of this, Lin Xian broke out in cold sweat. Fortunately, his longevity art was extremely mysterious and directly rejected the blue wave pill. Otherwise, he would probably end up in a terrible state. Damn it, what's going on? Why would something like this happen in the alchemy sect? Lin Xian's expression was unusually gloomy. He realized that he seemed to have been involved in a huge conspiracy. Chapter 1586. Lin Xian's face was unusually gloomy. He realized that he was involved in a huge conspiracy. Could it be that King Danyu discovered this back then and was hunted down? Perhaps that's the case. The dark red dragon said in a low voice. To be honest, he has never seen such a strange thing. Kid, you have to be careful. This blue wave pill seems to be addictive. The dark red dragon's expression was serious. Even a 4-star king couldn't avoid it. Who could have refined it? Damn, I didn't expect King Danyu to be hiding such a huge conspiracy. Lin Xian took a deep breath. Kid, it's not too late for us to leave now. The dark red dragon reminded him. After all, you didn't take the blue wave pill, and the sect didn't find out. They won't know if we leave now. But if we stay for too long, I'm afraid something will happen. Yeah, kid, this situation is too strange. He Tu also advised. Lin Xian shook his head. It's fine. There's no danger now. I want to see what the alchemy sect is up to. He realized that there was a huge conspiracy right in front of him. To be honest, he wanted to uncover it. But before that, he needed to be powerful. Let's go and explore the ancient tomb first. We'll talk about the alchemy sect after we return. Then, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon moved again and flew forward. Whoosh! Lin Xian and the dark red dragon landed on a mountain peak and looked forward. They were very close to the center of Feng Mountain. At this moment, the air was filled with a thick, ghostly aura. It was eerie and very oppressive. Countless martial artists around them turned into rays of light and rushed forward. Lin Xian and the dark red dragon didn't hesitate and also flew forward. When Lin Xian got closer, he felt the ghostly aura surging toward him as if it was going to devour him. He snorted and activated the great dragon's sword soul. A sharp sword light surged and cut open the surrounding deathly aura. However, at this moment, many martial artists flew past Lin Xian. When they sensed his cultivation, they immediately sneered. Humph! A mere 2-star king dares to come here? You're courting death. Don't worry about him. Soon he will be swallowed by the ghost chi and become a zombie. The few of them sneered and left while laughing. Lin Xian did not pay attention to those people. His figure flickered as he directly entered the center of Feng Mountain. The black mountain peaks were thousands of feet tall. They were like demonic swords that stood on the ground, emitting a torrential aura. That aura was extremely terrifying. Ordinary kings didn't even dare to approach it. Not far ahead, a group of people stood. They were the ones who had mocked him earlier. At this moment, those people were also looking around. When they turned around and saw Lin Xian, they sneered again. You actually managed to come in? What a surprise. Humph. So what? 2-star kings coming here are just seeking death. It was a group of young men. There were a total of 9 of them. Each of them was outstanding and had a powerful aura. Moreover, there was a moon embroidered on their sleeves. Obviously, they were from the same sect. Kid, I didn't expect you to be so lucky to be able to come here. However, if you continue walking, you'll also be courting death. Why don't you join us and become our slave? That way you can keep your life. Moreover, if you serve us well, we can give you 1 or 2 treasures. Who knows? At this moment, a young man in front said coldly. Lin Xian said coldly, join you? Become a slave? You're really shameless. I'll give you 3 seconds to disappear from my sight. I don't want to kill anyone now. However, if you continue to be so presumptuous, don't blame me for being rude. Oh, you dare to threaten me? The young man sneered. The others sneered disdainfully. Kid, do you know the situation in front of you? Do you know who we are? What's your cultivation? How dare you threaten us? You really don't know how to spell the word death. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and apologize. Break one of your arms, and I'll spare your life. Otherwise, the young man was very arrogant. He looked down at Lin Xian. However, before he could finish speaking, he was sent flying by a slap. Half of his face was smashed, and he fainted. That was naturally Lin Xian's doing. He slapped the young man unconscious, then swept his gaze around like lightning. He said coldly, I don't want to do anything, but you've gone too far. Since that's the case, I can't let you live. As he spoke, his body moved like lightning and quickly rushed forward. You're courting death. Those people were furious. They did not expect that the other party would dare to attack and succeed. Catch that kid and kill him. They counterattacked. However, in the next moment, everyone regretted it. That was because Lin Xian was too powerful. He subdued all of them with a raise of his hand. One by one, they covered their faces and wailed on the ground. Lin Xian did not kill them, but he did not show mercy either. Those people were all seriously injured. Impossible. Damn it. This is impossible. You're just a 2-star king. How can you be so powerful? Who are you? Those people screamed in horror. They could not believe that a 2-star king could be so powerful. You talk too much. Lin Xian raised his leg and directly kicked those people away. However, their storage rings were left behind. Lin Xian used his soul power to search quickly and took out all the useful things. As for the storage rings, they were thrown away by Lin Xian. Firstly, he had a king domain that could store things. Secondly, the storage rings might have been sealed by the elders of the sect. He did not want to take them. From these people's storage rings, he found 50 substandard divine crystals that were not of good quality. Damn, that's all you have? You're really poor. The dark red divine dragon curled his lips with a look of disdain. Puff! Hearing this, those seriously injured young men vomited blood and fainted. As for Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, they took the items with them and left the place in a flash. Then he and the dark red divine dragon set off toward the depths of Foam Mountain. During this time, they encountered many people who laughed at them. However, they were all chased away by Lin Xian's swift and fierce means. Of course, those who laughed at him left behind a painful price. There were storage rings all over the ground. Lin Xian also obtained a few hundred high-quality subdivine crystals, which he absorbed one by one. His strength and cultivation were also gradually increasing. Now his cultivation level was very stable. Moreover, his strength had also improved compared to before. However, at this moment, Lin Xian once again discovered that there were sounds of fighting coming from the mountain in front of him. He and the dark red divine dragon flew over and found that many people were fighting over something. After careful investigation, they found out that those people were fighting for supreme grade subdivine crystals. Chapter 1587. Even though Lin Xian had obtained hundreds of good quality substandard god crystals, they couldn't compare to a single supreme grade substandard god crystal. Kid, good stuff. The dark red divine dragon was drooling. Lin Xian's eyes were also burning. Since he had encountered it, he would not miss it. Get out of here. This belongs to the Golden Light sect. A roar was heard. Then, a few young men in golden robes appeared. Their bodies shone like the sun, illuminating the surroundings. Their aura was extremely powerful when they stood together. What? The Golden Light sect. Seeing this, many people were horrified and quickly retreated. Humph! So what if you have the Golden Light sect? Our moon-worshipping cult wants this item. Get out of here if you don't want to die. On the other side, an arrogant voice was heard. Then, a few powerful martial artists appeared. Their powerful aura collapsed the void. Suddenly, more people retreated. Both the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult were major sects and were extremely terrifying. The surrounding local sects were no match for them. Therefore, they could only retreat temporarily. However, the power of the subdivine crystal was too tempting. After some discussion, they decided to form an alliance to fight against the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Forming an alliance, you're courting death. Kill. In an instant, the three forces fought fiercely. Terrifying energy swept out in all directions like a raging tide. Blood spurted out and dyed the sky red. Screams were heard. Not long after, many martial artists collapsed. At this moment, the greed of human nature was on full display. Everyone seemed to be in a killing frenzy as they fought desperately for the subdivine crystal. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon hid in the dark and were ready to attack. However, at this moment, another terrifying voice was heard. It sounded like the roar of a ferocious ghost. It made one's scalp tingle. Ha 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 ha. 3 subdivine crystals. I didn't expect my luck to be so good. The voice was extremely ferocious. Then, countless black gas appeared in the void and formed a large hand that grabbed downward. You're courting death. Put it down. Get out of here. The martial artists of the Golden Light sect, the moon-worshipping cult, and the allied forces roared. They had fought so hard and had not obtained anything. How could they allow others to interfere? In the next moment, these martial artists made their moves one after another, unleashing powerful attacks that bombarded the sky. Bang bang. A terrifying explosion rang out. High up in the sky, strong winds blew, thunder rumbled, and energy exploded. However, the berserk energy was unable to stop that figure. That mysterious person was like a ghost. Carrying a shocking amount of energy, he quickly arrived in the sky. What? He was actually fine. How is this possible? The surrounding martial artists were astonished. Even if they were 4-star King Realm martial artists, they would still suffer if they were hit by these attacks. However, nothing happened to the other party. This was simply too inconceivable. At this moment, everyone looked up at the sky. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon, who were hidden in the shadows, looked up. In the sky, there was a strange figure. It was a young man wearing a black robe. His eyes were cold and evil. He wasn't floating. Instead, he was sitting cross-legged on a purple zombie. The purple zombie was extremely tall. Its entire body was purple, and it flickered with a cold metallic luster. At the same time, it also had an extremely cold aura. Who are you? Seeing this strange scene, the crowd felt their scalps go numb. The disciple of the School of Golden Light roared furiously. You don't need to know who I am. You just need to get lost and leave behind the 3 supreme, grade, subdivine crystals. How dare you? You're courting death. Kid, you're too arrogant. Angry roars could be heard. At this moment, the disciple of the moon-worshipping cult said, You're also sneering. Although you're strong, you can't withstand our attacks. If you don't want to die, get lost now. Humph, you're alone, and you want to get the 3 supreme grade subdivine crystals? You really don't know how to spell the word death. What a bunch of idiots. Who said that I'm alone? In the sky, the black-robed man sneered. Then he waved his hand. Suddenly, a black scroll fluttered in the wind. In the next moment, a black light shone. 6 dried corpses flew out from the scroll. Each of them looked ferocious and evil. The martial artists below were shocked. The disciple of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, The path of corpse ghost. You're from the South Ridge. They were indeed shocked. In the eastern wilderness, it was rare to hear of any sect that cultivated the path of corpse ghost. However, the South Ridge was different. There were many such sections. Therefore, the disciples of the School of Golden Light exclaimed, Humph, it's just a ghost. You want to use it to defeat us? What a joke. The disciple of the moon-worshipping cult snorted, Watch me destroy your zombies. Immediately, 3 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult stepped forward. With a wave of their hands, a fire appeared in the sky and swept toward the sky. Humph! Zombies are most afraid of fire and lightning. We'll use fire to burn your dried corpses. The others heaved a sigh of relief. Indeed, these dried corpses were very afraid of the power of Yang. At this moment, the fire in the sky would definitely burn those corpses to ashes. However, the black-robed young man in the sky sneered. A disdainful smile appeared on his face. In the next moment, he formed a seal with his hands. Suddenly, the 6 dried corpses in the sky raised their hands. Balls of black light burst out from their palms. These balls of light grew bigger and bigger. They connected and surrounded the 6 dried corpses completely. Then they spread out in all directions. In the next moment, a black defense was formed. Suddenly, the fire in the sky blasted on the black defense and set off huge waves. However, it did not break. It was blocked outside. What? He blocked it? How is that possible? Everyone was shocked. However, in the next moment, they screamed. This was because the black-robed young man commanded the 6 zombies to dive down quickly and penetrate the bodies of 2 disciples of the moon-worshipping cult. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw this. What kind of technique was this? How could the zombies not be afraid of fire? This was completely beyond common sense. In the sky, the black-robed young man did not stop. He moved his hands again, and the 6 zombies rushed toward the disciples of the Golden Light sect. The disciples of the Golden Light sect narrowed their eyes and quickly dodged. At the same time, they roared and performed their powerful ultimate techniques to resist. However, this time, the 6 dried corpses did not rush over directly. Instead, they stretched out their 10 fingers. Suddenly, the 10 fingers shone with a dazzling light and left their bodies. Like 10 hidden weapons, they pierced the heads of the 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect. Bang! 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 The 3 disciples of the Golden Light sect fell, and blood flowed out. Everyone felt their scalps go numb when they saw the scene. They kept retreating. In just a moment, 5 disciples of the major sects were killed. This technique was too terrifying. Seeing the horrified expressions of the people below, the black-robed young man laughed loudly. How is it? Now you know how powerful I am. If I don't show you some tricks, I'm afraid you won't believe me. Now you can all get lost. Chapter 1588. Now all of you can get lost. Those 3 supreme divine crystals are mine. I will kill anyone who dares to snatch them from me. The black-robed youth sneered. Damn it! Damn it! I can't accept this. Countless martial artists roared in anger. Those were 3 supreme divine crystals, and each of them was extremely precious. Now they were asked to leave, and they could not accept it. However, the black-robed youth in the sky was too powerful. Moreover, his methods were vicious. He had killed 5 disciples of the large sects in an instant. If they continued to stay, their lives would be in danger. All of a sudden, everyone was in a dilemma, and their faces turned pale. Humph, don't even think about it. How dare you kill the disciples of the Golden Light sect? Today you will never leave. The moon-worshipping sect will not let you go. At this moment, the Golden Light sect and the moon-worshipping sect gave up on fighting and joined forces to kill the black-robed youth in the sky. Humph, you are really stubborn. Let's play with you. How dare you? Wang Dong from the Golden Light sect is here to kill you. A handsome young man walked out from the Golden Light sect. He was in a golden robe and held a golden sword in his hand. He exuded a powerful aura. He was as dazzling as the sun. Humph, since you want to die, I will fulfill your wish. The black-robed youth sneered. Then he controlled the purple zombie and swooped down. The purple zombie emitted a dazzling light. It was like a bolt of purple lightning as it swooped down quickly. Along with it, there was a thick fog and an eerie, ghostly aura. When the surrounding martial artists saw the black-robed youth, they retreated nervously. They had no choice. The black-robed youth was too terrifying. His aura alone was enough to make them uneasy and their bodies tremble. What a fast speed! Lin Xian frowned as he observed the black-robed youth carefully. At the same time, he summoned Little White Monkey and was ready to snatch the 3 supreme divine crystals. On the other side, Wang Dong, a disciple of the Golden Light sect, also roared and slashed out with his golden sword. The sword radiance turned into 5 dazzling sword chi and slashed forward. Each and every one of them was like a golden river, and the surging energy caused the void to tremble. As for the black-robed young man, he controlled the purple zombie to quickly dodge, and in an instant 3 more sword chis were dodged. As for the other 2, he urged the purple zombie to resist them. The purple zombie stretched out both of its palms. Like 2 purple thunderclouds, it pressed down viciously. Immediately, a purple light surrounded him, and a terrifying energy surged out. The momentum was extremely great. Pum! An earth-shattering sound rang out as the 2 purple hands pressed down on the sword chi, instantly shattering the 2 sword chi. Just one move was enough to shatter the terrifying sword chi. This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked. As for Wang Dong from the Gate of Golden Light, his pupils abruptly shrank. He did not expect the other party to be so powerful. With a roar, he brandished his sword again and quickly charged over. At the same time, the black-robed man rode the purple zombie and arrived in front of Wang Dong. The tall, purple demonic figure was like an iron wall. It was extremely powerful. Its purple palms stretched out, and with a whistling sound, it quickly grabbed forward. Wang Dong was shocked and raised his sword to block. Clang! The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the entire sky shook violently. Then the black-robed man waved his hand, and 2 short wooden sticks appeared. He threw them forward. The wooden sticks were very short, only a foot long. They were very old and bumpy. If the black-robed man did not use them and threw them on the ground, no one would take a second look at them. However, the 2 wooden sticks in the black-robed man's hand emitted a strange force. A terrifying light flashed out, and like 2 ghost claws, it instantly tore through the sky. Pum! The Gate of Golden Light disciple, Wang Dong, did not expect the black-robed man to have such a move. He was immediately hit and flew backward while vomiting blood. Seeing this scene, the crowd was in an uproar. As for the Gate of Golden Light martial artists, they roared angrily. Damn it, you're cheating. 2 of you attacking 1 person. What kind of skill is that? If you're so good, fight 1-on-1. Hearing this, the black-robed man sneered disdainfully. Idiots, this zombie is my weapon. How can it be counted as 2 people? Of course, since you're weak, it's not impossible for the 2 of you to come at me together. I'll fulfill your wish and let you give up completely. All right, let's go. On the other side, the people of Moon worshipping cult roared. Then 2 disciples stood out. Kill. They were 2 4-star kings. At this moment, they unleashed their power. Their bodies were shining brightly, and they were extremely powerful. One of them held a long saber in his hand and slashed forward. The terrifying saber light was like a divine saber from the heavens. It was extremely sharp. The other disciple of Moon worshipping cult moved and appeared behind the black-robed man at lightning speed. Then he waved his palms. Countless afterimages of moonlight appeared. A surging and majestic force quickly shrouded the black-robed man, one from the front and the other from the back. The 2 experts attacked at the same time. It was extremely powerful. However, the black-robed man only sneered. He suddenly turned around and waved his arm. Suddenly, the wooden sticks in his hand emitted a black light. The 2 attacks broke through the back and collided with the moonlight palm. At the same time, the purple zombie waved its palms. With a shocking force, it collided with the dazzling saber light and caused a huge explosion. What? He blocked that. So powerful! The crowd exclaimed. They did not expect that 2 4-star kings together could not take down the opponent. Damn it! I don't believe it. The disciple of Moon worshipping cult with a long saber roared and rushed forward again. Bang! 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 The purple zombie waved its palms and collided with the long saber dozens of times. Every strike tore through the void. Soon, the disciple with the long saber retreated rapidly. His arm was numb, and his face was extremely ugly. His long saber was an extremely terrifying treasure. However, he could not hurt the opponent. What kind of body did the purple zombie have? How could it be so hard? How could it resist his treasure with its bare hands? Haha, stop struggling. It's useless. This zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. You can't destroy it at all. The black-robed man sneered and said a shocking piece of news. What? The corpse of a 6-star king? The crowd was shocked, and their scalps went numb. No wonder the purple zombie was so powerful and invulnerable. It turned out that it was the corpse of a 6-star king. A 6-star king was extremely terrifying. It was an existence that was close to becoming an almighty. Moreover, the strongest among them was only a 4-star king realm. How could it break the body of a 6-star king? Thinking of this, the crowd's faces turned ugly. In the darkness, Lin Xian was also surprised. He did not expect the purple zombie to have such a background. The dark red dragon snorted coldly. It's nothing. It's just a zombie. It's not a real 6-star king. Chapter 1589. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon was right. The purple zombie was not a threat to them. What he needed to do now was to seize the 3 subdivine crystals. Little White, it's up to you. The little white monkey nodded and started to collect the 3 subdivine crystals with its small bowl. Now that the little white monkey's strength had increased greatly and reached the king realm, it could snatch things from the king realm. However, as soon as the little white monkey started to move, the black-robed young man chuckled on the other side. He controlled the purple zombie and instantly arrived above the subdivine crystals. Then he stretched out his large purple palm and grabbed at the subdivine crystals. Oh no! Everyone's expression changed drastically. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the black-robed young man to attack suddenly. Buzz! In the next moment, the little white monkey performed a technique and a piece of subdivine crystal appeared in the shabby bowl. The other 2 pieces were grabbed by the purple zombie. The purple zombie swayed and returned to the black-robed young man's side. Damn it! Everyone's expression turned ugly. The black-robed young man looked up and laughed. Ha 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 ha! Only I deserve to have such things. Then he took the subdivine crystals from the purple zombie's hand. However, in the next moment his expression darkened, because there were only 2 subdivine crystals in the purple zombie's hand. The 3rd one had disappeared. How is this possible? Why did one of them disappear? The black-robed young man could not figure out what had happened. However, in the next moment he glanced around and shouted coldly, "Who dares to touch my things? Get out here!" His voice was filled with boundless killing intent. When the surrounding people heard his words, they were shocked. What's going on? Did someone secretly attack? However, they did not notice anything unusual at all. Boy, what should we do? On the other side, the dark red dragon asked, "Snatch it." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and there was no hesitation. He was not satisfied at all with only 1 supreme, grade, substandard, divine crystal. Therefore, he had to get the other 2 pieces. Let's attack together. I'll deal with the purple zombie, and you deal with the black-robed young man. Lin Xian said to the dark red divine dragon, "No problem." The dark red dragon nodded. "It just so happens that I haven't exercised in a long time." Then he let out a long howl. His sinister voice rang out, "Ha ha, it was your grandfather who did it. Brat, hurry up and hand over the subgrade divine crystal. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart." This voice was like a ghost's howl, but it was also like a wolf's howl, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. The next moment, the figure of the dark, red, divine dragon appeared. Lin Xian also appeared in the void. What? There's someone else beside him. Seeing this scene, the crowd was astonished. They had not noticed the other party's existence at all. Thinking of this, they were shocked. The black-robed youth's face darkened when he saw Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon. "Damn it, it's you again. You dare to appear in front of me? I've said it before. This time, I will definitely kill the 2 of you and refine you into my mummies." The black-robed young man's voice was extremely ferocious. Then he roared and charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted coldly. Then he and the dark red divine dragon flew forward together. Among them, Lin Xian faced off against the purple zombie while the dark red divine dragon charged towards the black-robed youth. Soon, the black-robed youth and the dark red divine dragon were engaged in battle. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions. On the other side, Lin Xian faced the purple zombie. He waved his palm and blasted forward with shocking energy. The purple zombie emitted a purple mist from its body and formed a purple light. Then, the purple zombie let out a deep roar. It was like the roar of a devil from hell. It made one's scalp tingle. His gray eyes emitted a terrifying light. It was eerie and extremely terrifying. Whoosh! The purple zombie's body moved like lightning, leaving behind a series of afterimages in the air. It charged toward Lin Xian quickly. Then it threw out both of its palms and collided with Lin Xian's energy. The explosion sounded as if it was going to tear the starry sky apart. At the same time, the surrounding space shook violently. This exchange of blows caused everyone's eyes to widen in shock. A trace of fear appeared on their faces as they continuously retreated. So strong! They can actually fight the black-robed youth and the purple zombie? Who are they? The surrounding warriors were shocked. Even the disciples of the Golden Light sect and the moon worshipping cult could not believe it. They had experienced the strength of the black-robed youth and the purple zombie. They could easily kill them. Now, there was someone who could fight them to a standstill. This was too shocking. Damn it! How is this possible? The black-robed youth was also shocked. He did not expect that there would be someone who could fight him and his purple zombie. But soon he calmed down. He was very confident in his and the purple zombie's strength. He believed that it would not be long before he could kill them. On the other side, Lin Xian let out a long roar. He clenched his fist and pulled out the 9 Serenity demonic sword. The pitch-black sword light shot into the sky with a biting, cold, murderous aura. It was going to shatter the entire sky. At this moment, the surrounding people's faces changed. What a terrifying sword chi! Who is this kid? Is he a disciple of a sword sect? Exclamations came one after another. Lin Xian held the 9 Serenity demonic sword in his hand. His entire body was extremely powerful. With a slash, a terrifying black sword light flew quickly in the sky as if it could tear the sky apart. Clang! The sword slashed directly at the purple zombie. It immediately cut through the fog around the purple zombie and slammed into its body. With a bang, the purple zombie was sent flying. It smashed 3 mountains in a row before it stopped. Not only that, there was a sword mark on its body. Although it was not deep, it was very obvious. What? He hurt the purple zombie? How is this possible? The surrounding warriors exclaimed, especially the disciples of the Golden Sword sect and the moon worshipping cult. They widened their eyes in disbelief. He had personally experienced the strength of the purple zombie. Even if they attacked it with their full strength, they could not break its defense. Moreover, they also knew that the purple zombie was made from the corpse of a 6-star prince. It could be said that it was extremely powerful. For star kings like them could not break its defense at all. But now, someone had hurt the purple zombie. And the other party's cultivation? Thinking of this, they hurriedly looked over. Then their minds went blank. They were stunned. The other party was only a 2-star king. How was this possible? Impossible. Chapter 1590. He could feel that his purple zombie had been injured, but he refused to believe that his opponent could hurt his purple zombie. Damn it! How did he do it? Is it because of the sword in his hand? The black-robed young man had an extraordinary background and was very knowledgeable. He naturally recognized the sword in Lin Xian's hand. It was so extraordinary that it made his hair stand on end. Earth-rank artifact. Damn it! You have an Earth-rank artifact. His voice was ferocious, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. It was a look of intense greed. There was nothing he could do about it. Earth-class artifacts were not something that could be found on the continent, even in this true spirit token world. Not everyone in the eastern wasteland could own one. At least, no one here had one. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. I didn't expect that not only would I find a top-grade, substandard divine crystal, but I also found an Earth-rank artifact. Kid, I have to say, you're really a treasure hunter. This Earth-rank artifact is mine. With that, he let out a ferocious laugh. Like a bolt of lightning, he abandoned the dark red divine dragon and charged towards Lin Xian. At the same time, he waved the wooden stick in his hand, sending out beams of black light that were like a black scythe of death. Clang! Clang! Lin Xian waved the 9 Serenity demonic sword and cut all the attacks apart. At the same time, the surrounding people were in an uproar. Everyone was shocked. Earth-rank artifact. He's using an Earth-rank artifact. No wonder he's so powerful. No wonder he could hurt the purple zombie. It's the power of an Earth-rank artifact. Who is he? Why does he have an Earth-rank artifact? And it doesn't look like an ordinary one. Who cares who he is? Since we've met him, there's no reason for us not to attack. The Golden Light Sect's martial artist sneered. That's right. He's just a 2-star king. How can he have such a treasure? Ridiculous. Only our moon-worshipping cult deserves such a treasure. On the other side, the moon-worshipping cult's disciples were also shocked. In the next moment, they all stood up and flew toward Lin Xian. It seemed that they wanted to kill Lin Xian and take the Earth-rank artifact. Humph! Seeing this scene, Lin Xian coldly snorted. Immediately, he waved his demonic sword, and 8-sword chi slashed downward. He didn't hold back at all in this sword strike. Since the other party dared to have designs on him, then he naturally had to pay the price. Pung pung pung. 8 streaks of sword chi, carrying a sharp light and monstrous killing intent, slammed into the bodies of the disciples of the Golden Light Sect and the moon-worshipping cult. Immediately, they were sent flying, and blood dyed the ground red. What? So strong! Seeing this scene, the people who came later all stopped in their tracks, their expressions uncertain. They had originally wanted to seize the other party's Earthstep treasure, but now it seemed that it would be difficult to do so. The other party's strength was beyond their expectations. To be able to send 8 experts flying in an instant was definitely not something an ordinary person could do. Therefore, for a moment, no one dared to step forward. However, they did not give up. Let that brat stay for a while. We'll make our move when he and that black-robed man are both injured. Good idea, let's do that. At this time, the black-robed man in the sky also revealed a ferocious smile. He raised both of his hands and continuously struck the wooden stick in his hand. Suddenly, a very strange sound rang out. It was very low and strange, and it made one's scalp tingle. However, the purple zombie let out a long roar, and a terrifying light appeared in his eyes. It was as if he had been reborn and had obtained a powerful strength. Then he let out a long roar and his body swayed. Like a purple lightning bolt, he once again pounced towards Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian was not flustered at all. He was very calm. Then he waved the 9 darkness demonic sword, and a terrifying sword chi slashed out horizontally, ruthlessly slashing forward. The sword light flashed, and it was incomparably sharp. At the same time, the dark red divine dragon also quickly attacked. He grabbed with his dragon claws, and suddenly a terrifying palm shadow quickly appeared, forming a red hurricane that spiraled in the air. Vaguely, there was the shadow of a dragon circling around. Then the red hurricane flashed with a cold light and quickly rushed forward. Pung pung! The sound of collision erupted, and the tall purple zombie was once again sent flying. What? How is this possible? The black-robed young man's face turned ugly. He had already used a secret skill to activate the purple zombie's energy, but he did not expect to be sent flying. How can these two be so powerful? Kid, you forced me to do this. I'm going to kill all of you. The black-robed young man's face was unusually ferocious. Then he hit the wooden stick again, and a strange rhythm rang out in the air. Roar, roar. As soon as the sound was heard, the purple zombie became even more violent. Endless death chi exuded from his body, and it quickly spread in all directions. At this moment, he was like a demon king, and he was extremely terrifying. Not only that, the black-robed young man went to the purple zombie's body again and merged with it. Suddenly, an even more terrifying energy surged out, enveloping the area in an instant. The entire space seemed to have turned into azure hell. Kill. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon did not hold back, and the two of them exploded with dazzling energy. A great battle broke out, and it was extremely terrifying. Sword chi soared into the sky, and the shadow of the dragon roared, causing the surroundings to tremble. Countless mountains were turned into rubble. Kid, hurry up and destroy him. The dark red divine dragon snorted, and then dripped a drop of dragon blood. Okay. Lin Xian nodded, took the dragon blood, and then smeared it on the blade of the Nine Darkness demonic sword. Suddenly, the entire long sword exuded a strange energy. Red and black light intertwined, causing the entire space to shake violently. So terrifying. What kind of technique is this? Everyone felt their scalps go numb, and they kept retreating. On the opposite side, the black-robed young man's heart was beating wildly when he saw this scene. Even the purple zombie he was sitting on was roaring uneasily, as if it had met its natural enemy. Damn it, how is this possible? Destroy! The black-robed young man roared ferociously. Heaven, ferocious palm! Suddenly, the purple zombie struck out with both of its palms, and two palms that were like mountains pushed out horizontally. On the other side, Lin Xian also slashed down with his sword. This sword was extremely sharp. Moreover, it contained the power of the dragon blood. The dark red divine dragon was a pure dragon. His blood was very masculine and could destroy all evil things. Coupled with the sharpness of the Nine Darkness demonic sword, even if the purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king, it would not be able to resist at all. Indeed, in the next moment, the sharp sword light fell and directly cut the two large purple palms, and then ruthlessly slashed at the purple zombie. Puff! The clouds rolled and the wind howled. The entire space shook violently, as if it had been cut in half by the sword. What? Damn it! The black-robed young man was horrified. His body swayed, and he left the purple zombie. The purple zombie also roared angrily, and then it was enveloped by the sword light and was cut in half. Everyone was stunned. They could not believe that the other party had killed the purple zombie. Chapter 1591. Everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe that Lin Fan had killed the purple zombie. This kind of method was seriously too heaven-defying. Impossible. D***MN. That's impossible. The man in the black robe was sent flying. This was because he had been swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. Although he was not seriously injured, the chi and blood in his body were extremely chaotic and surging nonstop. However, he couldn't care less about that now. He was in a frenzy, because his purple zombie had been split into two halves. He couldn't believe it. The purple zombie was refined from the corpse of a 6-star king. It was extremely terrifying. The man in the black robe could defeat all the 4-star king realm martial artists. Even if he encountered a 5-star king, he could still put up a fight. But now, a 2-star king had actually destroyed his purple zombie. Brat, just you wait. How dare you destroy my zombie? I won't let you go. The man in the black robe gritted his teeth. His face was extremely gloomy. Then he turned around and was about to leave. He didn't dare to stay any longer. His most powerful zombie had been destroyed. Trying to leave? Sure. Leave the subgrade divine crystal behind. Lin Xian's figure flashed and blocked his path. What? You dare to take the subgrade divine crystal? You're courting death. The man in the black robe was furious. Why are you wasting your breath on him? Just kill him and take the subgrade divine crystal. The dark red divine dragon said coldly. Lin Xian nodded when he heard that. It seemed like that was the only thing he could do. His body emitted a sharp aura again. Rays of sword light surrounded him. The man in the black robe's face changed when he saw that. He had seen Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon's techniques. It wouldn't be difficult for them to kill him. However, he was unwilling to hand over the subgrade divine crystal just like that. Therefore, he roared and waved his hand. Immediately, he summoned 6 mummies again and charged forward. As for himself, his figure flashed and he fled into the distance like a black bolt of lightning. Trying to leave? The dark red divine dragon snorted when he saw that. He waved his dragon claw. Instantly, a huge dragon claw came crashing down. It was like a huge heaven and earth cage, sealing off the entire space in an instant. Pum! The black-robed man crashed into the huge dragon claw seal and was bounced back. His face immediately became even uglier. How dare you touch me? You must be tired of living. I'm from the Chasing Corpse sect. Seeing that he could not escape, the black-robed man could only reveal his identity to threaten everyone. What? The Chasing Corpse sect is actually that sect. Damn it. Why did they come to the Eastern Wasteland? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their faces were filled with horror. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was an extremely evil and ancient sect. No one knew how long they had existed, but they seemed to have existed since ancient times. Not only that, this sect was very strange. They would refine corpses and use them as weapons to fight. He had even turned himself into something that was neither human nor ghost. It could be said to be very strange. Under normal circumstances, no one was willing to provoke them. However, over the years, the Chasing Corpse sect had disappeared without a trace. Everyone thought that they would never appear again. Who would have thought that they would appear again? The dark, red, divine dragon frowned, but he had already guessed it. On the other side, Lin Xian shouted coldly, "What Chasing Corpse sect? I've never heard of it. If you don't hand over the supreme grade, subdivine, crystal today, don't even think about leaving." To be honest, he had indeed never heard of the Chasing Corpse sect. Even if he had, so what? He had the great dragon, Sword Soul. As long as he was given enough energy, his future would be limitless. Why would he be afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect? Therefore, he did not hesitate to slash out with his sword. "You're courting death." The black-robed man's pupils constricted. He was extremely furious. He did not expect that after he revealed his identity, his opponent still dared to attack him. Did he not know how terrifying the Chasing Corpse sect was? Was he not afraid of the Chasing Corpse sect's revenge? However, before he could think further, the terrifying sword light had already slashed toward him. "You're courting death. Get lost." The black-robed man roared and slapped out. Instantly, the sword chi was shattered. However, in the next moment, an even sharper sword light surged out again. Azure Dragon Break. The black dragon was mixed with red blood. At that time, the dark red divine dragon's dragon blood was extremely powerful. In an instant, it swallowed the black-robed man. Boom! 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 Heaven and earth lost their color. The sword chi swept across. An entire space fell into chaos. When everything disappeared, the black-robed man was no longer there. Only a huge pit appeared on the ground. He was killed. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb. They could not believe it. Such a terrifying black-robed man was killed with a single slash. This was too unbelievable. At this moment, they looked at Lin Xian with fear in their eyes. Although this young man was only a 2-star king, his strength had already surpassed theirs. In fact, everyone felt like running away. They no longer dared to have any thoughts about Lin Xian's sword. Lin Xian waved his hand and put away the 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals. Then he looked around, intimidating everyone. With a cold snort, he and the dark red divine dragon turned into 2 rays of light and disappeared in the air. It was not until they had left for a long time that the surrounding cultivators heaved a sigh of relief. It was too terrifying. The sword qi emitted by the other party made them feel like they were suffocating. Fortunately, the other party had left and did not attack them. Otherwise, they would have been in grave danger. They might even have lost their lives here. On the other side, Lin Xian and the divine dragon and Hong moved and arrived at a safe cave. Then, he gave the dark red divine dragon a supreme-grade subdivine crystal. He held the remaining 2 in his hand and absorbed them quickly. He would not keep such treasures to prevent others from snatching them away. He might as well turn them into his own strength. Pure energy flowed into him and turned into dazzling light that surrounded him. After half a day, Lin Xian opened his eyes. The spiritual energy in his body had increased significantly. However, he had not broken through. This was normal. Lin Xian was not surprised. This was because the amount of energy he needed to break through was several times more than the previous time. 2 supreme-grade subdivine crystals were not enough. However, he had gained a lot this time. Lin Xian's strength had increased again. At least among the 4-star kings, he could do whatever he wanted. On the other side, the divine dragon and Hong had also absorbed the machine-grade subdivine crystal. She felt like she had not had enough. The 2 of them discussed for a while and continued on their journey. This time, they flew towards the deepest part of Feng Mountain. This was because there had already been a shocking change. Someone had used a powerful technique to tear open the barrier inside, causing endless ghost qi to surge out. Chapter 1592. The ghostly qi in Feng Mountain was dense. The further one went in, the more fearful it was. In the end, Lin Xian had no choice but to activate the great dragon sword soul to protect himself. The dark red divine dragon also activated its defense, and the dragon blood in its body surged. At this point, there were already many martial artists around. They were in groups of 3 to 5, or in groups of more than 10, forming small groups. There was almost no one who fought alone like Lin Xian. Therefore, many people kept sizing up Lin Xian. However, no one rashly made a move. That was because those who could come here were not fools. Moreover, they knew that since Lin Xian could appear here, he must have the strength to do so. They did not have extra energy to care about Lin Xian because there was another change in front of them. One of the mountain ranges was penetrated, and countless ghostly qi emerged. It was as black as ink and incomparably monstrous. Not only that, but the tens of thousands of corpses buried in the mountain range turned into zombies and ghosts under the infusion of the ghostly qi. Tens of thousands of them charged toward these martial artists. Kill! Furious roars rang out one after another. These cultivators did not hesitate and displayed their powerful strength to fight back. That was because they could not move forward without killing these ghosts. Among them, there were a few figures who were extremely powerful. Even Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon were shocked. The aura of these people was too powerful. The blood in their bodies rumbled and even produced the sound of thunder. So powerful. Who are they? Lin Xian was extremely shocked. Almighty! The dark, red, divine dragon's expression was also solemn. When a martial artist reached the level of a 7-star king or above, they would be given a title which was almighty. This kind of person was too terrifying. With a raise of their hand, they could tear mountains and rivers apart and pluck the stars and capture the moon. Calling them almighty was the most appropriate. Almighty! Hearing that, Lin Xian was shocked and looked over. Was this the existence of a 7-star king or above? It was indeed terrifying. Just the aura emitted by those people was enough to make him shudder with fear. It seemed that this was a true peerless expert. Sure enough, the few almighties at the front harumphed coldly. Immediately, they waved their palms and numerous, gigantic hands descended from the sky. In an instant, all the zombies and ghosts below were killed. As for the surrounding martial artists, they were all shocked and retreated one after another, afraid that they would be implicated. Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon also retreated to a safe place. In front of them, ghost qi filled the sky and energy surged. Soon, a few sky-covering hands destroyed all the ghosts and zombies. This was the power of a powerful being. With a raise of his hand, he was able to wipe out tens of thousands of ghosts. At this moment, everyone was stunned. "Humph, you're just a mere ghost. You want to stop me? How laughable!" A cold voice rang out, causing the void to tremble. It was a middle-aged man in white robes. His body was surrounded by a resplendent saber light. Who would have thought that an ancient tomb would appear in the Fengshan fan? How rare! On the other side there was a hearty laugh. Then a monk appeared in the sky, his entire body shining with Buddhist light. The light was boundless, suppressing all the surrounding ghost qi. Master's dermic powers are getting purer and purer. The diamond prajna technique has probably been cultivated to the 7th level. Another old voice rang out. Then, an immortal-like old man appeared. His entire body was surrounded by flames, and he was dressed in a robe. He looked like an immortal. "Dan Chenzi, you're here as well." The others looked over. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was shocked beyond words. Although he did not know the old Taoist in the sky, he was very familiar with his name, because Dan Chenzi was the sect master of the Pill sect. In other words, the old Taoist in the sky was the current sect master of the Pill sect, Dan Chenzi. He did not expect that even the sect master of the Pill sect would come. Lin Xian was extremely shocked. "Kid, be careful," the dark red divine dragon reminded. The blue wave pill appearing in the Pill sect might have something to do with Dan Chenzi. Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, it would be unreasonable if Dan Chenzi did not know about such a big matter. He just did not know if this was Dan Chenzi's doing. But no matter what, he did not want to have anything to do with him. After that, 2 more powerful beings appeared. Now there were a total of 5 powerful beings standing in the sky, causing the void to distort and distort. One of them was a white-robed, middle-aged man surrounded by saber light. He was a mighty figure of the Golden Light sect. The monk was a mighty figure of the White Horse Temple. However, Buddhism was mainly in the Western Desert and was rare in the Eastern Wilderness. But it was not that there were none. The White Horse Temple was one of the more famous Buddhist holy lands. Dan Chenzi was the sect master of the Pill sect. There was also a middle-aged woman. She was a mighty figure of the moon worshipping sect. The last one was covered in a ghostly aura that made one's scalp tingle. Many martial artists even thought that he was a zombie or a ghost. However, he was indeed a mighty figure. He was a mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect. When this mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect appeared, the other mighty figures immediately frowned. This was because the Chasing Corpse sect was usually in the southern mountains, and there were almost none in the eastern wilderness. But now he had appeared. It was extremely strange. "Humph, I didn't expect the Chasing Corpse sect of the southern mountains to be here. What a surprise!" Pu Shan, a mighty figure of the White Horse Temple, said coldly. Buddhists subdued demons and devils, and they cultivated the most masculine and masculine techniques. The other party obviously cultivated the Gul Dao, which was the complete opposite of Buddhist techniques. When the two of them met, their auras collided, causing countless cracks to appear in the void. "Why? I can't come? Mount Feng is very suitable for our Chasing Corpse sect." The mighty figure of the Chasing Corpse sect said coldly, Your voice is like a ghost. It makes one's scalp tingle. Old bald donkey, if you dare disrespect me again, I won't refine you into a zombie." The mighty figure of the chasing corpse sect glared at Pu Shan and said ferociously, "That was because the Buddhist aura on the other party's body made him very uncomfortable." "Humph, refine me into a zombie? You're really shameless. Why don't I purify you first?" Pu Shan snorted coldly as his body shone brightly. He was like a Buddha walking in the void. "Humph, I'm not afraid of you." The two of them refused to accept each other, and their auras became stronger and stronger. However, at this time, Dan Chinzi waved his sleeve and said loudly, "Why are you two so angry?" "Since we're all here for the great ancient tomb, there's no need to quarrel here. Why don't we temporarily work together to break all the seals? What do you think?" "Okay." The middle-aged man from the Golden Light sect nodded first. Then the woman in red from the Moon worshipping sect also agreed.